है द लॉस कैसे हो यारो? हाँ, क्या लगता है यार आज कौन जीतेगा? गाइस सुनो, GPRX ठीक है, कल किसने मैच देखा? 10 का भाई 2-0 जीत सकते थे बे। शीश क्या खेला लाउड्स ने। हाँ, देखा क्या तुम लोग ने? माँ कसम, उस रात मैं 4 बजे सोया। आई मीन कल। कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन फॉर 100 मिलियन व्यूज, लव यार। मेरे पास थंबनेल वंबनेल सब कुछ है लेकिन स्ट्रीम नहीं कर पा रहा। टेंस बेंच लेकिन अच्छा खेला बे। सौसी सौसी ने एकदम सौसी निकाल दिया ऐसा लगा। 100 मिलियन व्यूज जॉर्ज, थैंक यू, गॉड ब्लेस यू। आज किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा है? सिंपल है भाई, एक टीम में 2 दोस्त लगे, दूसरी टीम में 1 दोस्त लगे, तो 2 इज ग्रेटर देन 1। यही सिखाया था मेरे को मैथ्स में। और भी अच्छा खेला, हाँ मस्त खेला। डेफ का थोड़ा सा डेफ राइट हो गया था लेकिन सौसी जो खेला है भाई, सौसी है। विक्टोरिया के बिंग्स को बुला रही है, ठीक है, स्क्रीन देखे। स्टार्ट हो गया क्या? स्टार्ट हो गया कद्दू मेरा, स्टार्ट हो गया, स्टार्ट हो गया बे। टाइमिंग टाइमिंग आज ओटी पे ओटी होगा पता नहीं। ये गेम थोड़ा सा इजी है लेकिन 2-0 है जी। मैं तो अब भी से ऑल चैट पे इजी लिखता। अरे
Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. It is going to be DRX going up against Global Esports. We kick things off on stage with Forsaken and Monyet.
Monyet, I mean, again, one of the players that we just highlighted is always worth talking about. This guy's made such a name for himself and continues to kind of carry on the M-named, controller players, just kind of dominating. Whereas we're looking for Mindfreak again to step up and have that impact. Bazzi on the opposite side, somebody who had an immense amount of impact in Global's first victory just last week. Incredible, but we get our first look here at the YouTuber extraordinaire, CPRS.
I mean, he's got a he's trying to find a spot. He doesn't know.
Where do I go? It's my first time up here.
I mean, it's his first time.
He's having fun up there. That's good to see. Again, we were wondering how exactly is this guy going to perform. And sometimes you can look at somebody walk on stage and maybe get a feel for where they're at. But it does seem like overall, all the players on both these teams have been pretty well acclimated. We see something coming out as well, along with SK Rossi. This is going to be an interesting match. Again, when this thing starts,
इसमें मैं support कर रहा हूँ GENG को.
I want to see how he performs. Does he look shaky? Is he aiming all right? Is he overextending? Is he communicating well? Because if he is, then we go, okay, there it is. That's why he's brought in.
Yeah, my biggest concern is obviously this could be something that has been working in scrims, and they've decided that this is, you know,
ये म्यूजिक मतलब एक दूसरे का भी मारने वाले।
onto the stage. That's
चलो चलो, कीबोर्ड निकालो, चेयर निकालो।
It doesn't always live up to, you know, the potential that you have seen in scrim. So I'm hoping that CGRS comes out here, you know, prepared, at home, very much feels comfortable. It's going to be on the rest of the players as well as Coach Alex here.
हम लोग 2-0 हारने वाले, लेकिन
please this is going to be a hell of a lot of pressure. This is somebody comes in not necessarily being known for
ये लोग कंफर्म डिस्कस कर रहे हैं।
player, more so for
जी ने कंफर्म डिस्कस किया है कि इजी लिखे ऑल चैट पे या लॉल ड्यूड्स कंफर्म। ये मेरे से बात हुआ था एक्चुअल में, समझ रहे हो?
You are performing in a certain way. You're on camera. You're putting yourself out there. It is different than being on a stage like this with a live audience, with the pressures really on. You know, not just to have something. How do I say? You have to play perfectly. If you fail, you really do fall flat on your face. So
yeah, there's no going back, right?
Exactly. There's no rewind. There's no edit button. There's nothing like that. So this is going to be a fun moment, and hey, if he can do that, that's going to be amazing there for Paper X.
Sure, and I think that the thing that would be even more impressive is doing it with whoever the hell is going to...
भाई हम लोग आधा मैच तो यहाँ पे जीत गए। यहाँ पे कितने लोग हैं देखो, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 जन यहाँ पे, वहाँ पे है 6 बंदे, 6v10 तो यहाँ पे हो गया। तो यहाँ पे मतलब अगर सामने वाला टीम ने देखा है यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी डिमोनेटाइजेशन हो चुका मेरे हिसाब से। हाँ, जीत चुका है। पिंके लाइट
But either way, you're anticipating it's going to be one of the veterans of the roster rather than CGRS itself. But it turns out to be the case that it is there. It's a shared effort, and you know something in CGRS are very much contributing to the shot calling.
Demotivation,
Icebox though.
Nice. Yeah, okay. We talked about Icebox not being played that much here in Pacific, but it's going to be Paper Rex that says, all right, let's take it to Icebox, right? We haven't played it yet here in Pacific. Let's see what you've got against us.
I mean, you talk about not even playing it in Pacific. They haven't.
ये मेरे हिसाब से ऑलरेडी वो लोग कर दिया क्योंकि वो लोग तो सिर्फ चिल कर रहे हैं. बिग बैन ऑलरेडी कर चुके लगता है. वो तो रेड डॉलर से होता है. एक्सक्यूज मी. प्रेडिक्शन बंक्स बाय 2-0. सिंपल 2-0 जी बस. वो भी कैसा मालूम है? पहला मैच होएगा 13-0 और दूसरा मैच होगा 13-1. हाँ, PRX 4 सेकंड कितना भी मेरा अच्छा दोस्त हो, लेकिन सॉरी Rossi is Rossi, G is G बस.
Through on plants and despite defenses, but you know, again with CGRS in this lineup, I'm not really sure what to anticipate. For the side of Global, they got to show it to us for the first time.
कितना बज रहा है भाई? अपना है, बजेंगे. तुम लोग अपना अपना इजी पॉलिश करना. हाँ, जो भी इजी लिखा सीधा मॉड साइड देना, ठीक है? GG वेल प्ले लिखना है. जी जीतने के बाद इजी नहीं लिखना है, टॉक्सिक ना बने. हाँ, इजी मैं बोल सकता हूँ. क्या लगता है PRX बिना एजेल कैसे करेंगे बंक्स में? 10v6 दिखाया तुम लोग को. 10v6 हाँ?
Side of Paper Rex. I mean, you do have the core idea still there, right? You've got
CGRS कौन है रे?
which has been an age-old composition
By
here.
something भी है, 4 second भी है, Jing भी है.
CGRS on that Gecko, I mean, big question marks on how this is going to look.
I mean, it's so funny. We started out, you know, saying, okay, well, this is an unusual pick, and this is obviously an important moment. What are they going to do? And then you see they pick this agent of all agents to come out with a new player like this. This is wild.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait to see how it plays out.
जिंग का मुंह वैसे था यार. हम लोग क्यों खेल रहे हैं यार? मेरे हिसाब से हम हारने वाले. वैसा वाला मुंह बनाया था उसने. कोई नहीं यार, जिंग भाई लव यू. टफ टीम को आप वो कर रहे हो. हाँ, मेरे को पता है. मेरा बात हुआ था कल रात को 4 सेकंड और जिंग से वीडियो कॉल पे. 4 सेकंड जिंग से ऐसे वीडियो कॉल पे बात हुआ.
No matter what the result will be, it's going to be fun, Sharks. You know, I want 100% equity out of you, Will. So
we do look like we're at a tech startup right now. Trying to scam Mark Cuban out of his money. But like, look, I mean, this is definitely, you know, this is going to have to be a strong sales pitch here for Paper Rex, and frankly,
my dad's watching, guys. एक बार Uncle Offie with heart sign. Uncle, if you are watching the stream, Daddy of Eclairs, please don't watch Eclairs stream, please. Huh? Watch my stream. It is more cuter. बराबर है. Cuter. Eclairs के फाफा देख रहे stream, Pinky.
This map has a lot of verticality.
अब बंक्स भाई इतना मत हैंडसम रहो. मुझे प्रॉब्लम होगा. Just saying. Love you, Dhruv.
Exactly.
Love you.
But that said, right? I mean, we haven't seen that much innovation yet. This is the third time that we've seen Gecko.
Hello, Bunks, bro. Hello, that's up.
Other regions maybe a little bit more, but again, the impact
Chalo,
hasn't
5v5
been
mid.
that
Chalo.
great. Maybe this is the Zoo strat that
हो
people
जाए.
were talking
एक आध
about
escalation हो
during
जाए.
the conference and everything. So
for
let's see
the
what
moment
happens. But
है
already
कौन?
starting things off,
God.
it's a full team all the way straight down, and they will get control over
First blood.
It's a good
First
trade there,
blood.
and only losing to CGRS, but now it's
Second
a
blood.
Texture.
Oh, boy.
Here they come. Here comes GE.
आ रहा है. आगे पीछे से आ रहा है.
Quick.
Mindfreak,
trying to hold the
Third
angle,
blood.
but not quite connecting the shot. Again, impact kind of lost. Paper Rex now. It's up to Forsaken back.
नहीं हो रहेगा. Fourth blood.
Not quite landing the shots. Still, it's now down to Jing in a one-on-one.
जिंग भाई वॉल बना के सीधा बेस में जाओ. मैं तो बोलता हूँ.
This is a hellish situation.
No doubt. He's damned if he does.
Flawless, baby.
It's just a tough
Flawless.
situation to be in at the end, but yeah, I mean, GE here, you know, gets
Flawless.
great information off the rip. I mean, not only does the
5
Sky
blood
Flash
पहले
from
round में
Fancy
निकाल
confirm
दिया.
that somebody's coming down Tomb, that allows Rossi to be ready
Easy
to
मत
get that
लेगा.
early pick. Yes,
Well
he's
played
grading
लेगा.
quickly,
बेशर हुआ.
but he
फिर
sees
जाएगा.
basically everybody. He's like, guys, they're coming through mid, and Aaron has a great play call here. I mean, Aaron's great on the defensive side. He's like, let's just rotate in through spawn. Let's get behind him.
Thirsty नहीं है. Please बहुत देख लिया मैंने thirsty
For
life.
the side of GE, and their pistol round success continues throughout this year. They've been absolutely just
लेकिन PRX ने ये स्टार्ट नहीं किया था कभी फर्स्ट राउंड में
They
ना.
are up there in terms of pistol rounds.
अच्छा
And
रेट
also,
का.
a lot of it is due to Aaron's shooting and calling. as the leader. Now back on to the next
Guys,
round.
Gekko and Sova, क्या लगता है? हर 10 सेकंड में recon और blind आएगा.
SK Rossi has the angle, has the Marshall. Not quite going to connect it now, but this is big information.
Rossi bhai.
Yes.
Yeah, they're really controlling the space nicely here, not really giving Paper X the opportunity to get in on this entry, get the plant they're looking for, using that harbor utility. Paper X standing pat, they're not moving towards the B side just yet. Still all 5 players chilling over here, and this flash is about to confirm that, yep, there's still players there.
पंची मार भी कैसे देंगे?
With a play like this,
not ready yet.
You're setting down the time. The best that you can look for is just
ये
a
कौन सा
simple
recon है
grab,
भाई?
maybe a pick. You can continue to push on through, but at some point you walk straight into the blender. That is Aaron.
Aaron bhai.
A quick triple now, looking for the last one, but
almost Cobra था, almost.
Forsaken.
Almost Cobra था यार.
You only have a classic now, and you're hearing so many footsteps, so many sounds. The ult orb being picked up. He goes up top, actually finds a second, maybe a third, but not quite.
Anjum, baby, Anjum.
Marshall at point blank range.
I mean, Forsaken here, you know, he just kind of gets value out of nothing. I mean, he played this really, really smart at the end, you know, just waiting patiently around the corner. Aaron, good job holding the angles here. This is, you know, nothing too outrageous.
साला मेरा mod easy लिख रहा है.
Flank with the Marshall through the choke point. But the fact that Forsaken gets 2 kills out of this is pretty good. You can hear them there. They're going. The pin players are going. How you go? It's just like, oh man, like they're kind of a little bit, you know, they didn't want to throw those guns over.
Yeah. Let's be a little bit more careful about this, but the good thing is that they're recognizing they lost a little bit of that economy. They're going to save up. SK Rossi on a Sheriff still able.
By Skyblind ने बहुत info दिया जी
को. Be careful in this round because a single mistake you might lose a rifle, and then that could be the bonus round for Global.
Look at how aggressive Rossi and Batsy are getting over towards the B side.
I like that.
I love this. This is a completely different look from what we
अरे
saw
love TK यहाँ पे peek करेगा तो अपने love लगेंगे.
Try and buy a little bit of time, and a great shot from Rossi.
What a pick! And that's your controller gone. You can't pull off fakes on B anymore. You have no choice but to rely on GENG and his walls, and you can only push
something
up
by जाना ने one taps लगेंगे.
Something can find a frag or 2, but SK Rossi, he's just going to be able to dash out of that situation. Now the hit comes on towards the A site. There are 3 players lying in wait. A snake bite at the feet of Secret DRX. He's able to first. Aaron's gone. Monyet still in a corner. This mosh pit does not quite land where he wanted it to, though. So they'll be trying to use the elevation to find an angle onto him. And now off the texture. Spectre in hand, he's able to reposition. And just time for his teammates to rotate over. That's where SK Rossi strikes. He's got the Vandal from behind. Something turns around 180, still lands a shot, but now in a 1-on-2. Doesn't have that much left. No tailwind available just yet. 15 seconds remaining.
This is going to be interesting to see how much pressure they're going to put on him. He's going to try this clear this corner.
Get the first headshot, but
he's got to get it down the time.
Batsy, he's got the bird as well. A bit of a blind, but he sticks the deep fish.
Oh! That's it. That's round over.
Just enough time.
Batsy
bonus win for Global.
That's so well played there by Batsy at the end. Look at him spraying for that kill. Something is going to get it.
Consolation prize. That's it.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I mean, dude, like, you know, something played this round really, really well. Was aware of the Rossi lurk. You know, even with Rossi upgrading to that Vandal, he's still able to shut this down. The entry here, not bad. You know, giving CGRS his first kill in
well
VCT
played, well played.
history.
मेरा chat हो गया. Love you यार chat.
Time, you know, it's just like.
Love you यार. George, well played. ये सब लिख रहे हो. उधर गया रे chat. Love you. Nav bhai, thank you for the 110 मेरी जान के टोटे कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
And again, like that is a strong defensive play from Global. I love that they push into Garage to get that information.
ये लोग को एक घुस जाना चाहिए पता है DRX को. ये लोग का execute strong है.
Look
slow खेल रहे ना तो वो है.
And now you have to leave Mind Freak on the other side of the map to sell this a little bit. Forsaken gets the opener on Monyet.
That actually works out. Monyet a little bit distracted by the barrel he spotted.
अच्छा close होएगा.
Of course, off of this, the sight hit is successful. In fact, something gets to put
by आराम से.
A nice sniper's nest up on top of screens. Right there. The rest of them rotating over. Maybe SK Rossi.
इसने Rossi को बोला है plant हो गया करके. थोड़ा late है.
Okay.
Yeah, CGRS only one away from his ult here. If he gets a kill, he could throw those thrashes out and do some real work.
इसने इसको भी headshot मारा कैसे तो?
Waiting for it. Holding the angles, playing, ducking in and out of cover. The rest of Global trying to push off of rafters, but it doesn't quite work out. And this is how Paper X will still be able to find rounds. just watching each other backs, standard, classic Valorant, and it works.
Yeah, it's just kind of GE's playing a little bit further back this time, and a little bit more space being gathered by
Match
Paper.
MVP
able to
भाई.
read the map a little bit better.
Match MVP.
Leaving Mindfreak on the other side. Even
मैं तो बोलता इधर ही गेम खत्म करके एक स्कोरबोर्ड हो जाए. Match MVP baby.
To get through here, get ahead of a lot of the utility of the side of GE, and get this round win. Looked pretty easy, pretty clean doing it.
खुश लग रहा है. खुश
still
लग रहे हैं
got the
लोग.
Blade Storm in the back pocket for something. I was curious if maybe they try to upgrade him a little bit, but Funny's still down. So there's the Blade Storm for Rossi, as it is an eco round here for GE. A couple frenzies, a sheriff. See what they can do with it. So I like the way he's using his utility there. He's using the harbor wall against
लग रहा है 3 बार अल्टी मारेगा.
To pick it back up.
Still refreshing cooldowns. A little bit of information. We know SK Rossi loves to get up on top of pipes.
Take flight.
Paper X, on the other hand, recognizing the scenario, will just rotate all the way over to B. Look at where
Viper पकड़ा गया.
Should be noted by the turret here. Yeah,
मर
okay,
गया
let's see what the reaction is going to be.
Oh!
The Thrash gets one in the follow-up.
क्या?
What a double kill! Off the Thrasher, and that's a coordinated play.
क्वालिटी कहाँ से आया?
Here comes Monyet with a Sheriff. Will be shut down, and the last one left. SK Rossi. He's got the blades, but not quite going to find any cuts with that. And that's going to be a second round win for Paper X.
इतना अच्छा रीड था बे?
Huge change of momentum for
कहाँ से
Paper
आया
X
बे?
now. It's Rossi is looking to invest in that operator potentially. I could see it floating in his buy. Didn't have enough for the follow-up. That's a great transfer there from Mindfreak. And the Desmond's talking about it, that we need to see him step up, and that's a big round. A good start for him and Paper X. 4 kills in that one.
Eco है भाई. रुके यार.
Paper boys and girls are very excited.
Paper boys and girls.
Feedback किया कोई नहीं.
But this thing, whatever happens, it's still
jokes on you, lol, dude.
Valorant right now, both teams trying to find each other's ebbs and flows. Global getting a little bit curious, a little bit adventurous. SK Rossi.
Risky.
Even if you tailwind at the foot of 2, you're not gonna have that much space. So
बोल मत जिंग के पास
Jing
अल्टी है.
makes an instant trade. I love that Aaron's here to receive though, but not quite able to connect the
Aaron
shot.
भाई.
Jing continues forward with his rampage, wall up, getting control over B now.
ये वॉल बोल रहा था पता
Rossy's the
है?
only
उस
one
दिन
here.
में.
It's kind of trapped
ये
unless
वॉल
he
करके
goes back
स्नोमैन
to
जा
2.
सकते हैं.
He's got to go under.
लेकिन
I mean,
उस
this is
टाइम
so
पूजा
tough.
थी.
Texture trying to lock down multiple angles. But yeah, this is just a nightmare for
Wow.
GE.
ये भी होता है.
Texture alone. I think he spotted Forsaken's barrel back there, but Aaron's going to be back towards Hut. Finds Jing. 1-on-2. He's fully aware that Mindfreak's towards yellow, possibly a player. Yep, that confirms it towards Snowman. And then the shot from the back. Mindfreak finding his form today.
Yeah, this is what Paper X really needed. Right now, he is just clicking, and it's at a quick timeout here from GE. They really need it because now they're giving up space and they're losing battles. Giving up guns, giving up players early here. Again, SK Rossi, yeah, sure, like you hit it on nail on the head, dude. Even though he's got that dash with a little bit of time left on it, he doesn't have the space to really retreat. So he's just caught, and Aaron not good.
Knife लेके जा रहा था बाजी.
So that's like
खुद में
basically
मालूम था
map
ये होता
control,
है.
then they cut off.
जब बाजी को ही नहीं मालूम ये होता है, हमें कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा? बराबर है.
And so everything just kind of crumbles for GE. So
कोई ना, अच्छा टाइम आउट लिया. अच्छा टाइम
I
आउट.
wouldn't mind seeing them try to continue.
3-3 नेक्स्ट पिस्तौल भी अपन ही जितना भाई कुछ भी बोलो बे. एक पिस्तौल ओनली टूर्नामेंट चाहिए अपने को बस. एक पिस्तौल ओनली टूर्नामेंट. हाँ? अपना विन रेट है ना सबसे सब प्रो टीम से हाईएस्ट विन रेट रहेगा पिस्तौल का. हाँ? बाजी 0 किल्स. अरे तो गेम खत्म तड़ी हुआ है गीली किल.
Have expired. That's what happens. That said, though, I do agree. I think the rounds
Show me
that we've
4
seen
seconds,
Global succeed in are rounds where they actually contest for space.
Show me 4 seconds मतलब मैडम आपके सामने तो बैठा है वो.
It works out for them, but right now, maybe they're just respecting Paper X a little bit,
टीवी
trying
पे थोड़ी
to
देख रही हो.
figure out their
बराबर है.
styles and tendencies, because this is a very different composition. It's a refreshing kind of
Attacker
approach to
side map
Icebox
है,
now,
हाँ
going
भाई.
for tube control of all things.
Yeah, I totally agree. Now you've got a ton of ults here for Paper X. Everything but the Thrash. Let's see what they want to do off of the back of this. Texture did have his lockdown, but you have the
Rossi?
counter.
नहीं, ज़्यादा नहीं. Ah,
I mean, Rossi again, just checking to see if anybody's going underneath the tube, as it is another eco round for the side of GE, and Texture is just going to start piecing off. There is the alarm bot there.
Paper thin.
Yeah.
This is weird.
Why?
PaperX aren't W gaming.
There's no W in here. What is this?
Is this PaperX? Have they been possessed? Did they swap?
Well,
desks?
I think they might have expected some W. So I think they're taking their time, making sure that there's no weird pushes, there's no weird flanks trying to be attempted by GE.
By read to yaar guns nahi hai. Read to hai.
When you're, have this momentum going that PaperX does right now.
That's a very good point. And that's why they're just playing safe on the A site. All 4 players stacked up here, but this is now PaperX's domain. They have taken full control, full execution on towards Global. It was an eco round after all, but they just weren't able to withstand
Binks में बैंकाई और दवाई नहीं है क्या अभी टीम में रहेंगे?
Fans, you gotta be loving what you're seeing.
वो लोग भी थोड़ा कर रहेंगे ना टेस्टिंग.
Coordination here is great. I think we even had a mosh pit kill in there on the back. That's
वो लोग का टीम अच्छा ही है.
Pull off.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Right there. You can hear him. He's fired up. CGRS just gives us a shout out. When he gets that, he gets the molly kill. He's thrilled. I mean, I don't blame him. That was a great execute.
For the guy that wasn't sure which desk to go to during his walkout, I mean, he looks comfortable. And this is the PaperX that we all know and love. They will be able to continue on to find yet another frag. Global is trying to get a little bit spicy with this.
They read that position so well. Somehow gets away with that. I don't know.
Oh my god, and he finds another one for it. Even Tailwind's back, gets the heal from his teammates. And that's going to be PaperX still controlling the site, spike down, pushing past screens. CGRS takes Monyet down.
I mean, the opening pick here to read the position of SK Rossi with the op is just beautiful. That just breaks everything open for PaperX, and you could see that this just gives him all the confidence. I mean, he overpeaks a little bit here. I guess that's more of a mistake, in my opinion, on Rossi's side. But still, it's a good capitalization on it. And Rossi maybe just not expecting to be pushed up that far at that moment. And, CGRS, he is playing really well right now.
CGRS, Sargres bolte hain na usko?
We saw earlier, like, baiting Texture when it was a 1v2.
Oh, yeah.
So this is exciting, and now something's got an op.
I'm still kind of befuddled as to how something did not get slain in that previous engagement. Back into it, though, and PaperX showing us a whole new different side to them. Look at how careful they're approaching this.
Rossi 2 angle दिख रहा है.
हाँ. Global trying to respect that space. Rossi.
Rossi नहीं. नहीं.
Not much info found down mid though.
नहीं.
Did they spot him through too?
कुत्ते ने spot
that might have seen it. I'm not sure. There's some kind of information, coming through here. I'm not sure if the Trailblazer spotted it or not. Now they know it's a B hit. Love the patience here from Mindfreak.
Great peek from Texture.
LOL बे, बाजू से गया Texture के.
And he will be able to take down the first player, and that's going to be Jing. Something still trying to dish out death from above, but Mindfreak, a big flank, a big lurk. He's able to cause paranoia in the back of G's minds. Texture suddenly gone. They're not quite sure where to look. So much space being taken. Spike down. Rossi trying to find what he can. He does have Vandal in his hands now, but look at
must mara bhe Rossi ne shot.
Dish out so much damage in order to push in.
Rossi
just might be the one to do it. A triple kill now, and that leaves CGRS alone. Monyet coming all of a sudden from the back mid. He finds CGRS.
I thought for a moment there, dude, that was looking bad. Mindfreak there with the backstab onto Aaron. Just the lurk that he has, the patience and the presence of mind to wave that out. The kitchen control has been fantastic. But this time, GE able to recover nicely, able to kind of not lose their composure throughout this. And there's tons of information on the side of PaperX. They get those 2 early kills, then Rossi just starts taking over. He outduels a lot of people. And that's what you need to see from this superstar Indian player. Absolutely. They have the viewing party in Mumbai today, so
दोनों watch party एक जगह पे नहीं है.
100%. I mean, look at SK Rossi's stats right now. 11 frags, 7 the highest on the whole server. This guy is providing the value for his team, finding it again and again. Back on the knives and just waiting up by A. PaperX exploring this side of the map once again. Until he's sent out now. But here comes the flash
एक
from
दो
Boxy.
तीन
A sudden
ओ भाई
push,
ओ भाई
and it's
ओ
that
भाई
big contest that
भाई
we're looking for. They push
मजा आ गया
Paperworks back,
मजा आ गया मस्त
but the
पूछता
spike has been dropped.
I just love that. It's a flash and dash with the Reckoning to back it up. That is a wonderful set play there from
Reckoning
GE. That's an eraser special. I can tell you that right now. That's Korean Valorant if I've ever seen it. You just flash and you send your jet in. You follow up with the utility. It's so beautiful from the side of GE.
They're racing even more now.
बाजी मारेगा बाजी भाई
Not be able to make it forward. Mindfreak trying to clutch, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen to A. It's not.
जीजी वाले कहाँ पे गए अबे जीजी नहीं बे जी
I love that set.
12
Again,
kill
I
घर
say that's
जाएगा
Korean because we see this like that's we're the region that invented flash and dash. All right, and I'm very
so
proud of it.
Korea,
I'm very
Paper
proud of this.
टाइम आउट
Okay,
लिया
but yeah.
टाइम आउट लिया सुना अटैकर साइडेड मैप पे हम लोग पिस्तौल में भी बहुत स्ट्रांग है ठीक है तो अपने का 2 का लीड ऑलरेडी है ये मेरे हिसाब से अपना ये टाइम आउट में ये बात होना चाहिए कि हम लोग ऑलरेडी जीत गए अब क्या करें पार्टी कहाँ पे होगी ये मेरे हिसाब से टाइम आउट में ये बात कर रहा रहेगा
Extra layer.
रॉसी मेरे हिसाब से
Vision control that GE does not.
You can tell that Paperworks did not expect that
देखा
whatsoever.
दिख रहा
There's
है
no chance that you can react.
वो देखो रॉसी को देखो रॉसी यही बोल रहा है यार क्या है बाद में पार्टी का क्या सीन्स है इधर जाने वाले अपन डांस बिंस होगा वहां पे ऐसा हाँ
That utility set play execution that we love to see, from coaches like Eraser, CHUMMI.
ये देखो ये लोग आगे पीछे कर रहे लेकिन आगे पीछे करके फायदा नहीं है क्योंकि अपन नेक्स्ट पिस्तौल राउंड जीतने वाले ऐसा बोला है कोच ने हाँ चोर
Then kind of anticipate
ऐसे में
something
उनके
like
माइंड
that.
के
It's
अंदर
hard
गया
to
ना
tell.
लगता है मेरा भी
Especially
नाम
when
माइंड फ्रीक होना
Global-
चाहिए था
Especially when you don't have that much map control, you don't have that much information, whereas Global holds those cards. And you can see that right now during the timeout.
मत
I think
बजो
Alex was trying to
आज ही
explain
के
that
दिन
to
बच
him,
सकते भाई
trying to figure out how they might actually be able to switch up the pace because clearly putting all your eggs into the basket of A. It's not
मेरे हिसाब से
No, I
समथिंग
agree.
का
I
सेंसी
mean,
बहुत
it
हाई हो
worked,
चुका है गलती से
a couple times early on, but now the adaptation has come through.
जी
I
love
They had a
you
set play for it. So now you might be thinking, if I'm PRX, I might be considering trying to play for a pick and then rotate
तो
off
नया
of it,
टीम और
try
उसके
to show
ऊपर
a
गेक
little
को
bit of
मेटा
a
भाई
different idea. So far, the attacks have
बोलो।
been pretty
नया
consistent,
चीज
and they're
तो
giving
लाते
up
हैं
a ton of
PRX
space here. This
हाँ?
allows the Viper's pit to
बात
be
तो है
put
ना
down. Now, you still have Texture's lockdown in the
G
back
fighting with
pocket.
black
No
excuse me
Hunter's
Vishal
Fury
bhai.
to clear it. So maybe there's a reaction here from GE
ये
involving
राउंड अटैक करना बहुत टफ है
Yeah, there definitely is a little bit of a flank coming out from the back of A. Forsaken is in a great
तो वो देख
position
कहाँ पे
though.
बैठा है
And he's able to find off the first pick. Maybe the second, it is
दो मार
confirmed.
दिए।
And of course, the Viper's pit on the A site. They might have to evacuate because of the lockdown, but they still have a lot of these great positions. Mindfreak still has the snake bites. He's still hiding up on top. Forsaken finding the third now. And of course, the entire side engulfed in green.
भाई
They
ये
will not
क्या
do all
gaming
that
है?
much. Jared tries to spray, but gets shut down by Forsaken with the Quadra.
Yeah, I love the
क्या gaming है
positioning
भाई?
there from Paper Rex, leaving a player to watch for that flank, kind of recognizing that GE wants
भाई कोई समथिंग भाई को बताएगा उसने $5,000 खर्च किए गन लेने के लिए और आर्मर लेने के लिए हाँ क्या शॉट यूज कर रहा है यार
where they can keep
गलत बात है कि नहीं
in a spot where he's still able to maneuver around the Viper's pit to keep it up, and they're still able
मार दिए
to
रे।
find the value out of it. So really,
कोई
really
ना,
well
मेरा
handled
दोस्त
here,
था, कब डर
in
हुआ?
particular by Forsaken locking down that backside. But
तीन मारे
Mindfreak
उसने।
is a key piece of this with his utility to get the plant down, to get the setup, and to have the reaction to
उनको
that
नहीं
lockdown
पता।
that they knew was coming.
उनको नहीं पता
Still, I mean, look at this round now.
Rossi,
Flash
Rossi,
and SK Rossi
Rossi.
is up on top.
चलो चलो चलो
Strikes and something's instantly gone. Even second, SK Rossi, calm down, my boy. On to the next one, and Texture shuts off the B-side approach, looking for a second, maybe a little bit of a res. But this
Added
is
him in a
big
friend list
information
में
from
Rossi,
Cole.
याद
They are
रखना।
fully aware of this hit coming through. A bit of a dizzy flash, and it blinds off.
चार मारे क्या देख रहा है रॉसी को देख रहा था
I think Texture's still good. He knows how to play around this. The entire team is making their transition over to the B site.
Fast rotate from the side of
Plant भी नहीं
Rossi and
करने दिया
Babsy.
बे।
Been working together really well this map so far.
No
Spike भी ये
gets
side गिरा क्या
fragmented at this point. They tried to pull it off with the wall from Jing, but covered
Flank
off
आ
by
रहा
so
है, heavy।
much. Ooh, we tried to airstrafe out of that. Still
K.
able to stick it through. All right, but
दो
here comes
flank आया।
Botsy, and accompanied by Rossi from behind. CGRS, Jing hunting him down. They work together in tandem.
and now they only have to focus about the front. A bit of a poison cloud, and they try to spray through it. Oh my god, 3 players on the other side. Texture with the final offshot. We end this first half 6-6, Paper Thin.
I mean, this has been fantastic.
Paper Thin नहीं रे. Paper Thin नहीं, Paper X. थोड़ा गलत हो गया.
You know, I like that GE kind of stuck to their guns in this round.
Paper Thin बोला.
You know, they played safe.
My mom
they
says
these
कुछ तो
opening
बोला.
kills here with SK Rossi, and then they
My
just
mom
fall back.
says,
They say Texture's got the
पता इन क्या बोल रही है?
Good luck, because that guy's usually really solid. With it. He got the opener, missed the second.
पता नहीं.
He's good for the final.
Hello,
and this is just really,
how's the use?
You know, measured play here.
By the
from
way,
the side.
अंकल और आंटी, क्या एक्लेयर्स ने बोला है कि इंडिया में उसका सबसे बेस्ट फ्रेंड मैं था? हाँ? सबसे बेस्ट, कितना ख्याल रखा है मैंने एक्लेयर्स का. सबसे बेस्ट फ्रेंड था. अगर आप उसको मेरा मतलब मेरे को उसका रियल नाम भी पूछो ना, तो भी मैं उसको प्यार से एक्लेयर से बुलाता हूँ. एकदम. बताया एक्लेयर्स तूने कैसा है सब दुबई में यार? बढ़िया है.
Both teams
कास्टर का नाम है पेपर थिन, तो क्या हुआ भाई?
up their strats and trying to kind of adapt to each other, but it's proving to be
मुझे देख के
so
शर्मा आ रही
even right now, and this is
looks
beautiful.
by looks matter. I
No,
can't
agree.
help it.
It's
Yeah.
a really fun match. I mean,
I can't help
CGRS
it,
has looked
guys.
pretty good at times in this. He's looked pretty fast. He's reacted to things well with his utility. He's had impact. You know, we even saw a
अपना
Mosh
कुछ
Pit
ज्यादा
kill in
बोल रहा है,
there. We
मतलब
saw
जीत
a
गया.
Thrash that
Thrash
connected.
set up for Mind Freak
Exactly.
as well. Oh my god.
It's looking really good, honestly. I'm very impressed with what they're bringing with this
Global
with
esports
this
fighting.
Gecko
Love
that
you.
hasn't had a ton of impact here.
I
in
mean,
Pacific.
love you मतलब वो board.
In Pacific.
Yeah.
So far, only Talon has been the team that played Gecko.
Hello,
That
India. Hey.
wasn't so great. But here,
Binks ace मार.
I
ठीक है
think
यार क्यूटी बाद
we're
में.
seeing a lot more coordination and teamwork and maybe some careful plays from
ECM.
DRX, different
क्या
from their
बोली?
usual blind, crazy fast W gaming style. Still a little bit chaotic at times, and that's why I think it's a little bit tough for
अरे
Global
मेरा
to beat
best
them.
friend का chat
But
क्यों
on the
नहीं
other
दिख रहा?
hand, what you're seeing on the side of Global,
Oh my God, Bunks, my mom is replying to you thinking you can hear. Huh? I can hear. आंटी जी ने बोला थैंक यू सो मच बेटा, ऐसा बोला रहेगा ना? हाँ? मॉम को सिखाने के जगह पे बेइज्जती कर रही है एक्लेयर्स. आंटी जी एक काम करे, आज के दिन उसको थोड़ा बाहर निकाले घर से, तब भी उसको अकल आएगा मेरे हिसाब से. आंटी जी हो जाए एक, ठीक है, और इसका एक व्लॉग भी बनता है मेरे हिसाब से.
Right away, and you have success. That was
बच लो बिंक्स भाई, बच लो. अरे
but particularly Rossi, you know, we saw him overextend a little bit early. Jing's going to use his wall to grab the orb off the
गोल्ड भाई आ रहे हो मैच देखने डिस्कॉर्ड पे?
early play.
Tribune तो है.
Information, and GE's going to just knife the wall to see if there's a reaction.
it's kind of a hefty investment if you ask me. 400 credits just.
गोल्ड भाई एक चीज नोटिस
Maybe
किया?
it's worth it.
We get a
जब से
little bit
अपना
of
कोलैब
info.
हुआ है ना,
Yeah.
तब से जीत रही
Potentially,
है. जस्ट
you know,
सेइंग.
you're forcing a little bit of utility here out of the jet, right? You got the knives, so you can at
Oh,
least
wait,
hear.
actually,
मैंने बोला बस स्टार्ट्स बोल रहे हैं सब.
Yeah.
नो वॉच फॉर टी राइट्स.
Texture's real deep.
नहीं डिस्कॉर्ड में आके चिल.
Oh.
CGRS is here. He's ready. Maybe. Well, he's dropping back, so the pressure here is going to open up space for Texture.
ECM VCM सब CM हो रहा है.
Okay. Very tactical. We're seeing
Come
the
DC, मैं
Trailblazer
already
clear
Tribune
out
के
yellow.
DC में हूँ.
DRX instantly reacting to this. But what I don't like so much about this is the lack
Pato
of
नहीं है
map
आज,
control. You
पता
have
नहीं
no
किधर.
idea that Texture is so deep into A. You have no idea that Monyet is up in the kitchen. We're starting to cook. CGRS
मौने
able
भाई
to dodge the flames.
ये क्या था यार?
Now they're looking to possibly sandwich him.
ये टाइमिंग.
Quick to get over
Oh,
there. and yeah,
timing
like you
हो गया
were
4
talking
सेकंड
about,
के
dude,
साथ.
Texture unaccounted for. Mind Freak
इसके
there,
साथ भी timing.
not ready for Mon yet. And it's a
King
5v3.
of timings,
Okay,
baby.
quick trades though on the site.
And again, it's these pistol gods of global something trying to descend,
कोई
but
ना
not
रोसे भाई.
quite able. He's going to be the one falling instead. CGRS.
हाँ, कोई
Last
सी-
one now, 1-on-3. A turret in his face.
Pistol king,
Airing up on
baby.
top. Peeking off of contact. A simple burst and a headshot to boot. Global once again. 2-0 so
गोल्ड
far
मैंने
in
बोला था
pistols.
कुछ.
Dude, this is just. I mean, I
भाई
don't even know
पिस्तौल
what
में
to
हम लोग को
do
नहीं
with
हरा
this.
सकते
They
भाई.
are
पिस्तौल में कभी हरा सकते मालूम है जब 3 वैंडल 2 ऑप रहेगा ना तब मेरे हिसाब से पहले राउंड में तो जैसा अपडेट आ गया कि एनिमीज को वैंडल और ऑप दे तो भी थोड़ा चांसेस थोड़ा कम ही
rotating over to the B site. He's totally ready.
क्या बोला एजेंट डिफ बोला क्या?
Come on over. And oh yeah, when Forsaken comes in to try to check, they have no idea that space had been taken. And so really good stuff here from GE.
It is really
जीत जा यार मजा आ जाएगा.
PaperX getting faked like that. Now this round, they're out for blood, maybe going a little bit aggressive, trying to find a pick, trying to find
काली है, येलो काली है. रॉसी भाई डैश मार के सीधा स्नोमैन हो जाए.
Do that. They're pretty stingy this round. Look at how they're playing.
No doubt. It's again, you want to be careful of over-aggression. Now, okay, Forsaken gets 2 big kills again.
How? Off of pure aim, the classics will be able to ring true, but Manyet now walk into the spray. We're spraying, we're praying, we're going to church, but Texture will be the one that speaks the truth. One player left. 4 players gone. That's big economical damage.
Yeah, this is a much better follow-up here for PaperX than the previous side, right? I mean, GE ended up still converting the bonus anyway, even after some damage was done by Forsaken, but off the rip here, you know, Forsaken just gets 2 huge kills with the classic again. This has been absolutely nuts. And Global, as patient as they were, you know, PaperX sort of found a decent time to just pull the trigger and say, all right, everybody go now. Everybody just, you know, hit W and let's try to take them down. And it worked a treat. Certainly, you're very happy with that round if you're a PaperX fan.
Plant the spike.
Yeah. Sometimes the aim just works. Sometimes the firefights just favor you. But off to the next round, though. I think firepower will speak volumes. SK Rossi still sudden headshot and
Mahara,
something.
can we say G winning rather than fighting? By उनका टर्म है भाई B से वाले.
Bit of a standard wall just to block.
उनका तकिया कलाम है, तुम तकिया ही निकालना चाहते हो, हैं? ऐसा नहीं होता. G fighting.
Global and very careful.
Batsy was able to pick up that Marshall, and he is no slouch with it. I can tell you guys that I have seen him when he was on Slayers do some pretty nasty things with that Marshall.
Oh wow!
Let's see if he can get something done. Yeah, a tag there on the Munyet.
Sure,
gonna force him back. Maybe get the heal.
Ball जाने के लिए रुकेंगे ये लोग मेरे हिसाब से.
I don't think he's just a bit of a heal. Maybe we're just gonna rotate back forward, and that's why Forsaken this.
A ton of
scouting out, yes, with the Owl drone. Now he knows there might be a bit of mid presence. We're splitting up our defensive forces 2 on 2 on each site.
क्या लगता है प्लांट मिलेगा?
We just need to make the right call, the right read. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh boy.
What just happened? Paper thin, Manyets winning out a one-on-one against Forsaken. Indonesian versus Indonesian. He comes out on top with a ghost. Mindfreak, you have to save the day. It's not gonna happen. Texture says no. We're down to a 2-on-3. Texture does have a Spectre. Jing comes up from mid. Oh, he's able to do so much because of the positional displacement. Now Texture, a sudden swing. And we're back to 1-on-1. We have the Spectre still. We're strike spray. Oh no, something! The cloud burst, the smoke bomb, it does not protect you. 9-6 and Global. They have found the win underneath their sails.
It's another bonus converted by GE here.
यार love you यार Forsaken
I mean, this all starts with some decent picks with the Marshall. Gonna catch CGRS out in the open there.
Slow motion में दिखाया रे
but this fight right here is, you know, it's a good little kind of bait there from Aaron. He moved behind the box instantly to give a little bit of extra time. Maybe break the crosshair initially.
क्या है ये भाई?
From Forsaken, but Texture absolutely nasty there. And GE is fired up, but I'm not so confident about the reaction for PaperX to that mid push. They get the information, it's a 2-2 split. Instead of trying to
बिना info के मत जाना, 5 जने, please.
Exactly. And that's what hurts. Second bonus round win, and if I'm being honest, even as a PaperX fan, that was sloppy. Now Jing trying to get a little bit adventurous on this top of pipes. Might be able to find a bit of a frag, but that's it because one and done. Global gets to push forward now. Texture, SK Rossi, they are just decimating PaperX with this site hit. 10-6. Again, not slowing down.
5-man stack में वो भी एक gun भी कहाँ? नसीब भाई.
A much better fourth round now.
Rossi by 20 bomb or what?
Half where they lost it. This one they get it. But it's just a fast hit. I mean, they just changed the tempo. I mean, this is what you know, I'm concerned about here. I really wanted to get to this point. We haven't had a lot of time. I was asking people backstage who's IGLing for Paper X.
क्या बाजी को पता है कि मुझे चाय
There was
पसंद
no
है?
answer, and there might have even been there might have even been a kind of it's sort of an IGL by committee, you know, situation here right now.
We're a democracy here. We vote for the best call.
I mean, and look at
अभी तो कंफर्म पार्टी का बात करो यार।
coordination was mostly there.
भाई अब स्टार्ट वेट्स कुछ नहीं चाहिए, अब सीधा पोस्ट गेम की बातें करो। हाँ।
Already, Aaron.
इसके बाद किधर जाने वाले, कौन से होटल में जाने वाले, क्या खाना मंगाने का है, अभी डिसाइड कर लो। मैं तो बोलता हूँ कॉल करके होटल को बोलो ये ऑर्डर करके रखने, ताकि गेम के बाद जाके खा सकते हो। क्या बोलते हो?
Seem to be a little bit disjointed here so far in the second half.
PRX lost to G लिखा है उसने। Bring back Breeze, bind पहले, bind पहले।
My man.
Breeze क्या bind चाहिए भाई?
DRX and something here again. Something
मत बोल, क्या मत बोल भाई, जीत गए भाई, जीत गए।
It can be pretty nice at times, like we were talking.
गाइस, क्या तुम में से किसने अंडी मंडी खेला है बचपन में? अंडी मंडी, हाँ, अंडी मंडी आज खेल सकते हैं जिसने लाइक नहीं किया। अंडी मंडी ठीक है, 13,000 वॉचिंग, 5,000 लाइक्स, घर जाएगा। वोट तक 9,000 है। YouTube को बोलना पड़ेगा वोट की जगह पे लाइक्स ही करें। रोज ट्रेंडिंग पे जाऊंगा।
This is Paper X's pick too.
Exactly.
It is very surprising. I mean, especially not having Divai in on this.
यार एक चीज है, मैंने इतना स्लो खेलते हुए नहीं
Divai has
देखा।
been one of their best players in terms of, you know, KD, KDA. He's like top 10 in our league right now, and you know, Forsaken is like top 5 ACS, but he's not up there for KD. So in terms of the impact that Divai has, I think so far he has maybe been their best player. And to not have him in here, you know, whether it be as the IGL or just as a very good initiator. Texter, again, he has just been absolutely nuts in the map. He has the lockdown, by the way. There's no Hunter Fury or Forsaken to shut this down. So this is a really good opportunity here for GE to get a plant down, get set up, you know, get ready for this.
DRX भाई, you should run it. चलो चलो।
He has to.
Binks ना अब G bootcamp जाके आए थे।
At that point,
almost गया था।
your only option is Paper X. There are only so many spots that you can come from, and GE are reading them in full. The book is open, the pages are flipped. SK Rossi now looking for destruction. A second frag, holding off mid as well. We've got Monyet with a Viper's Pit, but CGRS just walks right in. He's able to do a little bit more damage, a bit of a wide swing, but not quite able to land the further shots. SK Rossi will clean up. GE.
Big fan, love you CGRS.
Yeah, even when it looked like it might get a little dangerous there for GE with CGRS finding kind of a surprise kill in the middle of all this chaos. I mean, Texture just gets that one for free a bit. I mean, Rossi, what a play here. This guy has been absolutely electric today. Can't speak highly enough of how well Rossi is playing, by the way. I know we're talking about a lot of other things, but guys, he is playing out of his mind.
Hey, dear analysts, I would like you to ask Rossi ki Jet kisne सिखाया? Jet main.
That round was clean for GE.
The reason why I don't play on stream, Jet.
So good the last couple weeks.
ये reason.
Looking dialed in.
Peak performance is what Paper Thin is saying.
That's right.
I mean, look at this now. Paper X has no choice but to go into the Force. They don't get this round. It's basically game over. SK Rossi, so aware of this. And he's trying to be a little bit more careful. Oh my god! Something up in the air! A triple kill CGRS for a second that came out of nowhere! What?
Unbelievable. Please show me the Mumbai crowd reaction on that. That was absolutely nuts.
That is animal.
Nuts में दर्द हो रहा है भाई, hello.
I mean, that is as fast as it gets. I mean, it is nothing but heads. This is outrageous.
Top.
Unbelievable. He doesn't miss a single one.
Oh my god.
I mean, they're lined up a little bit.
Easy वाला तो वो मिस किया, ठीक है भाई, मिलता हूँ। अरे ऐसे टाइम पे कौन बेल बजा रहा है?
His name just might be something. Leah Petrov, 11-7 now, and Paper X finds their second win. 4 more rounds to make it even. But again, a single mistake, and it's going to be match point. SK Rossi, he wants revenge. He's got the operator.
Paper X does have enough money for one more. Yeah, Rossi not able to connect on this one. Still probably A little bit of adrenaline flowing, but it's okay. Texture is good for the opener again. Just the way that he
क्या मिस किया मैंने? कैसे मारा एंट्री उसने? कैसे मारा?
And now Paper X trying to react off of this.
मेड होगी कपड़े सुखाने.
Not checked. Monyet gone. And then the rest comes in. We have numbers.
ए पिंकी तूने देखा? मेरा ट्रिपल किल.
Forsaken gets a little bit curious and he gets punished for it. The cat has been killed. Something still trying to pull off miracles on his own. You can't do this alone.
इसको डैश भी नहीं है.
You could have, but now you're completely
अबे
surrounded.
जिंदा कैसे है?
Open up. He has no idea. Texture will be able to delete him. Spike now being delivered over to the A side. Jing has to be the one.
Oh, by Texture, by MVP, by Rossi के बाद
Global wants this win. They want match point. SK Rossi with the blade, the right click. Mind Freak is the only one left.
एक ये जेट है जो उछल रहा है और एक अपना.
Oh man, I mean this is just absolutely insane. Even when it looks like Paper X might be able to recover, they might be able to stabilize. You know, they get the kill on Monyet, and then it just it all starts to fall apart.
LOL, dude!
Texture is good for the board.
LOL, dude!
It's unbelievable, dude. I mean, GE is just toying with them now.
That feels bad. He saw the guiding light turn away for
25
it.
skill पे भी by Texture ने भी बहुत बाप किया ना. 21 skill पे Texture.
Once again,
Kill
zero
जाएगा.
mistakes from here on out.
Yeah,
बाजी का
there's no room for error.
assist दिख रहे तुम
Like,
लोग?
good news
20
is, I mentioned it very briefly at the beginning of last round, was there was enough money
20
to
assist.
put together a buy for Paper X if that previous round went sideways. But, you know, this is it. I mean, you've got a Hunter's Fury, you've got a Viper's Pit, you've got some tools to work with, no ults available.
Oh
and
my God.
yeah, the battle goes poorly for something. He doesn't die at least.
बच गया
Oh
रे.
God. Good bit of damage on both sides, but still. Your star duelist now.
Heal
Maybe a
तो
bit
क्या
of
हुआ?
fuel from both sides. Monyet gets to do so much more because of the Sage nerfs now. And
MCM? एक सेकंड देख रहा
far
हूँ.
away. Viper's Pit is the only
ये
thing
बहुत फास्ट जा रहा है यार चैट.
preventing Global from pushing to A. Trying to get a little bit more information, but we're also
Mortal
peeking so
shots
much.
से.
And that is so risky. It does
Mortal.
not pay. Pays for Global. 2 players gone.
Short से यार.
Enemy kill.
Okay.
It's a good start. That's big. The toxic screen is going to come through mid here.
Main
So,
से आ
that's
जाते
the toxic screen.
तो.
That's the high tide from Aaron. And he is just trying to cut off the center of the map.
आधी है क्या?
Obscure the movement of GE, who is looking for flanks. They're checking to see if anybody's pushing the extremities of the map. Nobody is for Paper X. They're very spread out in a 2-1.
I mean, they can't, right? If they do, they get punished.
30 seconds
So now
left.
Global are just
ये तो
playing
जीत
off
गए
this
भाई.
safely. They're covering all bases. And
A पे blind डाल के B
will
चलो.
be able to overwhelm with the setups from Basi.
B जाने वाले हैं
This
लोग.
position so defensively back
नहीं
up
रे,
on
यही
top
जा रहे
of Rafters now. 15 seconds left to get the spike plant. CGRS does get a bit of information, but Mindfreak has to know
10 seconds
that
left.
he's alone here.
Last
Mon-
player.
LOL!
Oh my goodness! Suddenly gone! Batsy cleans up with
भाई,
a simple
ये क्या
fly peek,
खेला?
and it's 13-7. Global will take Paper X's map pick off.
I mean, that attacker side was near flawless. They only dropped one round.
Guys, अंडे मंडी like करो जल्दी.
Attacker side for GE, and everything
Guys,
looks so good there. I
DRX
mean,
का हरा दिया.
first and foremost, SK Rossi.
For
what a
second, I
performance
love
here
you,
on the
but
Jet. You know, a
जीत
lot
गए हम
of
लोग.
discussion about should it be Texture,
Huh?
should it be him? Well, that one right there is definitely a check mark in the SK Rossi book for sure. As great as Texture was on this Killjoy.
भाई आज एक और वो किया अपन ने milestone.
When you have
हाँ
all these
एक और
superstar
milestone
duelists,
अपन ने किया.
they can transfer over to other
DRX
roles
को हराया हाँ ना.
and now we're seeing this with Texture on this Killjoy. He doesn't play the Killjoy, I'd say, like a standard Killjoy. He's kind of up close and personal. He plays
Holding
it.
angles, he's opping.
Yeah, he's getting set up by Batsy for these flash pushes.
भाई something का
I
वो
mean,
triple kill मस्त था.
it's really intriguing to watch the way he plays, but he's so confident, he's so accurate, he's so disciplined.
भाई sexy kill. इंटरनेट नहीं है क्या रे दुबई में?
Here.
I mean,
You can see why.
Yes.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा है.
Global, great investments on so many of these
भाई ये
players.
crazy
SK
था.
Rossi, now that he's
ये
arrived in
crazy था.
Korea, we talked to him last.
लगता है PRX को सपोर्ट कर रही थी. आवाज नहीं आ रहा. हो गया ठीक है थैंक यू.
Look at what happened today. look at what happened on PaperX's very own Icebox map pick. I can appreciate that PaperX are trying to get creative. We do see some miracle heroic moments from some.
हेलो एक्लर्स, पीआरएस को सपोर्ट कर रही थी, आवाज नहीं आ रही तेरी. हेलो
but overall, there wasn't nearly as much impact from something as there was with Rossi.
रुको मैं दरवाजा बंद करके आया.
The second half,
चोर और घुस गया तो
GE was just so much better about maneuvering around the map, making better reactions, making better decisions. And so the concerning thing for me with that was PaperX felt confident enough to not only pick this map, but to run these players in a very unusual setup, and it did not pan out.
Not for this one, but let's see what happens on the next map pick. We will go to a quick break, and then our desk will break this down. A full team all the way straight down.
No doubt, and yeah, I think
continue to push on through, but at some point you walk straight into the blood. CGRM, it works. And now off the tech.
ओए चैट 10 के लाइक्स करो पट से.
the threat.
Here comes Manya with the Sheriff.
Lockdown.
एक्लर्स आवाज आ रहा है? ओ डायमंड प्लेयर. 15 के वाचिंग 8.5 के लाइक्स. क्या बोलूं यार. Hitters.
Of a pure aim, the classics will be able to ring true, but Manya comes out on top with a ghost. Mindbreak, you have this additional displacement. Now texture.
भाई कुछ भी बोलो बे. टेक्सचर भाई. हाँ टेक्सचर भाई कुछ भी बोलो भाई. टेक्सचर तो है भाई. क्रेजी केला. हाँ कुछ बोला तो भाई के बारे में. इंटरनेट नहीं है रे. एक्लेट्स क्या पे. पीसीएम पी कौन है अभी. पिंकी. अरे माफ करे. हाउ डू यूज पिंकीज. चोर आया तो भी क्या चुराएगा. कच्चों के अलावा कुछ भी नहीं आपके पास. रोटियां भी है भाई. रोटियां भी है. स्किल चैलेंज. स्किल चैलेंज कैसे करते हैं. स्किल्स तो है ही नहीं. लाइटिंग फर्स्ट गया है. ये क्या है भाई. क्या ये एक और लीक्स हो सकता है जी का. भाई क्या डिकोड किया ना मैंने. क्या डिकोड किया मैंने. लैंग्वेज सॉरी. कितना मारने का. मैंने इसमें 30 मारे थे. जस्ट सेइंग. एक मिस हो गया. मैंने 30 मारे थे. ये हार गया मेरे साथ. मैं जीत गया. 23 बे. मेरा 30 था बेबी. 30 था. हार्ड डे. मैं इंसेन मोड में खेलता हूँ. हार्ड वाले. लव यू यार. जब भी मिलेंगे ना अपन गले जरूर मिलेंगे यार. लव यू.
So close to 100.
एरियन भाई आपका नंबर मिल सकता है गले मिलने को. इसमें फैंटम नहीं चलती है. मैंने देखा है. वैंडल चलती है. मैंने 24 तो मारा. मैंने 24 तो मारे. हेरिन भाई एनएच के. गोल्ड भाई चैट मिस. फिर भी तो वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है और वो वहां खेल रहा है. गोल्डी भाई टीम नहीं है. गोल्डी भाई. गोल्ड भाई आप मुझे मेरा ड्रीम टीम दिला दो. ट्रॉफी कंफर्म अपनी है. ड्रीम टीम मुझे चाहिए. ड्रीम टीम बताएं. इफ यू आर रेडी टू स्पॉन्सर वी कैन विन. ड्रीम टीम में कौन कौन होना चाहिए. हमारा स्मोकर टिबुंट. ठीक है. इनिशिएटर अन्ना बराबर. ड्यूलिस्ट मैं और गोल्डी बाय. डेडली डुओस. डेडली डोज। हाँ, फाटू भाई इतना टाइम नहीं दे सकते स्पोर्ट्स को, क्योंकि उनको ट्रिप विप पे भी जाना पड़ता है। तो फाटू के जगह पे मैं तो बोलता हूँ जोकर भाई ले, एक आलम बॉट मिल जाएगा। माफ करे जोकर भाई, लव यू। एक्लर्स को लिया तो टीम टूटेगा भाई। एक्लर्स को लिया, चेयर से उठ के उधर जाएगी गाली देने। हाँ अबे क्या बे लवले, मुझे मारा कैसे तूने वहां से? हाँ तेरी भेड़ की। वो लोग सीधा छोड़ के जाएंगे भाई, बैन लगेगा हम लोग को 10 साल के स्पोर्ट्स में, समझ रहे हो? जस्टिस फॉर राका है। एक्लर्स नीडेड बनता है, एक्लर्स इज थोड़ा भटूरे को ले सकते हैं। बोले भाई अगर भटूरे को लिया तो टूर्नामेंट का प्राइज मनी तो खाने में जाएगा यार। हाँ? रोज स्टोरी डालते हैं, आज यहां से खा रहा हूं वहां से खा रहा हूं, कॉस्ट कटिंग करे। हाँ +1 पिंकी, पिंकी तो मेरे साथ आएगी घूमने को। पिंकी को ऐसे ले सकते, ये मैंने सोचा क्यों नहीं एज द गुड हस्बैंड, ये सोचना चाहिए था ना। टेंस को ले लें। हाँ टेंस भी फ्री है आजकल, मैंने सुना। अंकिता को ले लो, बेस्ट, नो मेंटेनेंस। नाइस वन गाइस, ये होता है, ये होता है। यूफो ने देखो, यूफो ने क्या बोला, अंकिता को ले लो, नो मेंटेनेंस। इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि अंकिता अच्छी है, इसका मतलब सिंपल है कि यूफो ने प्रूव कर दिया कि वो बहुत गंदा खेलता है। ऐसा नहीं कि मुझे ले ले। हाँ यूफो भाई क्या सीन है भाई, सीजन 3 में देख पाएंगे कि नहीं? ये क्यूट किल जाए पिंकी, हो जाए 5 मैन। तो वो करते सैलरी डिस्कस एज अ ड्यूलिस्ट पर मंथ 7.9 करोड़ का कुछ कर सकते। चलो चैट जल्दी मैच चालू करो वरना लास्ट स्ट्रीम हो सकता है।
Throughout that one, I'll have to
अनम्यूट कर, क्या सुन रहा है बे तुम लोग को?
It was dominant. Global very much ahead at every twist and turn
Let's say
here.
practice.
See, you know, a nice streak from PaperX at the beginning.
माफ करो,
Dropping the first 3 to be able to run it back a bit, but
Capital
yeah,
में BSD के
Rossi,
लिए करो बाबा।
as you mentioned, hell of a performance from him in this
माफ
match.
करो।
Yeah, I mean, he's
मतलब
popping
अपने
off,
लिए
right?
बोला
I mean,
था,
sure,
मतलब
yes,
1
were there
लाख
a
मेरा,
couple
बाकी
instances where maybe
स्कोरर्स
he still
आपका।
overseas
डेडली
just
दो
kept it.
ड्यूलिस्ट
Sure,
ना,
it
ड्यूलिस्ट
does
के लिए बोला
happen.
मैंने।
But at the end of the day, he looks even stronger than he
आप
did in his
मेन
debut at
ड्यूलिस्ट में
Pacific last
सेकेंडरी
week.
ड्यूलिस्ट वैसा।
I gotta say, with Global Esports, they may be able to turn this entire thing around. They had one of the
Yeah,
roughest
yes.
starts here in the first couple weeks. We've got Rossi now in Korea in his second week.
भाई
He
एक
seems to be
चीज है,
acclimated.
एक चीज है, जिस दिन मेरा TYFS हुआ, जिस भी दिन 5 साल बाद 10 साल बाद, और अगर फाटू से पहला मेरा TYFS हुआ ना, कसम से बोल रहा हूँ इतना रोऊंगा, इतना कि तुमको लगेगा भैंस इतना इंसान रो कैसे सकता है। जीनियस बुक ऑफ वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड्स में जाऊंगा मैं। वन लाइक डन, चलो हो जाए। काश उस दिन साय ने हाँ बोला रहता गोल्डी भाई।
Does strike back for quite a bit in the first.
They do. This is going to be a little bit of a fast forward right towards the end of that first half. This round 11 coming through. When things were a bit dire, they call a timeout. They say, okay, we want to pump the brakes. Global have just picked up 2 rounds in a row. We're going to heavy commit on the edge. They quickly get in. They drop this down. And really, I mean, he gets this nice forward position, but it's all about Forsaken holding down the rear, making sure that this flank from Munyet, from SK Rossi cannot come to fruition. He finds the initial pick, follows up for the second one. Yes, it's off camera. But Forsaken then goes on to take over the rest of this round and finding a 4K. And it was a great shutdown. Unfortunately, though, for the Sun PaperX, it was fairly short-lived. But this was a moment that they desperately needed, the kind of impact play that they very much were looking for, something bouncing forward, able to find one with that shorty as he goes into the pit.
Pink hair color करो, मेरे को भी करने का hair color red.
Forsaken, somebody who
race वाला
not
color.
going to be as known for his Sova. I believe it's his 5th most played of all time. This is like the 19th game that he's played Sova in, so it has not been nearly as much as him playing things.
Now
like
I'm curious to know what happened.
Etc. So a little lesser known pick from him, but widely looked pretty decent in the beginning. Unfortunately, wasn't able to find too much impact when it came down to the fittings.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough. And the casters called it out when they were on the attacking side, Paper X. I mean, they were still able to get some good trades when they were executing his 5 and things like that. But again, the depth of it wasn't there, especially when they went on to the defensive side. Now let's talk about that second half, especially because Tasteless Global Esports actually wins both bonuses, both in the first half and then later on in the second half as well in round 15.
Yeah, this was, again, a moment where for now, the scores were fairly even, and this looked like it should have been a pretty easy round for Paper X to try to clear out. Ultimately, Global Esports came through. They slipped right in underneath two, got the plant set up over here. Crazy moment. Texture really starts to pop off. There's a moment where it looks like
अगर देख रहा है वो regret है थोड़ा भी बहुत है
with the plays of GENG taking out Bosman yet, but Texture with the first kill here. And then just a beautiful closer. And against them all people, something with spray right through the smoke, getting the kill and winning that. And from there, they just started to compound the advantage. They got win after win after win. And what started out looking a little bit one-sided, then became kind of even, then closed out. Overall one-sided with win.
हेलो साई, क्या कर रहा है ब्रो? प्रैक्टिस कर रहा है? कैसे चल रहा है? मैचेस वैचेस देख रहा है तू? हाँ, पिया चाय पिया? अच्छा। हाँ, मस्त खेला यार, मस्त खेला। मैं क्या बोलता हूँ? कभी ऐसा लगता है अगर तू उस दिन हाँ बोला रहता अपन भी जीतते? ठीक है, मिलते, बाय, हैव प्रैक्टिस। देखा, बोला ना गोल्ड भाई, दर्द तो है गोल्ड भाई। हाँ,
I mean, you didn't even have too many of those to really kind of bring you back to the game. Now, earlier we were talking about SK Rossi obviously performing very well here. Texture put up some numbers as well, but Rossi, we want to take a look at kind of how he's performed so far. Only 2 maps played. Obviously, he just got into Seoul a couple weeks ago.
कोई प्रॉब्लम पॉजिटिविटी है।
Yeah, and both of them were on Icebox, and I think you really can kind of see
टैलेंट में 18 किल मारा था, PRX में 25 किल। अभी नेक्स्ट इसमें अपन 35 प्लस।
And Talon was able to push them a little bit.
विशाल भाई रॉसी को चैलेंज दे, 35 प्लस किल चैलेंज।
Team and what they've been able to do so far in Pacific, you definitely rate Paper X way above.
Please, context नहीं
so for him to be able to come out like this in his second ever map in Pacific, drop 25, be right there alongside Texture neck and neck. I think Texture maybe getting around 21 kills for himself, maybe slightly more by the very end. It was just damn impressive. And you see this massive jump, a plus 50 differential between these maps as far as the damage around. He was having a well-balanced map. I do want to go back and cover my rear because it was not 12-0.
पैसे आपके बेइज्जती आपने बता.
Okay.
My mind saw a circle and I was like, oh, that's a 0. Rather than noticing it was 2 circles stacked on top of each other. But it was Rossi who was leading the charge in that regard, 5 and 2 as far as first kills, first deaths.
Yeah, I mean, Rossi performed really well, and it's kind of building up to the hype that everyone's had around this guy.
Yeah, well, of
कुछ
course.
भी बोलो गोल्ड भाई,
when we saw
फन तो किए लाइफ में, हाँ?
It was
कुछ तो
good,
बहुत
but it
रहे
was
यार
also a
अपन।
little bit lukewarm, right? We're thinking, okay, well, I mean, is this what is
wasn't
going to bring?
explosive.
It's just what's going to bring Global Esports the glory that we kind of expected them to have.
Sure.
But he looks to be in incredible form. You know, he
Binks
seems
by
to be very
giving
comfortable,
highlight to
very,
Hatch.
I don't know,
25 kill plus
relaxed
good
in what he's
Jordans.
doing, and I think that this is showing a lot of promise overall for them.
All right. Now, before we move
Big
on,
W for Rossi.
obviously,
Avradeep, यहाँ पे आप गलत हो, यहाँ पे आप गलत हो Avradeep. I just want to say, Big W to Rossi नहीं हो सकता, Big R हो सकता है, क्योंकि W है ही नहीं Rossi के नाम में. Spelling mistake हो रखा है, Big R हो सकता है यार, क्या कर रहे हो? बराबर है.
DRX is truly an inspiration. The problem is, so look at this. We got to slow it down. Boom, boom, boom. Every head goes down. Let's do it one more time.
I mean, that's how we all felt watching it, right?
Shot. It was very cool. But again,
अबे
you
तुम
could have
लोग
a play
पागल हो
like
क्या
that
भाई?
where you shoot up and get shot right back down and look like a fool. If these aggressive plays are going to win you the games, they have to work every time. And it does seem like overall, with Global Esports, they are able to shut that down enough to then control the map itself.
And again, it's the mechanical ability is there. It's never been in doubt for any of the players on Paper X. They don't pick up bad players who don't have good mechanics. That's been clear. I mean, even CGRS in his own right was looking pretty decent. I think he ends up going pretty much plus. But the mechanics are there. They just have to find to really hone it into a strategic, and get a strategic outcome out of it. And that's the thing that's so frustrating. There's so much possibilities in the past when they do have that controlled chaos style, and they can have these explosive rounds, but the consistency round over round is just completely lost.
Well, I mean, it also just really starts to feel like perhaps, I mean, Paper X, they're understanding that their own style, that part's fine, right? Going in, going for the trades, going in as 5, but then just kind of this macro style, what do we need to change? It seems like they're maybe still experimenting. We talked about this in the opening, Tasteless, you mentioned, now you don't really have that much more time to experiment anymore here in VCT Pacific.
Well, and it seems like even with this round, or this map we just went into, it was experimentation. It did seem to be a little bit labbing. They did not have the solution. They obviously did not come out with that first win. And the results of this tournament are beginning to cement. So they need to figure out what works and probably stick with that. Otherwise, look, they're not out of this yet. They could get flushed out. I think they're still likely to be one of the teams that's going to be advancing. But they are in a bit of a tumultuous period, especially consider the reputation they had and the expectations that a lot of fans have coming into this.
Because I think that's something important.
Thank you for the membership.
Entered these partner leagues. It's important to note that a lot of teams are kind of looking at this long term, right? Really build up kind of our style, our roster, and that's great to see. However, there's also for a team like Paper X this reputation that you're probably going to go to Masters. We'll probably see you again at Champions, and you might be running out of time here to cement that result. We'll have to see how they do here on map 2 on Split.
Yeah, I mean, and to the opposite side, Global is one of those teams that kind of came in as an experimentation, mixing things up, having all these different nationalities, all these different languages spoken, making these players common English. That was kind of seen as, okay, this could end up being a long-term project. Maybe they don't make it into the playoffs the first year, or maybe they make it to the playoffs, but they can't qualify for an international event. But if they stick with this core, they should be able to develop over time. They've already been able to do that now.
Allowed है लेकिन मैं खुद से नहीं देखता हूँ.
So to come into this with the expectations, the accolades backing you, and then lose to this team that should be taking more time to develop, that also hurts that much more. We do have
like karo.
Stepping back in as Divide will be subbed in for CGRS.
Oh, and it looks like we've got a change over on Global Esports as well. Somewhat expected, given how the competition that they played. Most likely going for the Rays as your main duelist here on Split. So Lightning Fast will be coming in. Had a pretty decent debut last week. I mean, his kill score line wasn't the highest, but the way he was playing, the way he was creating space and buying time for his
language.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with the swap out there for PRX. And I will bringing Lightning Fast in replacing Ski Rock.
Guys,
I mean, let's see what happens, but right now, I think Paper X, they're going to have to really step it up. And I think they cannot play fast, and we just saw they got to be a lot more coordinated.
Yeah.
भाई देखो कुछ क्वेश्चंस है. रॉसी ये मैप क्यों नहीं खेला? ठीक है, क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. क्वेश्चन नंबर 2, 10 सेंटिनल में क्यों नहीं खेला? क्वेश्चन नंबर 2. क्वेश्चन नंबर 3, पीएम क्यों नहीं खेला उस दिन? ये सारे क्वेश्चंस का आंसर नहीं मिल सकता अपने को, समझ रहे हो? अगर ये क्वेश्चंस के आंसर आपको चाहिए तो आप एक क्वेश्चन पूछो, लेकिन फिर भी नहीं मिलेगा क्योंकि नहीं है ही नहीं आंसर.
Something when they are playing.
देखो, enjoy करो.
So I think that there's a little bit of added pressure on Lightning Fast's shoulders compared to the previous series, but this has been a very strong map for Global. We've now seen it from them twice. They're 1-1.
अभी देखो दो चीजें होगी, ठीक है? अगर हम लोग जीते तो भाई क्या डिसीजन था. लव यू भाई लाइटनिंग फास्ट ऑफ. और अगर हारे, रॉसी होता तो यार, रॉसी होता तो. अगर थर्ड मैच जीते तो भाई रॉसी उफा. अगर हारे काश सेकंड मैच रॉसी होता यार. ये खत्म नहीं होने वाला है, समझ रहे हो?
Yes, thank you, Will. It's quacker thin.
बराबर है.
This is really hard to cast.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay.
ये लोग को भी नहीं पता था.
It's okay. I feel
you did?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
ये लोग को भी नहीं पता था PRX हारेगा, पता है?
I don't believe it. I don't know if I do anymore. I mean, look.
भाई एक चीज का डर है कि अभी PRX भड़क चुकी है.
Dude, I mean,
मेरे को ये चीज का डर लग रहा है अभी.
So good right
DRX
now.
भड़क गई.
You know, no matter who is playing duelist or whatever, it seems like they've got players that are always stepping up. You know, Monyet on this split map, he's been absolutely destructive.
Guys, चालू हो रहा है.
With an ace on the pistol round last time, right? So, are we going to see something like that again?
फोटो. Oh shit. फोटो निकलने वाला था. पता है 10850 वाचिंग और 10850 लाइक्स. एग्जैक्ट. अभी बढ़ गया लाइक्स. Exact अबे.
Yes, that was a long time ago. That was 2021. I was there. I was a part of this. It was the 2021.
Avradip bhai kaise ho? Love you.
Things have changed. Let's be honest.
I don't think I was casting that game. I think I was on the desk, but I was definitely there.
Yeah, and I have to agree with everything that you just said. I mean, so far the results have shown we have seen Global with that much more impact, and especially on this map, they just beat Talon on this. There might be game tape for Paper X to study, but again, you have to make this double duelist composition work. If not,
13-0 वाला कॉफ दिख रहा
just
है.
might be
13-0 बोलो 0 पूरा लगा
Maybe
PRX के लिए.
I want to give a huge shout out. No, we have been just
भाई एक तो है बे W ने दबा पा रहे.
We've been singing the praise of
W ने दबा पा रहे बे.
Batsy deserves a lot of credit on that. This map, he had 21 assists. His flashes were so good. Every time GE wanted to do something, it was off the back of Batsy. Yep.
And you have to remember, the same thing happened last week. He was the one who clutched out around, but now here comes Paper Rex. They are looking to W gaming up towards a ramp, but nope.
Last map में भी रॉसी ने फर्स्ट ब्लड लिया था. ये मैप में भी गोलू ने.
Protocols there are great. The reaction from the utility is beautiful. And now, they're going to lose that fight though. What a push from
Problem
something.
थोड़ा बाद में हुआ बस.
A great reaction from Monyet with the pull. The grenade and the flash from Batsy in combination to buy time. And a headshot doesn't matter. Mind Freaks is better.
Just able to continue W keying forward. They might be able to dish out a little bit more, but keep in mind here, Mind Freak and Something are down to red HP. A single shot will do the trick, but a single headshot from Something will dish out damage as well. Monyet now coming up from behind. They finally get that information. Swaps over to a Ghost. I don't know if that's going to be as good, though, because Mind Freak has the up angle. And to start off the pistol round, just clean up our mistakes from the previous map, Paper X wins the first pistol.
Yeah,
थोड़ा ठंडा लेना चाहिए था 4v5 करके.
You know, this is going to be a different Paper X than we saw in the previous map. I mean, I think with Divide there, with a real kind of
map किसका है?
and sort of control the chaos. You know, I don't mind chaotic play.
Orchestrate the chaos.
Exactly. It's like, you know, trying to conduct like a modern, a modern opera or something.
Jazz.
Jazz. Yeah, exactly. It's like improv jazz or something.
अपना मैप है ये.
There's got to be somebody there leading the traffic, or else, it just sounds like random noise.
And you're gonna get a traffic jam if
अपना मैप है.
doesn't work out.
Yes.
Well, so far so good, and we do have.
Viper के लिए मेरे को बुरा लग रहा है उनके.
Actually on the Viper, lurking towards middle. He will be able to catch some rotation. But only one. Monyet answers back with a classic shot of his own.
Divide thought he had the kill.
ये भी winnable है.
Divide, he transferred there. I think he thought he had it.
It's just a Spectre.
It's not as good as a Phantom.
Tough to control. I hate it. But on to the next. We do have a lot of information to work with. Paper X, they are going to be holding down these angles, but look at this great Nebula. It just gives them enough coverage to sneak on over to the backside of Pillar. Still firing blind shots though. Paper X Forsaken will be able to find 2 before the rest of the squad cleans up.
Yeah, that's a really great play off of that smoke. Just to kind of take that angle where you know that they kind of have to.
फिलहाल के लिए जो मैं देख रहा हूँ, रीड अपना अच्छा है.
Talk about GE.
ठीक है, रीड है. ठीक है, अभी ये राउंड देखने का.
So really well thought
अगर ये राउंड हार गए तो
drawn up there for Paper X.
4-0.
And I thought for a moment that countdown it was too quiet. You know what I mean? Like I didn't hear like knives or players jumping around, and so I'm like, wait.
गंदा है रीड अच्छा है भाई. पहला राउंड में भी अच्छा था.
I will, bro. Ooh, texture there just cuts Jing down.
W नहीं दबा सकता अपना सामने.
I think you're seeing that. Paper X is trying to turn up the tempo here. I think they're trying to see if they can just bully GE out of this match.
बाजी आराम से.
GE does not seem like the kind of team that will stand down. They will not be bullied. They will continue to contest and resist any push coming through. Look at how they're actually positioned up on the B side. Look at how Lightning has the position to rotate back over on the Bazi might be taking some shots right now.
दो हीलर है उसका मतलब ये.
Big of a deal.
He's got to go over to Texture to get healed up. I mean, he took a ton of damage.
वो देखो एक हीलर दूसरे के पास गया.
Bad. Lightning Fast is probably, but I don't know if they're fully aware that the push there from Something
Alright, sneaks back up though. Does look like Paper X is pretty adamant on hitting this B site.
Unlimited is complete. Yes, हम बंद करने वाले बस वो stream.
Global's not biting. They have a
Watch
lot
party
of
जैसे
information
खत्म है.
across the map.
Milestone वाला.
Kind of position there from something just sold this B hit. Because Batsy's
30
flash
seconds
didn't
left.
connect.
And now they have no idea that he's above them.
Bye.
Mindfreak pushes along with this. And
Heavy
with the
left right
covering
करके मारा
off
बे
the vendor
DRX
spawn,
ने.
Paper X will have the B site delivered to them. 3 players with rifles up on top though, and they are trying
Heaven कोई क्यों ना देख रहा
a
था?
couple of picks. Look at how Paper X is positioned though.
4v5 में अपने पास info कैसे नहीं है?
This is going to be a tough wall for Global to break through.
Now you've got one flash. That's it to get this job done.
Oh.
And there's the flash to buy up
Counter
time and get a
flash.
kill. Yeah, great counter flash.
Last player
Bazi
standing.
still not backing down though. A sudden double, but Divide
Oh.
will say that it's lights out. This time, we have Paper
ए
X.
दवाई आया किसकी
On
जगह
their
पे?
attacker side on split. Now, yes.
CGRS की जगह पे दवाई आया?
Defender side.
Much more balanced, yeah, map. And with the adjustment that a lot of
Team
teams
strong.
are taking double duelist and that kind of thing. But it's Divide here on the clutch, already coming back in and already having value. You know, finds 3 kills in this round. The guy is so critical in these situations. I mean, yes, there's a flank there and it's very difficult, but still. Or not
दवाई
clutch,
बोलता
but
रहेगा. Did you miss
he had
me
a,
यार?
you know,
Did you miss me?
important
ऐसा.
kill there at the end. And that's
दवाई most
that's what you
consistent
look
player.
at. I
बात
mean,
कर.
again,
Stats
Divide-
तो वही बोलता है.
I can't stress this enough. I was very, very shocked to not see him in that first map.
Here he is though.
Yes.
Of course, Salama Harry to everyone who is celebrating, but now back into it. 3 rounds on the board for Paper X Global. Off of the save.
Who's
It
good?
does not look like they'll be doing much this round. Maybe a little bit of a push. If they can find
एक को है भाई.
Divide, that will be huge. But then again, a Phantom Spray. Maybe not set up by Bazi this time, but okay, we're just gonna triple peek this and it works.
I jinxed Divide.
It's all his fault.
Love
It
यार
is,
दवाई.
yes.
मैंने
It's
नाम
great
नहीं लिया था
texture.
वैसे दवाई का.
It's gonna have that Phantom. They're gonna try
मेरे वजह से
to cut
कुछ
through
नहीं हुआ
these
यार.
seekers and try to limit the information, but one of them does get into the back, so that is gonna reveal.
Maybe just a little bit.
Yeah, that defender spawn position.
I'm still worried. Because Global still has the potential to just call drive through.
ओह बहुत लो था.
It's the right angles, and with this combination, GENG something, they will be able to frag. What a flick! Onster, it's Garage, and we just, well, walk into Texture's crosshairs for the time being, but lovely bit of movement from Mindfreak.
क्या
We
मारा
have
है.
a swing, we have Phantom. We will be collecting on that 4th win.
Yeah, Mindfreak's just in a great position there. He's able to take that angle much tighter. With texture out in the open like that. Has a pretty good advantage. So nice done. 6-0 here for Mindfreak. So another player that we've been wanting to see step up for Paper X, and he had some good starts.
हाँ, exercise कर
good
रहे
start
लोग.
in the previous map. Here today, it's been much better, I would say so far.
Much better. And
Exercise
of course,
चल रहा
like we mentioned as well,
मैं नहीं कर सकता यार. इधर 13-0. ओ हेटर. अब भी देखना टाइम आउट के बाद वो लोग ने पूरा स्टैट्स बना दिया है. क्या गलत गया क्या सही गया देखो. ये बोल रहा है जैसे हमने वो राउंड हेवन छोड़ा तो हमारे लग गए बराबर है, तो हेवन ना छोड़े. फिर हमने बी जैसी छोड़ा वही राउंड अपने लग गए करके अब बी ना छोड़े. एक बार अपना बी और हेवन स्ट्रांग हो गया, ये मैप जीत गए. कोच ने ये बोला है, सिंपल.
I mean, that previous round that we saw with something actually
Hi.
on the bonus, going up mid, something
मेरे
like
को भी
Global
जिंग अच्छा
definitely
लगता है.
wasn't
जस्ट सेइंग
expected.
यार क्यूटस.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's, you know, you can see
जीत
that
वाड़ू क्या मतलब?
Paper X was very able to kind of shake off that last map.
उमंग भाई क्या बोलना
There's
चाहते
little lack of confidence in this team. The Des touched on it that the
जीत वाड़ू क्या क्या है?
individual is never in doubt with any of these players. It is
ये कौन सा लैंग्वेज में बोला
it is
इसने?
just coordination at times. It's just a
It
matter of,
really
again,
is.
like
Jeet
we talked
Vadu
about, you know, managing the chaos.
मतलब?
I'm all about it. I love W key gaming. That's when they're at their best, is when they're able to W key on their enemies. But
नहीं समझा मेरे को.
sometimes they get red. Sometimes they start to kind of fall apart. Sometimes they're not there to play off of each other. And, you know, you can't,
जीत वाड़ू क्या है?
consistently
क्या है?
win, you know, battles against, you know, the top players in the world.
जितवा दूं
Do it
क्या?
sometimes, of course, but not all the time.
Yeah, a little bit of a 50-50 hit or miss.
आओ उमंग भाई.
But we still do
आईडी
have
पास देता हूँ रॉसी का. लॉगिन
looking
करो.
for their first win on the map so far, getting a lot of information. Basi with the seeker,
जितवा
will
दूं
be
क्या
looking
बोल?
to delay the push, even going along with the spray from Monyet. They will be able to do a
सब
little bit
blinded
more
लेकिन
damage.
मौने
Now,
भाई
Third perhaps,
मारते.
but something answers back in full. A quick double, and then the tail in and up trap over onto the other side. Lightning
Oh!
He's going back and forth. He's
Heal
looking
to
for the
de.
last one, and it's going to be something's head.
Heal
Texture
de.
puts block with this now. A heal to top
Floor
off.
bhi de.
Just about
Nade bhi
time.
de.
Not gonna
Touchel
block
bhi de.
because it's too dangerous, and that
Ah.
is how Texture will read the situation.
देवा सॉरी
taking
माफ करे
something's
मुंबई
head
मुझे
clean
समझा नहीं था.
off.
Yeah, I mean, Batsy's just
समझा?
barely able to buy enough time here.
रॉसी को
With
क्यों
2
बिठाया?
kills From Heaven dropping down. Now, he got flashed, but so is his opponent
बैठे रॉसी.
on the way in, and that gave him just enough time to kind of
गोलू
recover
का
and
मैप है
react to
बेबे.
that second kill before he gets taken out. Something with a great reaction of his own in there. You can see he's going to get full flash.
Reaction देख रहा,
Drops
घर
down and
जाएंगा.
it wears off just before his opponent's does. So he's able to
भाई
get
क्या
the kill. That
मारता है ना
is
ये.
clean from something. I mean, obviously that Blade Storm earlier was...
नीचे.
you don't see that too often, a play like that, but of course that was
You never see it.
the
But
one highlight from the Paper X defender's side.
right now, he's got an op in his hand. That's kind of worrying, a little bit risky. If it pays off, it's huge as well. And I feel like that's something that we're
क्या
repeating a lot
मारता है
from
ना यार
Paper X
लेकिन.
these days.
Well, it's part of their MO right now,
Yes.
right? It is something whenever he wants
Retake
the op, he's
पूरा.
allowed to get it. And it's part of their plan is to let the players do what they're comfortable with. Let them, play the way that they succeed. And that has worked at times and it hasn't at others. So it looked good to start, right? Our first match was something. It looked great.
I mean, they're approaching this round differently now. They're expecting that paint shells to be thrown by lightning fast, and they're holding and delaying the push. And now it strikes.
कोई सीन नहीं. Revive, wait,
He's
revive.
gonna find one pick, but not before more pushes come out of global.
Oh.
Something will be able to find a bit of damage, but
Spike
DRX
नहीं है.
trades. And then players spike down. Ooh, but GENG was prepared for that shot. He's got the showstopper as well, people.
30 seconds
Yeah,
left.
I mean,
Right
Monyet there tried to set up Aaron for that kind of unexpected play. But GENG not
What an
fooled
angle.
even a little bit. He takes the knife out at the wrong time, though. Oh, no, the
Just check.
timing.
We're just jump peeking. It's okay. It's okay. We're good. Global. We still have Batsy on the other side, but of course, guiding light on the side of Forsaken as well. Maybe a little bit of team blind, but Showstopper is actually buying so much time. Fires off the shot. Monyet starts to peek. Gets the first one from the back, but Forsaken plays off.
Ah, yeah,
Shot
Bazi.
over, but Bazi gets him on the cross.
Yeah, this is just a great reaction here from Monyet. He's able to use that Nova Pulse to kind of cross in front there, a little bit of a flash.
देख रहे हो?
GENG gets completely stuck with that ult in the back. Like you mentioned, he had it.
यार कितना selfless player है यार गोलू भाई. तीन जन के बीच में जान पूछ कर मरे ताकि अपने टीम को लीड मिले. Love you यार गोलू यार. Big brains था गोलू.
So well
Big
thought out
brains.
here. Good team play once again from GE, but Paper X still up ahead by 2 rounds, and I got a couple ults in the bag that are
चार
really
ult है,
useful.
घर
Viper's
जाएगा.
Pit, of course, you have the counter, Viper's Pit, and a lot of ults for GE.
In all these firefights, Global has the information to work off of, and that's how they're winning these rounds. Bazi knew where the last player was, just needed to land that micro flick, and he does.
I was going to say, surely DRX doesn't push this Viper's Pit. Like, you guys watched what happened to Talon last week when they tried to do it, right?
कहाँ से?
But
We're being
that's
careful.
bad. Batsy down. That's a key piece.
Oh!
Lightning fast here. You see this a lot with GE, where they like to use that wall.
A lot of sudden aggressions, and it does pay off dividends.
क्या मोनी मार के आ गया?
The double satchel, the push forward from Garage.
GENG ने मोनी
Aaron
को
tried
मार
to
दिया
respond.
उछल के.
Viper's Pit will be dropped. He's a little bit paranoid that someone might be coming from the back, but not where he
Bye.
expects. It's going to be
Reaction time,
lightning fast, shuts GENG down instead.
Reaction
Spike
time.
might be planted now, but this is still an even fight.
You can see that Paper X wants to clear out Heaven here. Based on this plant position, that's right by that door. Here comes the ult.
Great. Oh my god, one showstopper, and that could end it all. Lightning fast clears. He's maybe anticipating that they're behind Garage. Almost shot towards Heaven. That's where the contact plays comes out. Guiding light, careful peeks, biding time. But Forsaken's back exposed.
एक और हेवन देख.
Fast is stuck under hell. Mind Freak pulling them in with the gravity well, not
Evan,
allowing
they
them
go
to get
no.
the defuse. And there it is! A sudden quadra. Mind Freak is back, ladies and gents.
That's so well played here by Mind Freak. So well
भाई
thought out.
अच्छा खेला
by
DRX
Such an
लेकिन
uncharacteristic plant spot right by that door.
DRX अच्छा
and it
खेला ये round.
completely makes GE think that somebody's in the alley. That has to be where he's going to come from. But no, Mind Freak still
Evan
got
क्या
the
था
utility.
किधर भी रहते थे ना
Delay. A great entry here by Jing.
मर जाते थे वो लोग.
You know, one of the other things that has been talked about with these two players is with Jing and Forsaken in this case is who's going to be able to outblast pack the other. You know, the Just talked about it with Lightning Fast. He had some struggles.
मस्त अच्छा खेला
Jing is the best blast packer in Pacific. I'm just going to say it. He is.
चार
He is
अल्टे
the best
एक ही
blast
बचा है.
packer.
Has got a lot of highlights.
No doubt about
Oh,
it.
okay. We've seen this before. Toxic screen to triple peak, but Paper Rex is prepared for it. They will be able to spray forward, taking off 3, 4 players, 5. Davai. Last one goes to him.
भाई ये क्या भाई
6
बुंड
to
दिखा
2
रहा है लो.
Global. Nice attempts.
मुंह नहीं आ
Doesn't
रहा.
work out this
Yeah,
time.
as the EMEA casters say, blink and you miss it. That one.
कोई सुन नहीं भाई आपने को क्या
Did you?
गोलू टॉप रैक कर रहा.
No, I'm
Well,
kidding.
how dare you blink that? Oh my God,
No.
I don't know.
My eyelids are taped open, paper thin.
I was
You have
gonna
no
say, this
idea.
is- We've had these situations before where we
रिप्ले में तेरे को वापस वो देखना है बेस शर्म.
No.
pry our eyelids.
हद होती है बैठ हरक
Not with this series.
No.
Not with the next series either. But here we go. Operator back in hand now. Again, it's texture.
टेक्सचर
sensitive
हिलना नहीं.
operator, and
ट्रिपल जूम लेके बैठ जा मेरे हिसाब से. हिलना नहीं टेक्सचर.
Yeah, he doesn't have any support here, so this has to be very good. But I mean, Mind Freak might have a decent read on this. He does. He knew. He read that like a book.
Not quite the safe position that Texture was hoping for as well. A little bit of an aggression.
Full info दिया बे ये जा रहे करके.
Back. Well, maybe not double, but back in towards sewers and back into A. Bit of a guiding
Full
light.
info.
Aaron is looking to put a stop to this. He's calling for backup, but of course Monyet is
Oh
kind
my
of
God.
trapped up. But look at this positioning!
Arr.
Shut down by something up on top of heaven. Paperworks have got them completely surrounded, but Aaron still able to delete players away. He's got support from Basi as well.
Oh,
right
shit.
underneath and right underneath. Something's nose. But guess what's
भाई भाग
happening?
गया.
on the
यार
other
मारना
side
था
of the
गोलू को दो.
Yeah, I mean, this is just Mind Freak just kind of chilling on the other side of the map there, getting some big kills.
बाजी भाई अपने एक्स को याद करो चलो.
You know, rounds here
निकल
for the
सकता
side
है.
of Paper Rex, and now they know. You know, sights open, and the retake here challenging at best.
नहीं ट्राई कर रहे.
Yeah, you might want to.
Thank you भाई, thank you for the membership.
No doubt. I mean, this is 100% the right move here for GE. It
बाजी
is
भाई अपने एक्स को याद
just
नहीं
too
कर रहे.
risky,
तीनों का इन्फो आता
with the
था.
way that their economy is to go for this. You can see literally Texture 0
अभी भी
credits.
प्लांट हुआ ट्राई कर
50
सकते
for
हैं.
Aaron, 150 for Monyet. So, yeah, you got to save these guns because you're going to be able to get a couple more
अटैकिंग साइड है बे.
next round.
हाँ?
And you need to stabilize here. as
हेटर्स
GE
अभी
put
बोलेंगे
up
डिफेंसिव मैप
phenomenal on
है.
this.
हेटर्स ही बोलेंगे देख.
Playing the long game. And you have to consider that they are starting on defense as well.
पागल if you
Yeah,
think GE
and
will
I mean,
win. पहला
phenomenal on
मैच
this map
जीते ना
previously.
बस हो
Today it
गया.
hasn't been so good, but GE, this has been the map that.
तब अपन ही
I
जीतेंगे
think
तो सामने वाली टीम क्या
impressed
बड़ा
all
पाव
of us
तलने आई है.
with the way that the level that
उनको भी
of
जीतना
competition
है.
that they've been able
प्रॉब्लम
to
नहीं
bring.
है.
But that
Friends
also
है,
opens
मिल
up
बांट के
some
जीतो.
reads here, and Paper Rex again. Just there's no fear in this Paper Rex team. They are perfectly.
चार रन बहुत है.
They just send it
दो
at you,
राउंड बहुत है भाई.
and they react so well to things. Like look what happened with Lightning Fast. He tries to sneak in that corner.
मैं अगर PRX की
Survive,
जगह पे रहता तो
and they
सीधा
just
बोलता
perfectly
दो
react.
राउंड वो लोग जीत चुका है. I
That's
think
why I'm really curious. Truly,
हार गया अपन.
that was a
ये
call
mentality
made by
के साथ.
Divine. The sudden mid-round adaptation to maybe pull a bit of a fake on A and then actually send the spike over to B.
ये
was
कौन सा
perfect.
स्पैम है अभी. मोने
Up
का
to the next
HP
round,
देख.
though. Might
हेलो.
start things off with a bit of a spray. There is still a triple
Reposition
push
भी
coming
किया.
through, though. Something checks the off angle. Will be to find one. Mind Freak peeks back again, but gets deleted. Now they're fully aware
Full
that there
speed में
is a
भाग रहे.
weapon lost to Global.
Yeah, they saw 3, so they know that A's the weak
Have
side
to get
here.
Texture here.
Yeah, they know A's the weak side. Texture just trying to buy a little bit of time. Something gonna up and over the slow orb. And now Texture able to dodge the Trailblazer. Wants to think about putting up a wall. Something continuing to pressure.
बाजी का
in,
round
but
है.
Basi didn't check the
Oh,
corner.
बस
Jing
मारा
able to
बाजी
get
ने.
the trade though.
That's gonna be heaven kind of lost.
Jing
Jing
ulti
drops
मारेगा
down
क्या ये
hell.
round is the
They're
question.
looking for the spike plant. The Texture
Jing को
still
दिख गया
holding
है.
their sides up by elbow. Goes for the peak.
Player
Gets
standing.
shut down by Tavai. A quick double and that
गलत
leaves
पिक लिया
Monyet
लेकिन
alone. Jing has full control now, and he's waiting for the angle. Monyet just pushes into him, though.
एक मारना था रे दोनों को मिलके.
14 HP?
14 HP? Certainly not.
How is this happening? He's dropped. They have to anticipate that he's going back in the elbow.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
Timing!
Thankfully,
एक मारना था यार.
that is going to be 8-2.
Well, that felt like it was going to be in a Monyet clutch for a moment there, but he.
Guys, 20k likes हो सकते हैं, 12 तो हो गए. Zero Sentinel DRX easy attack जीतेगा.
It's not Monday, and I was like, you're right, it's not.
साला 20 रुपए में 100 रुपए का मैसेज डाला है.
It's Valorant Day. It's
It's
Valorant
exactly.
Huh?
I know it's Valorant Day. I know I got to be at
VCT
work.
Pacific Day. Yes.
That's right.
घर नहीं आएगा लगता है मेरा.
Which is fine. That's where I'd rather be.
2-8.
Already
And that's
30%
gonna be
YouTube लेते हैं.
Global still desperate to find a bit more of a win.
किधर last time भी सर टकराया था जिंग का.
I mean, kind of worked out. There was that poison orb in his face. Might
Last
have
time भी सर
gone
टकराया
really
था.
wrong if someone was on the other side.
Yeah, but then you don't, there's no TikTok, reel for that one. So I don't know, man.
Oh, we want to have the TikToks.
Yeah, exactly. We got it. I mean, but that's the thing with Jing. Like, if he can get those openings like that,
बाजी alt खोल दे.
those kills,
Alt खोल दे बाजी.
that does kind of, really.
बाजी
put
अपने
Jing
X
on
को
the
याद
map.
कर.
It does like mental damage as well, right? They're already so far down in this map. It's 8-2 already.
X को याद
And if he's able to
करे.
just get an opening like that, then that's gotta hurt.
Nice
That's gotta feel bad when you
X.
know it's
Nice
coming.
X.
Well, now you know. Secrets
Nice.
will confirm it. Something pushing in with a sortie. And inside of the Nebula, Monyet will not survive. Shotgun to shotgun, and we're back into a contest towards the A site. Viper's Pit now up by Paper Rex, but look at how deep this one goes. It might cover off a bit of screen, but you need to block
Excel
up
by
the
gas
auto.
in Isa.
Jing has Heaven under control. And this is his domain. This is where he will be able to find a little bit more. Hate shells through. Last one's going to be Aaron. Continues to hold down the spray and commit to it. And allows for Jing to actually sidestep. Gets the headshot. 9-2.
I mean, that's just Jing just playing so well there. Just reading the angles perfectly, reading the timing of Texture trying to push up ropes. That's everything you want out of Jing. Even though the blast back off the rip doesn't go well, it's okay.
मौने भी लगा यार पहले मालूम पड़ता
Let's
गन ही
end
नहीं
some
करेगा.
I have to be a little bit honest here, Paper Pit.
Yeah, go ahead.
It kind of looks like, well, I'm curious, but is Aaron possibly not able
Last
to
time ऐसे
replace-
चिल्लाया था हार गए थे याद रखो. PRX वालों
It looks like
याद
he kind
रखो.
of delayed and he used those seekers to really confirm
Watch party
information,
curse
but by
हो
the time
सकता
they
है.
wanted to react to it, Paper X is already
9-3 हो
all
जाए यार
over
please.
the A site.
थोड़ा तो
Yeah,
hopes
I mean,
मिलेंगे.
it feels like that, the tempo and the style here is vastly different than what we saw in Icebox from Paper Rex. And I think Aaron was able to, sometimes if you get in that flow, you get in that momentum, you're reading your opponent so well, like we saw in the second half of Icebox, with Aaron, that can mess with you a little bit if like the ideas and the thought process change so drastically. Oh my god, something again. Dude, these blade storms.
भाई क्या बंदा है भाई.
Speaking of drastic, I mean, how
Ah,
do you read what
Mone,
can't be
अपना
read? How
counter.
do you read chaos? Maybe Monyet can. Maybe he is that anchor that Global are looking for.
Putta
Inside of
nahi.
his nebula, he peeks out. Oh my god! A sudden 90-degree flick.
No way.
Spray
Yeah!
still alive! How is he doing
Is
this?
the please.
Freak. Indonesian controller versus Indonesian controller.
He's on for the ace.
M versus M. He is
Dun, dun,
down
dun, dun,
really
dun.
low, though. A single shot, but he's not looking the right direction. Monyet with the ace to save Global from extinction.
I mean, it wouldn't be a map of Split without a Monyet ace. I mean, he is just
Bhai
every time he's
sahab.
good for one.
Oh
I don't even
my.
understand it. He's
Against
amazing.
DRX,
भाई ये
against
क्या
Mount,
बंदा है?
they so many times.
It's only he has 3 aces and all of them are on Split. It's
Huh?
unbelievable.
बच्चों क्या है
I mean, he just
ये?
reacts there
इसको
so
कैसे
well.
मारा देखना?
Again, this is just him just
दवाई बेचारा रो दिया.
not always looking in the right place, but I'll be damned if he doesn't react to things insanely quickly. This one just a great, kind of read on Mind Freak's position, but
Is that Aaron?
yes.
हाँ लास्ट टाइम भी एस लिया था. 3 बार एस
Like
लिया
we
उसने.
spoke to SK Rossi last week. This is a huge
Ah.
morale boost. They might be down 3 versus 9 right now.
देखो अपना कोच सिंपल बोल रहा है 3 राउंड चाहिए तो 3 राउंड मिल चुका है. ठीक है. सामने वाला कोच भी बेचारा हंस रहा है कि यार अब तो हम कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते. 9-3 कर्स चालू हो चुका. देयर इज नथिंग वी कैन डू. हाँ वो तो 5 मैन में सरेंडर का ऑप्शन है, वरना तो वो भी करता है. हार गए भाई. 9-3 कर्स चालू किसने किया? अपन ने। खत्म कौन करेगा? अपन ने। रेडी हो? रेडी हो? कर्स चालू कर देखो। हाँ, सबको रेडी होना चाहिए। क्या कर्स का 101%। देखो कोलू भी लाइक ये अपन ने किया, हाँ किया है, क्या अपन फिर से करने वाले? हाँ हाँ, ऐसा बोल रहे हैं वो लोग।
Are we invoking the curse right now, Paperthin? No.
मुझे कुछ तो बोल भी दिया भाई।
Don't believe in curses. Okay. I mean, I do think this is still a little bit more comfortable for Paper X, but if they start to get a little
भाई कुछ भी बोलो भाई, कितने शायर रहते ना यार वो लोग। हाँ, इतना क्यूटनेस, इतना ब्रह्मांड का क्यूटनेस, इतना शाय, बराबर ना। और अपने आप पे
also not the best. It's so
एक टाइम पे
dangerous right
टिकटॉक
now.
से
Yeah, if you're going to compete for one of those top 2 spots, you know, to get the buys in the playoffs, then Paper X has to win this match, basically, because you already have GENG and DRX who are
Pinky
squaring
मतलब
next,
क्या है लो?
both undefeated so far. Of course, somebody will lose a game, but still, they're both pretty far ahead, and so therefore, you know, for Paper X, you know, to keep up with that pace, this is a huge, you know, a huge game. And
Yamati
like you
kuda
said, for
X
GE, almost feels like not a must win, but very
पिस्तौल
close
राउंड
to,
जीत जा भाई, अपना विन
you
रेट
need
खराब
to
मत
get
करे
this win,
प्लीज।
because then you can really start thinking about playoffs. You can really
ये
start
हमारा तो
saying,
भी
okay,
चलता है
we
आजकल,
can go
पिस्तौल
head-to-head
राउंड हारने का
with
दुख है।
this, you know, explosive, high-powered Paper X squad. You know, they've come close to taking maps off of DRX. You know, there's no doubt that GE has the potential.
बहुत टाइम हो गया यार दवाई को।
talking about Lightning Fast versus Jing. We also have Monyet versus Mind Freak.
Yes.
We have to say Monyet so far has been performing fantastic.
And Mind Freak, too. Both have had really good maps.
But here it comes, and that's going to be the pain shell.
Pistol guards.
Destroy. 2 players gone. A bit of an exchange.
Pistol
Something just
guards.
hold up and prepare to receive. Instant tailwind back. But here's
पिस्तौल
Zoro, we have to
guards।
prepare for ramps, and he finds only one shot.
Heal भी है,
It's the only
एरन
one
भाई
that
heal लो।
talked about him.
वो देख एरिन जा रहा है सेज के पीछे, बोलता है प्लांट
Aaron
बाद
with
में
the
हील दे।
frenzy, name a more iconic duo. The guy's just been absolutely
Heal
disgusting
मांगा।
with it. He's a big part, frankly, of why their pistol rounds have been so one-sided for GE. And it looks like they might get another one now. If Mind Freak checks this angle, if he can get the first win, that's the first piece of the puzzle.
हाँ गोले भाई, हेलो।
All right. What's the second piece? Maybe he's got to find them, but look at how they're holding this. A bit of a crossfire position. Spike down, and as soon as he taps it, both of them are going to swing outside of main. So he pulls it off.
Ah, love
But
you।
the double peak still secures it anyway. Like you said, Aaron, Frenzy, iconic duo.
Love
Yeah,
you।
no doubt. There's something special about him with that gun. Him and RB, at times, it's really impressed me with the frenzy more than others.
Also,
क्या अभी चलो यार, नेक्स्ट मैच कब है?
iconic duo.
Exactly, and again, it's stuff like this. You know, Aaron. You know,
Chat,
Monyet,
Andy
things
Mandi,
like
वापस
that.
वॉचिंग ज्यादा है, लाइक्स कम है। अंडी मंडी
They
जिसने
just
लाइक
said
नहीं
it.
किया
Frenzy
पट से
guy.
लाइक करे,
Yeah.
ठीक है? अपने
Absolutely,
टीम्स को
it's true.
सपोर्ट दे, मुझे सपोर्ट दे, सपोर्ट को सपोर्ट दे।
Aaron said something really funny to me.
ट्रेंडिंग वेंडिंग पे जाएंगे, बुरा लगेगा भाई। लाइक्स करे।
He cracks me up, dude. He's so funny. He's just got a great attitude. He came in today super confident.
भाई अगर अपन स्लो खेला ना, सच्ची हम लोग जीत
And
सकते, पता है?
you know, again, Icebox, you know, you could tell he was dialed in. He was reading things well. It was
का
a
सब
tough
बुंड
side,
दिखा
but
के बाहर
going
जा,
up against
भाग
that double
माने।
duelist of Paper Rex is hard for anybody. We've seen the best teams in the world struggle against that.
A little bit more in control on the attacking side, if anything, I think, because you get to be more
DRX
active
रहना
as
बे,
opposed to being
चले।
passive and reacting to whatever your opponent's
अंडी मंडी कर, अंडी मंडी,
You're
चले चले।
throwing things at Paper X.
अंडी मंडी लाइक
Right
करो।
now, Paper X has to be the one to react
Stack है।
accordingly to these plays. They hear so much
Stack
utility
है।
being dumped up on towards A. I don't know if they can actually hold it down though. Forsaken,
No,
only a
side
classic
nigga.
in hand. Utility almost all spent.
Boomboard waste हो गया।
Now, but he's gonna get spammed with util. And he's trying to hide, trying to stay corrected, but no.
उसको ब्लाइंडेड सुना ही दिया था ना?
Will still be able to run and gun through.
Nice।
Lightning Fast now on a rampage of his own. A quick double.
वो कोबरा कोबरा कोबरा।
Ring true for him. Something peeks out.
ठीक है समथिंग भाई।
But not quite finding the shot now. In
वो
fact,
कुछ स्माइल कर रहा है।
blown up in his face. Goes
एक
back
नहीं
to his
लगा।
screen.
That's what we wanted to see from Lightning Fast. Those were some great blast packs, some great accurate shooting right off the landings. Beautiful stuff.
गोलू
Lightning
कोबरा
Fast.
मोड ऑन।
See if something could drop a few more Spectres. If you get one or two more, you know, one's okay, two's great. He can find it, but nobody's given an inch. Now they're going to try to play off
तीनों
that
का
contact.
पोजीशन स्पॉट करना जरूरी था।
Oh man, look at how many of them are just
चौथा
holding on, and for
प्रॉब्लम
Aaron
इज
to
तो
come up from
चौथा।
behind.
Yeah, just great stuff here from
ये राउंड जीत जाए 69 भी हो जाएगा, मजा भी आएगा। एक तीर पे 2 satisfaction। मतलब लकी नंबर है 69 वैसा।
You know, on the other side of the coin, he's 15 and 11 right now.
नंबर के बारे में
like you're saying, both of our Astros are having great maps. You know, Monyet 13 and 3 or 13 and 13, excuse me.
क्या लगता है जीतेंगे?
6 for Mindfreak. I mean, that first half for
चीप है क्या भाई? लकी नंबर नहीं हो सकता। बंकाई का पीछे देखो क्या लिखा है? 69.
The raises and the Astros, but something. I mean, Paper X, they have one thing that's different, and that's going to be the jet. Still, though, I'm just giggling at how he was jiggling with that sheriff earlier on.
भाई execute होने वाला है कुछ तो crazy.
Sometimes, you know, just trying to stay active, trying to keep
होने वाला है कुछ
circulation
तो.
going, you know.
And now trying to be a little bit more proactive on the B site, blocking off the push.
तो कौन
But
है
if
भाई
anything,
execute?
it's just Global actually baiting out util. In fact, rotating back forward now.
एक तो इंची बूमबर्ड 5 सेकंड का कुछ इन्फो नहीं देता भाई। तो जिंग भी छोड़ के भाग गया मिड।
And then try to make their way through, but Paper X, I love the way they're playing. Nobody's, you know, playing contact here. Jing can afford to get one and leave. Throw the blast pack,
okay,
so good.
Nade?
No, he doesn't need to. He dodged the flash.
All right, they might not be aware of it, but Mind Freak gets caught lacking, asleep at the wheel, and that allows for Global to go in towards the B site. The only one there that can hold it off is something. Maybe backed up by Forsaken, and they will make it happen. Basi, the only one left, trying to pick up that weapon. He has run out of ammo, but Forsaken will come in full send. 10 to 5.
ये गलत है।
Looking to close this one
ये गलत है। लाइनअप में ब्रिमस्टोन नहीं है फिर भी बुलाया। 6v5 हो गया। लाइक्स करो यार, क्या पता जीत जाए, बात तो है। जीतेंगे हम, जीतेंगे, हो सकता है। लाइक्स करो, लाइक्स करो।
Goes so far past him actually, because I think, you know, Batsy's expecting Jing to fall back, right? Nah, not Jing.
सुनो, अभी अपने को सिंपल करने का है, अपने को मिड मिल रहा है, ठीक है? इस बार ए पे प्रेजेंस दिखा के, मिड में प्रेजेंस दिखा के ए जाए, ए एंड में ए जाना है, ठीक है? नाइस नाइस नाइस, जाना ए पे, मेरा कॉल सुनो। ठीक है, ए करना है अभी। वॉक करके जाओ जाओ जाओ।
Yes, who took the cookie
from? Oh my god, I hate that song, but now it's in my head. Thanks, Quack.
I'm sorry. I'm like smiling.
I know that this does not bother you at all that you put
the
song on the planet in my head. I can just tell. I have something about it. All right.
Mone bhai, आलो मिलो बाद में।
Oh my god, Monyet.
And it works! Oh! A double! Maybe the third? Bozzy goes in, but... Alright. Again, he's the guy who stops you from putting your hand in that cookie jar.
That's right.
Spike gets planted now, and maybe a little bit slow on the rotation. The crossfire has been set up. It's 2-on-3.
Nice, nice.
Pickings for lightning fast and texture. The Vi tries to dance forward with this,
वहाँ पे एक सैचल हो जाए। गोलू भाई।
Tries to flush him out of position with a snake bite, but it doesn't go deep enough. Tries to spray with the phantom, but Bozzy collects
सब लाल हो गए थे।
And that's going to be a round.
भाई बाजी राउंड बचा तो देता है, कुछ भी बोलो।
I mean, huge. He just shot up to the top of the KD standings for GE off this round. I mean, just the way that him and
Heavy kill
are playing off each other, they're great. Mind Freak,
ये नहीं होता अगर ए जाते, पता है?
Gets 2 huge kills, but it's Batsy with the reaction there to kind of bail his
Flawless
team
होता।
out. And there's, the GE view party in Mumbai, absolutely loving it.
आराम
That's
से,
the real
आराम
reaction
से।
I wanted to see. I was trolling him a little bit.
आराम से।
Just absolutely pop it off.
डर लग रहा है मुझे इतना लोग देख के, पता है?
Man right there. Some rounds we see Jing going crazy, and even with the aggression.
Guys, सोचो वो वॉच पार्टी में अगर एक PRX का फैन रहेगा, एक।
And that's going to be the punishment from Bozzy. On to the next round now, and that's going to be Paper X trying to slow things down, trying to play some
हटके 4 नहीं आएगी उसकी।
Position. Zero information so far though, because Global are pulling off a default of their own.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. He's unbelievable. He just does not miss knives. He's just disgusting. It's
कब नर्फ होएगा ये निंजा एजेंट पता नहीं।
You can't even peek against it. He's so fast.
इतना सब कुछ हो चुका है।
We'll have the Poison Cloud back up on mid though, and that allows for Jing to get a little bit adventurous with this. The double, well, one satchel, but Bozzy once more putting his foot down.
it's okay. You've got 2 heals, so you know you can afford to take a little bit of damage there.
And I think that's what
GENG
Global
भाई
is
बाकी
trying to
सब
do now.
बढ़िया?
You know, expecting Paper X to push. Maybe
Huh?
Lightning Fast gets a little punished by that
30
sudden
seconds
peek
left.
from
Love your GENG
something,
भाई.
but
Yeah, and you're
how many
right, they
times
are.
can that happen?
I mean, Paper X is pushing. Something's already in spawn.
Oh,
And oh my god,
no.
he reads that.
जो ये
Divide
क्या
with
रीड
the
था?
response.
Down A.
It's a kill. The Viper's Pit is gonna come up, and oh,
Okay.
Divide pushes right
Plant
out.
हो
Down,
जाएगा.
10 seconds left, and they have to stick it.
Open
Surely
plant
straight
क्यों दे रहा है?
It will connect some shots. He drops down. Oh, and he's gotten the round. Something doesn't even need to do anything anymore.
अंदर का प्लांट क्यों नहीं
No
दिया?
way you defuse. But Aaron is still fighting.
Not enough time though. Yeah, I mean it was. Just,
क्यों?
I thought for a moment there maybe there was a world he gets that last kill, but I mean, yeah, GE needs a timeout. They could not get that spike down. I mean, Divide just
भाई
no
ये क्या
respect
था
for that
भाई?
Viper's Pit
I
whatsoever.
can't really tell or see it, but like something just like AFK'd in the last, like the moment Divide got the frag, he didn't do anything anymore.
Standing.
It's like, all right, we won. Look at that.
GG.
पूछ
Well,
क्या?
I think he was waiting at the edge. I think he was expecting that push out from Aaron potentially. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Maybe there was a keyboard issue or something. But you know, I think he was expecting that push out. He just kind of
My
guessed
bad
wrong
बोला
on
उसने
which
बोला I
angle
could have
Aaron would
smoked
come
there.
out from.
करना चाहिए था ना?
We've gotten the round. One more is going to be match point, and hence the timeout for Global. Looking
ठीक है यार,
to
ठीक है,
grab
कोई
a
सुन नहीं.
slip in Paper
हाँ?
X's defense.
इसको देखो. अबे बिंक्स मीठा बनना बंद कर. नायक व्लॉग्स. ओ नायक व्लॉग्स. 15,000 जन के सामने तेरा कमेंट पढ़ के अगर मैंने तेरे को भरा, हाँ? कल परसों लड़की वाले तेरे घर पे आएंगे तुझे देखने. उसकी माँ बोलेगी मैं बिंक्स का स्ट्रीम देख रही थी क्योंकि वो बहुत हैंडसम है और उसने तुझे ऐसी गाली दी. मेरी लड़की आपकी नहीं हो सकती. आपको अच्छा लगेगा लवड़े? हैं?
And
Calm
in this
down
case,
करे
you
अपने
know,
आप को.
they're not expecting Divide to just
हाँ.
be right there to watch the edge of that Viper's Pit and then drop right down in and get another kill. And that's
PRX का वॉच पार्टी में अकेला जी का फैन हूँ.
From Paper X, and we're seeing it
हाँ
in
क्या?
stats right now. All those kills on their side.
फोटो निकालता हूँ.
Maybe this time.
हल्का सा जैसे जी निकालेगा ना ऐसे सेल्फी रिकॉर्ड करके जी फाइटिंग ऐसे चिल्ला के चलो.
Seen the Nebula up on top, but this time we're just being blocked off by Davai.
yeah, they're trying to set up those fast kind of
Lightning
dissipate
fast कुछ ज्यादा
smokes,
super
and,
fast चला
oh,
गया.
Texture just barely able to react.
ए रिवाइव है.
to that.
Over
हे और ब्लैक है. कहाँ देख
still,
रहा है?
Mind Freak able to anchor down B. Gets the pull, gets the shot.
किसने ने मारा मोनिया ने इसको?
The way that
गन नहीं था क्या?
Aaron's body scooted across the
अभी भी जीत सकते हैं बे. सेज को एक मारना और रिवाइव देना.
And this is a Global that's looking to make something work. The mid push, the B split, but information has been gathered and reacted to upon by Paper Rex.
Remaining.
Jing now, a first shot, and then he goes for the chase. A second kill to secure the win, and Paper Rex have gotten match point.
थर्ड मैप.
This is just good stuff here from Paper X, and they're reading the
Bronski
angles,
will be
finding
the game
timings.
changer. क्या बात कर रहा है?
They are-
सच्ची?
Certainly looking like they're going to win this map. Tons of ults available for them. Jing with the showstopper. So does Lightning Fast. Maybe we'll get the showstopper
रुक जा
round here or something. I don't
10
know.
राउंड निकाल देना
I
चाहिए
would love
अपन.
that.
10
Doesn't
राउंड हो
look like
जाए.
it based on the map. Sadly, the raises are on opposite
लाइटनिंग
sides.
फास्ट के बाद अल्टी है.
You've
डबल
got kind of
सैचल
the
अल्ट होने
lightsaber
वाला है.
duel over on A with the toxic screens.
बस प्रॉब्लम ये है कि समथिंग हवे में मार सकते हैं इसको डैश करके.
Luke and Vader are about to fight over there.
Oh, may the force be with Global. They have to make this one work. They're looking to contest against it. Showstopper has been popped by Lightning Fast, and something is just waiting on the other side to land a mid-air shot. They continue to push forward, and it's a huge clash between
इसका
both
पार्टी
teams.
चालू.
Lightning Fast getting traded out now, and that's 2 players left on Global side. Mind Freak popping the Cosmic Divide just to allow for Jing to push through.
भाई
He gets
रुकता ही
taken
नहीं है
down,
ना रे बंदा.
and then Divide blocking them off from the spike.
Yeah,
अब
yeah, this
अब
is
क्या
so
करें?
smart from Divide. Knew the spike was
Dare you
down.
peek through.
Yeah, I mean, now you got to find some way with zero utility to get through here. And you're going to have to trick Paper Rex on positioning. It is a 2v2. You've got that going for you. Bazi's able to find a Vandal, but
Shorty in hand.
yeah, I mean, that's
अब क्या करें?
really tough to deal with right here.
Easy
those
PRX.
shorties.
He's just
Live
gonna
देख
sit
रहा है वहाँ
in
से.
this Viper's Pit for as long as possible. If anything, Aaron comes up from behind, maybe he finds Mind Freak, I mean, maybe he finds Devi, excuse me, and then that could be the trick, but look at how Mindfreak's pushing deeper and deeper. Bazzi waiting for Aaron to go through the barrel. Oh, he kind of sneaked through, but Mindfreak gets the shot anyway. Not expecting him on the left side, and that's going to be Aaron now. Wait, what?
Did he get through?
He did.
Yeah?
Oh my god.
He has to stick it now, though. And they're just trying to jump peek against him. Can he find a little bit of cover? He's going to try to make it happen. Both of them. Jumping down, rushing in onto him. Trying to play against his nerves, but Aaron going for the spray.
ये क्या है भाई jump?
Spray does not connect.
Run and gun सुना था, jump and gun
Binks. 13-6, they claim map 2.
Yeah, so
one
a
all,
great
one all.
bounce back here for Paper X. So both teams
next
taking
map.
their map picks away from each other. And I think
ये अच्छा किया, इसने उसको फिश बम देके अभी वो इंजर्ड हो गया, ये भी इंजर्ड, चलो जीत गए. नेक्स्ट गेम 3v5. चलो भाई नेक्स्ट गेम जी 3v5 है, 2 बंदे इंजर्ड कर दिए जिंग ने. अभी कौन सा मैप है?
Yeah, at least for now. GE though, I mean, you know, the attacker side started good, but the defender side just, they, like you were talking about, they couldn't really get a read. They couldn't ever.
यार गोलू भाई सैड हो गए क्या?
The map, it just was like Paper X was just kind of going wherever they wanted, however
अभी क्या
they
सीन?
wanted. And again,
अरे ओ लोडिंग.
when Paper X is confident, that's when they're scary. And Mindfreak had one hell of a map, dude. 20 kills, 8 deaths, 6 assists.
Finding his form again. Yes. He got some clutches. There was that 1-on-2 clutch.
Part 2 live आया और अपन हारे हैं, just saying.
I mean, that's what this
just saying.
Match summary is showing us.
Plus टिबोन भी दिखाने करके हारा. टिबोन किधर है?
Everyone performed. Maybe Forsaken is the one assisting them this time. But we have
राका भी नहीं देख रहा करके भी हारा, ये भी हो सकता है.
Global squad.
ये भी हो सकता है.
Global definitely did try though. I mean, we saw some signs of greatness. We saw some rounds where they were trying to bait out utility from Paper X, but this is how Paper X plays.
अच्छा वो जीतने के बाद ही रिएक्शन दिखते हैं, हारने के बाद अगर
There
रिएक्शन
are some
देखे
rounds where they push out and they get punished by Bazzi. But some of the
कभी
rounds,
कम मार
not
रहेंगे
so
एक
much,
दूसरे
and then it becomes a big question mark in the minds of, say, Aaron or the entire squad.
Yeah, to me, a lot of times, like, this sounds kind of basic to say,
ये
but
क्या
they're
था यार
often,
लेकिन?
like, really prepared for the angles that GE was taking. So they've done their homework. You know, they've seen what GE does on this map, how they approach it, what kind of position they like to hide in, and it felt like almost every time, you know, Paper X was ready.
Binks support
so
GS.
This is
कोई
just
नहीं यार
a
क्योंकि हम
great
GS को
performance from
support
them,
करते
and you know, again, I think the rumor I was hearing off stage.
एंड फोटो स्ट्रीम चलो नहीं यार, कैसा भी है अपना भाई जैसा यार विशाल भाई. विशाल भाई क्या उसने अभी तक डांस किया? मंडप, मंडप कौन है? मंडप पता है जहाँ पे शादी होता है. बंक्स मजा आ रहा है यार भाई, सेक्सी गेम चल रहा है, लेकिन सेक्सी गेम में देखो अभी 1 ऑल हो चुके हैं, ठीक है. प्लस जिंग ने 2 बंदे लोग को फिश बम करके इंजर्ड किया, तो मेरे हिसाब से जीतने के चांसेस बढ़ चुके हैं अभी. माइक लिट इज द बेस्ट मतलब ऋषि भाई मुझे नहीं समझा. अवर भाई जीजी PRX, पहले आपने उसको जीजी किया, अभी इसको जीजी कर रहे हो. कौन से साइड पे हो यार, कंफ्यूज हो रहा हूं मैं. वापस रीड करो. क्या है? तो स्कैम किया, क्या स्कैम किया? जीजी PRX और माइक लिट इज द बेस्ट. क्या बोल दिया? गांजा मारा क्या? माइक लिट इज द बेस्ट. पागल हो गए क्या चट्टू? मत बोल मत बोल. फिर से पढ़ मन में. लोडू माय ओ साला, तो मुझे एक बात बता, मॉड्स बुंड मरवा रहे जब ये इतना ब्रेन गेम खेल रहा है और तुमको पता है मेरा ब्रेन प्रोसेस नहीं हो, तुम बुंड मरवा रहे हो तुम लोग. ऋषिल भाई क्या कर दिया यार, इतने सारे लोग मुझे देखते, पता है, मत करो यार, कुछ लुल्ली रिलेटेड ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं ऋषिल भाई, कुछ ऐसा टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स जिससे माय लुल्ली इज लाइक एनाकोंडा, वैसा वाला कुछ टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स करो। बेल्ट किसी से के पास है ओनली फॉर सुपर सेट, बात तो है, स्पेशली विशाल भाई आज बहुत गुस्से में लगता है। विशाल भाई कौन सा जूस पी रहे हो? विशाल भाई बहुत गुस्से में, हैवी स्पैम्स कर रहे हैं। व्हाट्सएप देख बोला था ना पिंकी ने। यार तो मेरा फेवरेट चीज खा रही है। ई कौन है भाई? यूफो है, एक्लेयर्स है, हाँ? Oh my god, Binks, my parents are watching, the fuck? What do you mean by oh my god, Binks? I am the parents' favorite person. बराबर है यार। By the way, dear uncles and aunties of the eclairs, I speak very fantabulous English also. Because when eclairs was in India, she understanding little bit difficulties. Because she Dubai coming, no. That's why when I taking care of her, full English bazi ekdam. Oh, bazi, oh shit. Sorry. So full English में, yeah. Full taken care of eclairs, huh? Just saying. Huh? Uncle aunties full taken cares. Best friends. Eclairs, yeah. Eclairs बोल ना यार. हाँ? Heavy वाला गिफ्ट ना heavy वाला. एक दो पेटी का है. सॉरी मच लव. अरे लव यू टू यार, मेरे को पता है. मस्ती में कर दे, टेंशन ना ले. बंक्स भाई क्या करो, लो फील कर रहा हो, आ जाओ लो फिर. ओह सॉरी शिट, लो फील में ये नहीं बोलना था. श्रीवास्तव भाई एक काम करो, अगर लो फील कर रहे हो तो ये मैच देखो पूरा, क्योंकि अभी जीतने वाले, आप खुश हो जाओगे और इसके बाद आप जिंदगी में चिल कर सकते हो गाना वाना सुन के. कुछ नहीं तो मैं ही गाना गा दूंगा भाई. और क्या चल रहा है यार चैट में? ईसीएम फिर से क्या बोले? एक्लेयर्स बाय द वे, मैंने आपके मम्मी पापा को नहीं बताया कि आप बहुत गाली देते हो, ठीक है? यू आर सेलुलर एंड ऑल बीइंग सेम्डेड. अरे इट्स अ फ्रूट, मेरे लैंग्वेज में बोलते उसको, मेरा लैंग्वेज में बोलते हैं. आपका माइंड बहुत गलत है एक्लेयर्स जी. मेरे लैंग्वेज में एक फ्रूट है यार, वो मैं बता नहीं सकता कौन सा फ्रूट है. यार आप बहुत
and this in the past has not been as common of a spot to put the spike at, but what it does is it makes you very concerned about the alley and the fact that, you know, if you're going to try to go
भाई ये राउंड बहुत बाप खेला था
PRX, get that kill pretty quickly.
लेकिन एक सेकंड, अगर PRX ने बाप खेला तो PRX के 5 प्लेयर्स प्लस एक बाप 6v5 खेले थे, ये तो गलत है.
They didn't overexpose themselves and they forced a scout
एक गाना हो जाए
down into the hall.
अभी नहीं यार,
nobody's here. But by then it's almost too late. They just don't have that much time.
Hello sir, first time writing a comment. कैसे हो Mohit भाई? Don't feel shy. Make some friends. Love you buddy.
Away with the gravity well. Pop out again, get the kill, and there it is. An excellent tactical round there from PRX.
Yeah, it was really well piloted, and one of the biggest things was like being able to
ये
take
तो
away all those guns.
हमने भी यही देखा था, हम भी बन सकते हैं analytics.
So it made it that much more difficult for them to try to recover and get their way back in. I mean, it was a very devastating half.
Yeah,
it looked like it was going to end up going 10-2. They were kind of lucky to scrape by with the 9-3 at the end of it all.
Yeah.
I mean, mostly on the heroics of Bunyet, which we'll see in a moment.
Yeah, let's talk about
Heroics तो दूसरी टीम थी शायद. नेक्स्ट मैच कब है? अब भी चालू होगा भाई 2-5 मिनट में. इसके बाद कौन सा है? मेरे को खुद नहीं मालूम क्या है वॉच पार्टी करते हो रे मैं। इसके बाद कौन सा देखना है नहीं देखना? थर्ड मैप हार्ड होगा। थर्ड मैप हार्ड कैसे होगा भाई? आइस बॉक्स है ना। लव यू बंक्स भाई, बिग फैन, लव यू। 11-13 विशाल भाई बहुत गलत हो। 13-11 नहीं हो सकता, बहुत गलत हो। 13-0 मेरे हिसाब से। DRX है नेक्स्ट, DRX है। ओ यार वो भी क्यूटी, लेकिन DRX तो जीत जाएगी बे जिंजी के सामने, वो भी 2-0। ये तो थोड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग करने को 1-1 किया भाई। Oh, क्या बोल रहा है तू?
Prepared for this map, fully anticipating it, leaving it open. They said, okay, we know that they're going to pick it. So it seems like they laid a really nice trap here for Global, and they stepped right into the snare.
Yeah, they just ran right into it. And the casters mentioned it as well. Obviously, kind of the pace and speed that PaperX brought didn't really give Aaron enough time to try to catch on to how do I want to get the reads over here against
Aaron बोलता रहेगा बेंच, ये भी मेरी गलती। हाँ, मैंने कॉल दिया, वो कॉल सुनने रहे, इसमें भी मेरी गलती। बंक्स भाई आप क्यों नहीं खेलते इसके बाद? अगला पर्ल है, इसलिए मैंने आइस बॉक्स बोला। सच तुम लोग बता ही देते कौन सा मैप है। ब्रीज है, चिड्डी में ब्रीज है तेरे।
I mean, this was
यार ये तो शिश कर रहा है भाई।
You know, you go back to the last time that they played on this map. You know, they were able to take some decent rounds away from DRX, but overall, it's still just he wasn't finding value. His ADR was absolutely through the floor. It was so poor. This is a complete turnaround, a glow up here from Mindfreak, and this is what we want to see from this guy every single game. Didn't quite get it in map number 1, but here he comes out. He really helps.
Rossin texture out, texture out.
He and Jing very much leading the charge in that regard as far as how much impact they can find. And this was a fantastic performance to see, because after that first map, I really was in the camp of saying, like, okay, it's just going to be a 2-0 blowout. Global will have this one in the bag. A pleasant surprise to see that we are going to be going to a map 3, so now Pearl will decide who is going to be holding their heads high at the end of this all.
Yeah, and obviously Pearl, a map that both teams have kind of tinkered around with, obviously on the side of PaperX, famously using the Phoenix. We'll see if that comes back into play again today as they face off against Global Esports. But Mindfreak, one word that you kept pointing out was impact, right? And it's not about just the number of kills, but the fact that he's getting these kills that really change the round and kind of transform how the rest of his team can play around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's these critical moments. It could go either way, and he's able to clutch it. And this is a relief to see, because this is a guy we had these huge expectations for coming into this. We're worried, is he going to be able to actually calibrate to this environment and actually be able to take on you know, these important moments? And he's done it. And I'm really glad to say that we have a 1-1 right now, and it's going to game 3.
Yeah, and the big question now is, do we see any more roster changes, right, going into Pearl? I think coming into Split, the changes on both sides were quite expected to a certain point in terms of the
Texture should play Jet,
before. But on Pearl, right, I mean, for instance, Jing, does he go back to the Phoenix, and if something continues to play the Jet? And then on the side of Global Esports, we still have Ronsky, who used to play the first couple weeks as they only had those 5 players. Will he come back in? Also, SK Rossi, does he come back in for Pearl as well?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions surrounding the global campus.
Answer the chalo.
I think for the side of PaperX, we're pretty much going to see exactly what we saw from them when they had last played this.
I think मतलब ये किधर और बैठ के देख रहा है, ऐसे झाकड़ी मारने का ना, कि वहाँ पे कौन सा 5 मैन अभी खेल रहे हैं, वहाँ पे ऐसे झाकड़ी मार के फिर बोलने का अपने को, बराबर है कि नहीं?
When it came down to the Blade Storm, you think about that 3K, he was able to.
झाकड़ी मारना नहीं आता basically इसको.
So I'm expecting that to look a bit more the same, unless they.
दवा आते ही मैंने बोला था सेकंड में PRX का, हाँ क्या? मेरे को भी लगा तो था वैसे.
And they very well could.
दवाई को नहीं आना चाहिए था, वो लोग ने cheating किया basically.
Don't overtune it too much. There's been a little bit of experimenting already here today. Maybe it's time to go back.
बंका आ रहा है अभी. बंका को आना चाहिए. 69
I think for both teams, they have both come off of some decent victories as far as their most recent performances. PRX beating Global, or beating T1, Global beating Zeta as well with a 13-9 on.
पार्टी की स्ट्रीम देख चुका है रे बाबा.
I think both teams are going to be feeling fairly comfortable.
अब something out bank end, possibly नहीं है something out करे.
This of course is possibly going to be
something
our first look.
बाप खेल रहा है बाप.
this match.
True. Yeah. I mean, again, we only got SK Rossi and Lightning Fast into Seoul a couple of weeks ago. Both of them only started playing the matches last week. So I think a lot of people still have question marks about what is your kind of final combination. Is it really just a per map basis? Is it a per agent basis? We're still trying to unpack the full package.
बात तो है, मैं potential बोल रहा हूँ, potential है.
I think it would be foolish to not try to utilize him. This has been a very interesting best of 3 in that there's been several times we're kind of surprised by who they've picked or who they've removed. I'm even kind of surprised they took Rossi out in map 2, to be honest.
It's just not going to be known for the Rays.
Guys, उसको भी Rossi पसंद है यार.
I mean, they could.
भैया आपका नाम क्या था? I love you भैया.
For a double duelist setup, but just given the
भैया I love you.
Maybe now that they've had this loss under their belt, maybe Global will reassess how they actually decide to approach split.
1-1 नहीं 1-2 करो चलो चलो.
We need to shake things up.
चल Binks बढ़िया.
That does end up being
Binks in texture out ये हो सकता
है. For now, I'm waiting to get this camera to pan over across.
इतना भी प्रे करो भाई जितने अपनी वाले.
I see something and it seems like Paper X not going to be going for any.
यार ये बंदा something का कोई रोको बे.
Yeah, the camera was really waiting for that
last
spot. I was like, oh no,
I'm like, oh no, who's it gonna be?
हाँ जीत गए. जिंग को नींद आ रही है. हाँ जिंग को नींद आ रही है भाई. हो गया भाई. ये क्या? टेक्सचर पेट क्या?
Widely been KO.
Yes.
So I'm expecting, and the last time that they did play here on Pearl, he was playing KO. I think it's going to very much be the same. That means that Bazzi,
लेकिन टेक्सचर दो मैप खेला उसका हाथ बैठा रहेगा ऐसा
or if
कुछ
it's
है?
going to be the Sky here. I think that they need some info gather other than the 0-point knife. So I think that they'll probably stick with him on Fade. But then from there, I suppose this is going to be Aaron back over to Killjoy. So it seems like
क्या होगा guys?
You want to work this KO in when you want to have Rossi
वो
play
लोग का
Jet.
same lineup
You obviously can't
versus अपना
your
new lineup.
IGL. Well, I mean, Paper X do it
Well,
all the
yeah,
time.
some teams do.
But they don't want to sub out their IGL and Aaron, so he'll flip back over
क्या
to
लगता है?
AJ, and yeah, it is going to be Bazzi on Fade. So this is,
देखो
same
मोने
concept
मारता
we
है
have been seeing
बराबर है.
from Global Esports.
एरिन
The last
दिमाग
time
है
they have
वो भी
played on this
बराबर
map,
है.
and
Rossi
pretty much,
भी
yeah,
मारता
the
है
same here
वो भी
from the side of
बराबर.
Paper X as well. Jing back on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, both sides kind of
Texture
sticking
अच्छा
true
खेल
to
रहा
what
था.
they've shown so far, having faith that the compositions were not, they don't need any change. It's really just
वो
gonna be
अपने को
about how
KO
you adjust
चाहिए
each other.
इसलिए हो सकता है बे. Mr. Boy, how's the news? Thank you for the membership. KO चाहिए बे अपने को.
These compositions have not changed. The players
Possible
may
है,
have just a
possible है,
little
possible.
bit, but you are expecting this from each side. So it's all going to come down to these mid-round calls, getting a read on your opponents. We'll see who gets the better of it.
All right, well, it comes down to the wire. Going to Pearl for map number 3 between Paper Rex and Global Esports. Let's head into the game with our casters, Paper Thin and Quack.
Thank you very much.
Practice करो होगी भाई. जीजी क्या करे branded. मतलब?
I think it reminds me of this Bruce Lee quote, right? Like, be water.
Practice करा होगा अच्छा ओ. ऐसा हो सकता है शर्मा.
You put water in a cup, it becomes a cup, and that's kind of how Paper X are playing. But
यार ये भी तो देखो ना व्रोंस्की को तुम लोग बोलते हो ये करो उसको भी लिया टीम में. उसका भी रीजन है. उसके भी लोग देख रहे रहेंगे. ये भी तो है यार. हाँ ये भी तो है. थोड़ा सा सेल्फिश नहीं बन रहा है अपन. जीतने के लिए सेल्फिश बनना पड़ेगा बंद पे. बात तो बराबर है बेटा.
Against T1 they crushed them. I mean it wasn't even close. 13-3 in terms of rounds, and I mean Forsaken on that KJ.
बहुत कालिया मत करे ऐसा.
Was all over the map, and that's something that I
मत
think
करे.
for GE they have to be very
क्योंकि मैंने
aware of
कुछ नहीं
because
कहा है
the
अभी तक.
disruptive
मत करे.
presence that Forsaken had, just these lurks, getting all the way into water, even at times coming up underneath the noses of T1 is something that GE has to be aware of here, especially on this attacker side. To start out, is that Forsaken not afraid to push space.
Texture out powers in powers by
sort of conventional utility that maybe lurkers have, like sentinels and controllers, or a lot of times the lurkers, but KJs usually are more like kind of holding flanks, being steadfast. But he will
एक तो मेरे को पिस्तौल राउंड एंड रीटेक में मजा ही नहीं आता. पता नहीं.
Decently free. Aaron might go for one with the frenzy,
बिली सब मार
as
दिया.
good as he is with the frenzies, this time
बंदा
around,
निकल गया.
a little bit too difficult to find much value.
definitely is. I mean, you have to respect the fact that something's pushing with the shorty. Almost as if this was 2021 Valorant, but back into it we go. They already have the spike down. They have full control, and they just need to watch these angles to towards defender spawn, towards the back of the ramp. They're watching it. They've got Mind Freak peeking and springing out of nowhere, along with Forsaken as well.
I just don't like
retakes. That leaves
retakes.
2 players remaining.
थोड़ा लड़के मरो यार.
Trying to do what they can, but it's going to be really, really tough. Going for individual duels will not favor you this time. And Aaron might have frenzy.
DRX को भी बहुत पसंद है यार लेकिन.
That gives away his position.
Yeah, he's just looking for some value out of this round. He's gonna die no matter what. Okay, he's got the one against the shorty, the long range shorty.
भाई क्या दिखता है ना इस स्लो में जाके शॉट मारने का.
But I mean, yeah, look, we've all been there. We've all tried it. We all are just like, maybe this time the shorty bullet spread will give me, you know, random, very lucky spread, but not going to be the case.
Hey, you don't have a
Remake karo.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. There's no helping the shorty. It is what it is.
It is what it is. But that's why, all right, you know, it's still a fast take. It's a fast approach, and
यार दवाई.
wrap around back. Didn't quite work out. Paper X takes the pistol.
Guys 15k लाइक्स हो चुका है. 20k भी हो सकते हैं. इसके बाद एक और मैच है, तो जिन्होंने नहीं किया लाइक जल्दी लाइक्स करें.
Break it open and great shots with those ghosts. Just lock it down here, and now they're gonna go immediately over to the other side of that map. Look at this push out in the mid.
Wow.
Or the side of GE. They have
भाई
4
वापिस
men
4
coming
flank.
through. Batsy on the site there, just kind of getting the info that it's going to be happening, but he's backing off, so
Retake practice
they don't know where this is going. GE is still kind of trying to figure out if there's anybody around, if there's anything going on, and in fact, a Trailblazer to check there, so good awareness from Divide that could be happening. Now, Jing here has an opportunity to do some real damage. Oh, only gets 1.
This is interesting because
यार ये
you can
something.
clearly see that Global has a different objective this round. They're not necessarily looking to win it out. In fact, maybe if they get a pick, they do a little bit of economical damage.
एक और मारेगा. मेरे को मौने पे भरोसा है.
Trades, those duels will favor Paper X in these situations, especially when the scenario has been read. All 4 stacked up together, up by main right now. And, well, exit frags? What?
Yeah, I mean, you're just playing now to, exit frag.
Guy.
So Monyet.
Point चाहिए था. Point चाहिए था तेरे को.
Gonna opt to. He might.
दोस्त मतलब कुछ भी.
Is he gonna die? Yeah, they're all gonna go down. I thought maybe.
I don't know. I don't think they picked up anything huge. Just
there was just a Spectre, you know, maybe somebody's like.
That's why I think it's a big point
funds,
too.
But yeah.
Because talking about cutting funds, Forsaken was saving funds. He only had a ghost that round. So I feel like Paper X are
दिल में
starting
दर्द
to
हो रहा है.
adapt to how Global
YouTube
plays
से इतना बफर.
the eco rounds after a pistol is
क्या language है ये Pinky?
Yeah, look at that. I mean, look at the buy that they're able to put together here.
Pinky?
You know, I mean, like,
this could be a bonus win.
क्या language है ये?
Something still had that Vandal that he's able to carry over. He's the only one with half armor, a Bulldog for Mind Freak. So, you know, the economic situation here for Paper X is great. They've still got a decent amount in the bank too. So, certainly this is a huge round for GE if they're going to stabilize and keep this half from sliding in the wrong direction very quickly.
It comes down to how well they can receive this B-side push. Surely they hear the footsteps. Jing, wow, hot hands line up. That blocks off defender spawn. And something with the dueling potential, he managed to get so much damage. Jing back. SK, Rossi, hiding up by screens. He goes unchecked. This is devastating. Monyet, Aaron, they all arrive on time. The cavalry is here. And Global are starting to push back the force as Jing is the only one left.
And
there's no way that he duels himself out of this one. A minute
no, say bait, सब देख लिया, जीते कैसे ये round?
I was on an absolute roller coaster watching Rossi. I'm like, no,
it's
he's gonna
very
clear your
cute.
team.
No,
wait, okay, just let them all go by. Okay, that spray's a little bit off. Okay, oh, it's all good, it's fine. It was like I was all over the place. I mean, that was just great trigger discipline from Rossi. It was a little bit risky, but it paid off. And you gotta check that corner. I see that way too much time in Pacific. That corner is not checked.
30 seconds
way too
left.
happened before with like DFM, Zeta, but here, this is where it
Part 2 in Rossi out language chat.
Jing's trying to play it safe, maybe looking for a save this time. Global going over to check up the A site, and I mean, you're absolutely right again. It's these tiny little things.
मेरे को लेकिन एक बात मेरे को नहीं समझा यार चैट. 12,000 लोग देख रहे हैं. हाँ, मेरे को एक बात बताओ. जिंग भाई शेव कर रहे बराबर, लेकिन वो ऑलरेडी क्लीन शेव है, तो शेव करने का जरूरत क्या है? ये कभी सोचा है आपने?
But that could have very quickly gone the wrong way if, you know, Paper X has one of their classic reactions where they just, you know, flick on you and get the headshot and kill you. But didn't have
ये round
this
अपना
time,
मेरे को लग रहा है.
so therefore Rossi's able to provide a ton of value here.
बात तो है, हाँ ना?
And then Aaron and the others step in and start doing some damage as well. So that's a good round for GE. And Paper X just, you know, that's
Sexy था ये जो.
hopefully should be something that doesn't
I
happen,
died laughing.
right? Or you miss that corner. And there's a couple others on this map that sometimes people don't check. I doubt that we will see that. But again, the money here for the side of Paper X was good enough, especially with the Vandal being saved by Jing, that they're able to string together mostly another buy. There's a little bit of half armors and a bulldog floating, but
ओ उसके पास वो वाला लाइनअप है. लग गए.
Super crazy here from Paper
उनकर
Rex.
लग गए.
That is such a
No!
good high.
Nice.
But the reaction there with the grab well, so good.
And
Nice.
that's the follow-up reaction from Bazzi. Jing makes it
Not
a
so
trade.
nice.
Mind Freak arrives on time. They managed to turn the situation around. We're back even. Bazzi exploring
Bronx
water,
को मारना
but
पड़ेगा.
X really just looking to push down and collapse on towards the B site. Bronski has to anchor. Bazzi up on top of Heaven. They try to push him back. Fragment, but grabbing well will suck Bronski back in towards Elbow. He's just waiting for the right time to peek
Nice.
out, push. He will be able to find the first one.
ज़्यादा नहीं
maybe
Bronx की
second,
भाई.
But now no idea that Jing's behind. Something going off with more frags. Goes in with a tailwind just to close out the distance. Doesn't quite hear the tap, but now it goes through. He will be able to pick up Jing, evening out the odds. We're down to a 1.
Round दिया.
Something. Only an updraft. 77 HP.
Round
The
दिया ना.
headshots have to count.
Aaron here has to check a bunch of angles. There's a lot of places that something could have hit into.
दिया कि नहीं?
You know, he could be in back sight. He could be
Elbow?
here in Link. Yeah, he could be an elbow. He could be back by pillar. I mean, there's so many different places that Aaron has to worry
time
about.
नहीं है.
Spike is ticking. It's going. We've got about maybe 10 seconds left or something, but something. We'll find that headshot with the angle that he's held. 3-1 Paper Rex.
थोड़ा जिगल करता है यार Bronx
We
की.
started to see some of these individual performances, but I really liked
3v2
what that
smokes
hot
हट
hands
जाते
from
सब
Jing.
Yeah,
help
no, the
करते.
hot hands is great, and the reaction from Munyet is just as good with that gravity well. Able to find two, but then, you know, the trades are there for Paper Rex. That gives them enough space that they can push
भाई
towards
ये
the
क्या
site, and then
मारा
something
बे.
wins
भाई
some huge
something
duels.
बंदा ही
Ross
अलग
there,
है.
Re-peaked on something.
Something
I
बंदा
think
ही
it was
अलग
a
है.
little bit ambitious. Not because it's something or anything like that. It's because he could have bought more time to wait for some reinforcements to come there to bail him out a little bit. Plus, he did have a player, like you mentioned, coming through the flank on the back of sight in Hall. And you know, one way or another, if he checks that Hall push,
Oh
okay,
my
well,
God.
just mowing him down.
Talking about chaos, fighting with chaos. This is Southeast Asian Valorant. We push into each other all the time. We might not check some off angles, but we will be able to recover. Paper Rex. 5-1
Heal के
now.
साथ
4-1.
T-Vax किया.
I blinked. Oh no, I missed it.
Attack
no,
him
but
up,
I mean, again, going back to the previous round, because that round
Yes.
was an eco for GE, so there's not much to talk about there, other than they got, you know, red and run over. But it's just little things. Like, my eyes are really on, you know, Wrongski and Batsy here. So the reason being is that two big differences in the agent comps, you know, and Batsy has been so good on the Sky. And here on the Fade, he hasn't had as much impact. I haven't seen, you know, those prowlers, a little bit with the haunt there that kind of gave Rossi some information on Jing's push, kind of maybe allow Rossi to make a better decision if he was going to pull the trigger or not in that spot. So that did have some impact, but overall I haven't seen that same level of just impeccable timing with the flashes, the trailblazers that get information and gain space, those kind of things.
पानी पी लिया.
I don't
ये नहीं
feel like
करना
have
था
as much
रॉसी को.
impact with the Fade on this map, and I haven't seen the combo.
ये नहीं करना था. हो गया PRX खत्म.
Switching to the Fade instead of a Sky here.
6-1 क्यों दिखा रहा है? हैं?
Or combinations with some smokes perhaps, so you
6-1?
through them, and you're going for information. Whereas when you have a Sky, and this perfect Korean flash and dash that we've seen so many times today, it's not really here on Pro. The map is a lot longer, a lot bigger. There are so many more spaces that you need to cover. I can see why they want to go in for more information, but then again, you lose a little bit of that,
इसका मतलब
that
ये है कि
attacking
DRX
power
ये
that
राउंड
sets
हार
up
चुकी
SK
है.
Rossi.
I mean G.
So
Next round
1-4
इको था
right
वो लोग
now.
वो भी हार चुके.
And I think this
6-1
map is
ऐसा?
just so big as well. I feel like Sky, with the range of the utility, has a little bit more impact for the most part. But okay, well, up and over.
You can do that. Doesn't quite find anything though.
Can you do that क्या? वो Fnatic ने मारा था वो.
Meteor was the first
Loud
one
ने
that
भी
I
मारा
remember
था
seeing doing that, I think.
बे scripted क्या गलत लिख भी
Certainly
सकी.
makes Global a little bit nervous though. But
with the positions that they're holding. Look at how defensive it all
टेक्निकल
is.
कुछ गलत हो जाता है भाई, बुंड के पीछे लग जाते हैं तुम लोग.
Classic tactics. Pushback, Paper X. Lockdown committed.
I mean, Batsy,
We're reassessing our options.
like you were talking about, using that utility to check towards mid. He hasn't got any confirmations off of those haunts or the prowlers, so he's just backing towards B. If they haven't gotten any contact
क्रॉसफायर
anywhere
सेटअप तो
else,
अच्छा
he's making a
है.
decent
ब्रॉन्क्स
gamble,
की
but
बाइक
it's
किधर
something
घूम
with
रहे
the
हो?
opening and another with the
Come on.
blades. He cannot do anything wrong with
अलार्म
those.
बॉट पुल
Along
सब
with a run it
कुछ
back
है.
too, but once more, it's going to be Monyet. Aaron, they are able to anchor down the side. Something going in forward with this, but wow, he's dancing over with this. His teammates have saved his life. Off a little bit of crazy mouse movement, we have SK Rossi, the lone survivor with an operator, something he surely wants to hold on to.
I mean,
Save
this is read pretty well by GE. They use that lockdown. They use the fact that there's no other information gained off of the utility or contact on the other side of the map, that they're like, okay, we know this is a B hit. We're going to, overstack it. So it's basically a 4-1. And they still win.
हाँ तेरी
On to
मेरे
Forsaken
एक
from
दोस्त ने
Rossi.
दूसरे को पीठ पे मारा
Maybe
बे.
find another killer too, but at the end of the day, this is all just hoping to, find as much value as possible while not dropping this op. But
रीड
he got
ये नहीं करना था.
All right. Just a little bit more, but of course the round still handed over to Paper X and Divide, there to back up his teammates in their time of
Tricks
need.
by Real Edison.
I'm not so sure about that one, Rossi. You've been playing great today, but
You want to save it.
yes, the dash there was a little ambitious.
हाँ.
Overall, though, this is
उसने
just
भी वही बोला.
something. He's so good at these entries. He causes so much chaos. He's so fast, even when he's just dancing, like you were saying. He causes problems for the opponent. Absolutely, the PRX fans should be thrilled. This guy is incredible individually. The skill is there, and now it's all starting to come together for Paper X, and GE has to turn it
No,
around
one
here
party नहीं
sooner
दिखा
rather
पा
than
रहे
later.
वो.
I mean, they've got Rossi with the blades. Maybe he could try to do his best something
राशि
impression.
भाई करना
Surely
कुछ.
they know it's coming. And they're ready. They're overstacked for it.
And that's the X factor. Paper X now switching things up, holding aggressions, and he's able to push Global Esports back.
Got your trail.
The play storm does not work out now from here on out. It's just a simple push over to the B side. Let's get the spike down. We know where they're hiding.
Look at something. He's just going to tail this Seeker. So good.
Oh, back to the shorty. Oh my god, Bazzy. Don't let that happen. Of course, they all surround him, but
1-6 guys.
Paper X once more.
Yeah, well, it doesn't hurt Paper X much. Their
मैंने तो
economy's
future देख लिया था भाई, मेरे को
so
क्या.
they can afford to get a little bit spicy.
मैंने तो
They're
future देख लिया
allowed to
था.
push the space and throw a gun or two over. It's
Yeah.
not a big deal.
Never seen
But they're
before.
very much in control of this map so far, with the
Yes.
way that they're playing on
Need to
attack.
drop
I mean, that's the
Thank you.
interesting thing. This was left as the decider, and Paper X decided to start out on attack, and I feel like that's a very
थोड़ा
conscious,
सा.
choice, a conscious effort to really put question marks in GE's mind.
I mean, our best teams in Pacific, they like to start on attack on most maps. That's generally the case for DRX, Paper X. Like most maps, they want to set the tempo. They want to come out swinging. They want to punch you in the mouth. It's that old Mike Tyson quote. Everybody has a
Blind
plan
देगा
before they get
Vronsky.
punched in the mouth.
Oh yes,
And
no plan survives contact with the enemy.
exactly, and that's
भाई
where
बाजी
these
बेट हो
teams
गया.
excel, is when they're the ones setting the
मरा
tempo.
बाजी.
Oh.
We're gonna set a bit of our own tempo as well with an aggressive position.
भाई इन्फो इतना गलत हुआ था फिर भी. राशि एक राशि हो जाए. एक हो जाए बे, उछल के शॉटी.
Lost enough players that Paper X
राशि भाई.
slow down their advances. Oh, he's gonna
राशि
repeat
भाई
it
एक
again.
लॉन्ग रेंज शॉटी हो जाए यार.
You should.
राशि
Had an
बेबे.
opportunity to, if that was
Opa,
regressed by
Unix
King,
bhai.
drop the spike and
आपके मुंह में कुछ
then
तो लगा हुआ
it's
है.
almost like
No, no,
100%
मत
round over at that point. But
Hey,
good
thanks, thanks for the
rotation around
20.
Paper Rex, at least finding some open space, finding the potential. I mean, if they can get, if they can get,
राशि तो मुमकिन है,
if they can get
मुमकिन नहीं रे,
might be able to
मुमकिन
get the
रे.
plant on at the very least. But that turret, great
Turret
position by
नहीं मर
Aaron,
रहा है.
really
Yes.
reading the rotation.
डर रहे वो
That's
लोग
what
अभी.
it's dependent on. You have to find that pick, but how do you do it when that much utility is up against you? Along with Monyet playing point blank range, a simple burst.
2
And that's
6
gonna be
3
global
6
with our
4
second
6
round
5
win.
6 6
Yeah, I mean, this is just
7
global,
8 9 10 13 6
getting
खत्म
that
है गेम.
early first blood. This is something that really killed them on split. Was you know, almost nobody was positive on first kills versus first gas. They were losing point of contact early often. This time around they don't. Batsy and then Rossi stepping up huge there at A long, finding those 2 big kills, getting a ton of value.
भाई अपने पास 3 अल्टी है, उनके पास 2 है. अपने पास ऑफ है, उनके पास ऑफ नहीं है. ये राउंड जीतना बहुत जरूरी है. सुन रहे हो?
Wrongski's got his ult though. Batsy's got his ult. Manyet has his. I mean, Forsaken and Mindfreak have theirs. So
yes,
let's see if there can be some.
वही जो मैं बोला उसको इंग्लिश में बोल रही है.
If anything, I think Global has retake potential in this round, but Rossi
मुझे लगा मार दिया.
trying to discourage them from pushing forward
लग गए.
first. It's a duel between the Jets. And
अरे
pushed back. The way that something ducks in and out of cover. Off the Nebula though, and his team is here to back him up. Rossi might have a bit of vision trying to thread that needle.
Dude, the way that something moves himself, his movement is so crisp here. He completely avoids Rossi's sideline, baits out a ton of those shots, offers up such narrow margins that, you know, Rossi has to hit incredible shots, and just as good as he is, he couldn't quite find him. That's just great play there from something.
He's no longer nervous, I think. Because you have to recognize that SK Rossi's on and off. He only has 1 shot.
Shit, Abhi.
Look at that flash to check on the other side of the Cosmic Divide to know that it's safe. They're going to use the Trailblazer to confirm that nobody's right around the corner. Wrongski's going to push it anyway.
And all of a sudden the retake, the push comes through. And when push comes out, it's going to be SK Rossi finding
Bacha.
That's going to be enough. And now Paper X gets the spike down. 2 on 4. How do they hold this? Mindfreak, what is this push? He's gonna get punished for it, and that leaves a Vi alone, cold. SK Rossi peeks in. Might have lost his head, but this is big information for Global. Surely they know how to collapse in on him together as a team. Aaron just holds the angle, gets the headshot, and Global will find a 3rd win.
चलो अभी एक और राउंड जीता, फिर उसका इकोनॉमी
So much utility is used
समझ रहे हो?
by Divide.
ये राउंड जीता सीधा 5-6 बेबी. चले पॉसिबल है चैट.
Right as they're pushing in, right as they think it's safe, he's nestled himself in that corner, and that's just phenomenal play from Wrongski. I mean, you can see why he is a KO specialist. Great senses, great timings there. That's a huge round.
Nice.
Response immediately from Paper X here. Timeout.
And I think that's that supplement for Batsy Sky. You know?
Yeah, it is.
यार एक बात बताओ, अपना जो जगह है उसके ऊपर 2 बंदे बैठे, उनका जो जगह है उनके ऊपर 3 बंदे बैठे. ऐसा क्यों? सोचने वाली बात है यार. DRX and Binks are friends. GS and Binks are friends. ये सब लिख रहे हैं लोग. Such ब्यूटीफुल्स. कौन सी साइड का मैप है? लेफ्ट हैंड साइड का मैप है. कौन सी साइड का मैप 3? कौन सी साइड का मैप होता है बे? हाँ, जो किसी का नहीं वो अपना मैप वैसा है. हाँ गाइस, 16K लाइक्स को 100 लोग बचे. ठीक है, 13,000 लोग देख रहे. कोई है 100 वर्जिन फ्रेंड्स मेरे जिसने लाइक नहीं किया?
Yeah, he's only 4 and 9, but a play like that could be a pivot point in this map, in this series.
Attacking है या defending? ये heavy attacking, heavy. मतलब 9 round attacking में निकाल सकते हैं मेरे हिसाब से.
I still haven't seen Forsaken
really get aggressive
on that. Hasn't been able to.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's great about Global's positioning. We're seeing
jokes over होएगा. रॉसी भाग.
Able to take Jing down to 2 HP because of SK
रॉसी jokes over होएगा. भाग.
Just to prevent Forsaken from getting lurks.
They don't want to let him pop this
भाग
right away.
सीधा B पे जा. रॉसी छोड़ दे सब कुछ.
Do it. So he's still able to get it through. Trying to push here. Got the kill. Huge for Jing.
Big value again, but SK Rossi still very much alive and has the angle. So that's going to be the Blaze wall set up, allowing for Paper X to perhaps get through. But look at how they're going back and forth with this map plays. You've got players looking up over by mid to catch any rotations. Meanwhile, just carefully getting the spike down on A.
Yeah, they've got firm control over a lot of this map. It's Aaron's lurk here that's going to be potentially really important for GE. You know, Rossi wants to kick the door down for his team. Let's see. There is that cosmic divide now for GE.
And that's going to give them a little bit more space. Devi still hiding inside of the Nebula, though, but no! Wrong angle.
Oh my God.
All going to come down to Devi with the Phantom, where he doesn't quite have the ammo capacity to continue getting the spray transfer. Aaron with the triple.
गोली खत्म हो गया है. Love you यार.
Global. That's 3 rounds in a row for this team.
I thought
जिसने भी उसका बंदूक बनाया, love you. नसीब गोली खत्म
saw
हो
the
गया.
player go in. Maybe
बंदे
I'm not
3
exactly
गोली
sure if
2.
he was expecting, somebody to swing on the outside of the smoke or something, but
कितने आदमी थे
I
भी?
thought he could have just held that spray down, potentially
अभी
got
इको है ना
that
बोला?
quick, been ready for that follow-up a little bit faster, but this lurk from Aaron, key to this round. He comes in, backstabs him. I mean, look at this. I think he still got the, one of the two, but I think he might have been able to finish that third kill before they had the opportunity to double swing him like that.
Tough to say. I think it's one of those little, again, micro decisions that really make it or break it in those moments. But
भाई ये राउंड जीता 6-6 से भाई पैसे ही नहीं बचे.
from Aaron, the timing of it, but what again something, a sudden peak, a little bit of an over peak from Aaron perhaps, but all it takes is one click, and all of a sudden the entire B site is open. Ronsky gone. Bazzi is here, but he can't do much on his own.
Yeah, I mean, this guy with blades is a different player.
मुझे लगा बेंच पे अपना टीम था.
Something shuts him right
इतना
out.
समथिंग को देख लिया मैं खुद
Now,
कंफ्यूज हो गया.
something potentially could get an ace here. He's got 3 already.
Oh my God. We're still not done yet. We're only pushing through, but there it is, the ace denied, but still, it's the angles that are really
Rossi
being
में
held.
थोड़ा vandal हो
Taking
जाता
out yet another threat, and that was SK Rossi. We know where Manyet is, and they are blocking off every single one of these entries.
क्या बोले तन्मय भाई?
Confidence for something just goes through the roof with those blades in hand. He's so accurate, he's so pinpoint that it just feels like he never misses. The crosshair placement, near immaculate every time. I mean, he has to switch to the gun there to get the follow-up, but he loves those blades. I think he'd rather have blades than most guns.
नहीं. अबे lightning fast कहाँ गया? खाना खाने.
Accuracy.
Recess था ना?
Sorry, we're not gonna say that word.
Yeah, I heard some interesting words in that one.
दूसरा मैप चालू हो गया तन्मय भाई. हेलो. I mean तीसरा.
Back to a bit of a default, just holding some angles. It is the last round.
तन्मय भाई क्या बोलते हो? कौन जीतेगा? क्या लगता है आपका? Years of experience.
Yeah, last time we saw, when Aaron had his lockdown, he got pretty aggressive with it.
एक
but
second.
this time he's sitting way back.
एक बंदे ने बोला है तन्मय BC वीडियो कहाँ है? कैप्टन अर्थ. हाँ? तेरे मम्मी के लिए वीडियो बना था, तेरे पापा के लिए रे लौड़े. इससे बात करते रेस्पेक्ट से कुछ पता है कि नहीं? निकले चले fuck off.
In order to
हाँ,
pull
फूफा
off
का
this
चाचा
fake,
का
but I
लड़का है.
don't think Global are biting. SK Rossi has the operator. He wants to make this one count. He will.
कौन बोला
When
वैंडल
it's
चलाने?
gone, your controller unavailable. It's gonna be afforded with the blade storm
एक
now.
और दे
A
रॉस.
little bit more potential to repeat. Jumps over, forces
लॉल
something
वो
to
डर गया
spend the
something.
tailwind. Seeker's just a
तन्मय बोल रहा. उसको डरा दिया बे. something को डरा दिया.
Spike at this point. Manyet's covering off mid. There's only one approach.
मारा.
People are fully aware of
और दो नाइफ दे रॉसी.
trying to break them off though. Break them down. Bring them to their knees. He's gotten the lockdown off. 2 on 2. And we've got Ronsky from the back as well. Just narrowly missed him. He saw him.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds, and surely DRX goes in for the spike plant. They're committing to this,
Spike planted.
and we're just waiting for the best possible timing. Pull down the utility. That's Ronsky gone. SK Rossi now, can you be the one to make it happen? The hopes and dreams of Global and Mumbai, but Devi will be the nightmare.
Yeah, this is just really well held down, and something is going absolutely monstrous, particularly in these last couple rounds. With 17-8-4 right now for him is phenomenal. And even though SK Rossi able to find some value with that op, it's this play right here that makes all the difference. And Aaron just kind of gave away his position a little bit early, allowed that slight adjustment in the angle.
भाई व्रॉन्स्की को मारना था यार.
Bully Rossi back, get the lockdown cleared out, and that's what basically wins them the round. Without that play from something.
हाँ? Anti.
Players in Japan for a long time, and you could see that the #1 player on the Asia ranked server.
Just saying, अगर best of 1 रहता तो हम लोग जीत गए रहते थे कब का. हाँ, just saying. Best of 3 का फॉर्मेट किसने बनाया यार? एक पिस्तौल ऑन द टूर्नामेंट चाहिए और एक BO1 का टूर्नामेंट. ये 2 टूर्नामेंट मेरे को अभी चाहिए बस.
Frags and of course a lot of GENG fans in the crowd, but this is now Paper X and 8-4. Like the Death was talking about at the start of today, it's eat or be eaten right now. Global has to come back, because if they don't, their standings are going to be down to 1 win.
DRX is a good team. क्या बोलते हो? अच्छी टीम है.
Sort of hold back and say, okay, well, we can still string together some more wins. There's still a world where we can make playoffs. But this win, if they could have gotten it, would have been really, really nice. And just a
Jinx
Jing
fan, not Binks. Hi, क्या कर रहे हैं?
Again, I mean, speaking of him, right? It's these hot
Binks
hands
hi
that
क्या
we're
कर
seeing on
रहे
the attacking
हैं?
side. They have
Fan
clear
उसका
lineups.
लेकिन मेरे को हाय बोल रही थी वो.
Molly to just drop off in certain spots to clear out positions or maybe even block off
Forsaken
potential
Jing.
pushes.
I've seen some really good nano
Cute.
from Forsaken, like clearing out Link near the edge of B site. Yeah.
So the question
मेरा भी नाम आने वाला था.
for
कैमरा
global
मैन ने घुमा
side,
दिया.
what can we expect from them? I hope to see fragment lineups from Ronsky, and again,
भाई
like you
देखो
mentioned
पिस्तौल
before,
रन बहुत ही गंदा था.
with
अभी अच्छा
this
चाहिए मेरे को.
agent choice of Faye, surely it gives them a little bit more information on their attacking side, because that's where we've seen them perform a little bit better so far today.
Yeah. The other concerning thing for me for GE is that when they took this map away from Zeta,
वो लोग A split कर रहे. 3 बंदे already A पे.
defender side that was the much more impressive side. This time around, you know, their defender
घुसने
side
वाले वो
was
लोग
lacking.
एरिन पे.
You know, their attacker side was kind of whatever the map ended up
भाग एरिन भाग.
getting the push out.
उठा.
Rossi fast on this.
They're trying to pinch them in. A bit of a pincer maneuver, but of course A-main has been backed off completely, and it's just Global controlling the middle ground.
They read this.
लग गए.
But not connecting the spray. Monyet down to 4 HP.
Mind
And it's
trick
just
by.
these microaggressions to give Global Esports the numbers they need to overwhelm Paper X's
भाई पूरा
defense.
मैप घूम रहे लोग.
Great call here from Aaron, recognizing that they can rotate back, that they've been able to pull Paper X away.
बस हीलर नहीं है ना.
Okay, but Divine trying to hold it down on his own.
Nice,
Clash is
nice.
Still deadly. And then the
Not
spike
nice.
tapped by
Nice,
Ronsky,
nice,
but it's just
nice.
a bait. Bait out the
जीत गए
peaks.
बेबे.
Forsaken trying to slip in through.
Planted.
Not going to be able to
HP
close in the
नहीं है
distance. He's
bench.
lost that initiative. And now it's up to these
Nice,
players to pull all
nice.
the angles. That was almost like a triple crossfire. You had one on
It
A-main, one on
sucks,
Art. The
baby.
last one on the spike itself.
भाई मोनी ने क्या
Yeah, this is,
मारा
you know,
झूलते झूलते.
GE just
That's my thing with the
pushing and
22.
pulling the
DRX
map. I mean, the
everywhere,
fact that they
always to
survived this
penetrate.
gravity
Hello.
well
Yeah.
is, you know, I think Mind Freak there just kind of got
फुल होके फ्रेंजी वाले को
even a little
कैसे
bit
मार सकते हैं मुझे ये
overambitious.
जानना
Yeah,
है बस.
that's
Lots of
कुछ तो मोनी कर रहा है मेरे को लग रहा है.
If anything, paper thin.
वो लोग कितने खुश है. लेट्स गो रॉन्ग की और अपना एक चैट. हाँ
it's hard to like
इसको बिटा
to
उसको
deal with
बिटा.
like the way that GE plays.
मैं
these
तो
pistols.
पहले बोला था
They're
रॉन्स्की
so
को खेलना
confident
चाहिए
on
भाई
them.
मैं.
They read the maps really well. They have great timings. Now something is going to sneak that Marshall in. Devi has a
चार
shorty
बंदे
in
पे.
hand, holding in the back
Bait and
hall.
swish. Yeah. Forsaken and Jing as well. Two classics right in their faces.
my
The flash
God.
comes out, but oh no.
हाँ ज़्यादा
Not
डब्ल्यू
quite
दबा दिया.
landing
बच
it.
गया.
It's gonna be Global standing their ground firmly.
Oh,
Nice.
And this is very possibly a flawless round win for Global Monyet. B hopping towards the back of halls.
कैसा लगा?
There is the shorty kill that we're
अपने को भी ऐसा
expecting to
लगता था.
see. Mind Freak trying to
हाँ,
find some
कैसा
right
लगा?
clicks, but not today. Flawless win for Global.
sorry, it's just the
The B hops.
yeah, the
Shh
B hop
कर
with
रहा
the
था,
shorty.
shh.
There's nothing better. It's
Huh?
just
I'm just hearing
all
like,
those yeah, the molding. I can hear it from.
running around.
लास्ट गेम बड़ा shh कर रहा था.
Dude, it just yeah, like the Sonics do something. Yeah. But like I can just hear people like Achilles molding.
One more round and we draw. ऐसा बोला उसने.
Gaming that was displayed there.
Rossi भाई जीतने के लिए देख रहे हो draw करना.
We're having fun with this.
Yeah, I'm having fun with it.
This is great Valorant. I don't care who wins or loses anymore. Global looking great with a recovery at the start of the second half. PaperX trying to play off some positions. A bit of a crossfire setup towards B-Link, but Global are respecting the space. They're anticipating some pushes from PaperX, but as we've seen so far, at least today or from the previous map, they're no longer just blindly, aggressively pushing out.
Yeah, this is
क्या लगता है guys?
very disciplined.
Rossi
Aaron
तो
really
beat
likes
पे.
to try to get as much information as he can before he starts making pushes. They have to check the box here at long just to see if anybody's there. They're going to use that Prowler to gain a little space. Something's going to push off of it. Divide as well gets a kill on the other side of the map.
Here comes the push down on towards A-main. Position, trying to find the sprays through the smoke. He will be able to find one, swapping to the side.
निकाल सकते हैं लोग 2v3.
Bazzi continuing to push forward. They don't want to plant the spike too early, knowing that PaperX just might be around the corner. The timing is crucial for this team right now. Ronsky striking from behind, but down to 7 HP. Solar exposed and
69 यार.
Single shot to the body block. That's gonna be PaperX.
Shit, एक second पहले पहुंच गया रहता ना दोनों को मारता था Vronsky.
But still a ton of damage done here by GE. This is a relatively successful round. I love the way that they get aggressive towards Secret. They just start pushing right into the back of the map. Divide here, a good hold against Rossi, but that kind of bought just enough space and time that they're able to get this job done. I mean, the defenses were pretty strong. But still, PaperX.
Why not buy? Bonus ramp why not buy?
Jing there with a little bit of a sigh of relief.
Game सिर्फ देखते हो खेलते भी हो.
It was on a knife's edge for a moment there.
अब देखो ना buy देखो घर जाएगा वाला buy है अपना.
I mean, these performances from all players so far. Especially Something and Jing, this duo right now. Look at how these hot hands push them off. He's claiming those ult orbs. 1 point away from a run it back, and that's going to be big value in the second half. Something. Narrowly getting away by the inch of by a hair.
No damage even done there.
I mean, it's just to gain information now. Leapfrogging
क्या
forward.
भाग के जाता ना वो?
Leapfrogging backward. A bit of a guiding light to ensure that nobody's really on site just yet. Divide on the other side of those boxes.
उसने dash ने मारा अभी तक.
It's really crucial because what they really want to do is prevent them from going forward. But look at that Nova Pulse. Forsaken.
Whoa!
Global not backing down.
क्या one time मारा?
Again. Both M controllers.
What
Where
just
could
happened?
Monyet be?
What just happened in there?
You blinked and you missed it, buddy.
I gotta stop blinking.
Monyet.
This is tough, man.
Mindfreak's waiting for the spike tag.
This is this is much more difficult for Monyet.
30 seconds left.
He has a lot more to work with. Trying to see if it's
not
the bait. Oh, he looked in the wrong way. Mindfreak gets it. Unbelievable.
You have no idea where to look.
The timing, again, it's so much harder for Monyet there. It just is so much harder.
Monyet ने क्या
Can't
मारा
outmind
बे
King,
one
the
tap.
mind freak, buddy.
तो इसने क्या मारा बे
He
तीन?
tried to bait out the peak. He
Did
tapped
it?
the spike. He put
Tap.
down the nebula. Mindfreak just waited like, all right.
क्या मारा ना बे?
Somewhere, Chris Angel just smiled and nodded. He doesn't even know what's going on. He doesn't even know what Valorant is. But
Just like,
yeah,
रॉसी भाई नहीं मार पा रहे. Something ने बहुत मारा.
6 to 10 now. Global again looking to find their win back into it, but a sudden bit of aggression, and it's the same set play on towards A main. Someone could pick up that ult orb. Jing has to run it back, and that's why he's pushing forward. Doesn't even care because it's just information. Might have seen them peeking back out as his run it back expired.
that's a great little play. Oh, Monyet there, but Forsaken again, good for 2. Oh. Huge play from Jing on the other side, dude. He was phenomenal that round.
Easy made बोल दिया यार.
Just pushing that map so aggressively, and now PaperX, the confidence flowing, the rounds. I mean, this is almost over. It looks like it's 11 to 6, and GE needs to dig deep. It's going to be a timeout to try to find that energy, try to find that strength.
I don't know.
ये राउंड जीत जाए 11-7 वो लोग टिल्ट होंगे 11-8 बट इकोनॉमी नहीं रहेगा 11-9 फिर बाय राउंड में वो लोग 2 बंदे पुश करके मर जाएंगे 11-10, फिर वो लोग एक हो जाएगा 11-11. समझ रहे हो? हाँ, पूरा बता दिया क्या करना है.
Water. DRX is
On a different level.
yes. They are the team that, you know, I was talking with Binbon after we did our little, you know, our
Sure,
segment where we ranked the
caster.
teams. Yeah, he saw that and he goes, yeah, you know, DRX S, and then we're talking about it. I'm like,
यार ये
well,
लोग
DRX
कितने
actually
खुश और
SS.
चिल्ले यार.
SS.
DRX is actually
इनसे
SS.
अपने को
Were
टेंशन
you
है.
like SSS smoking?
Yeah, exactly, man.
Stylish.
This is like, they are
Yeah.
on another level for sure. And you know, Paper X talks a lot about the fact that DRX just has their number. They've said that in
They're
public.
क्या बोला? DRX has their number.
Teams in Pacific. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Right now, it's hard, and you know, you're seeing
Yes.
this in a lot of the other regions too, where there is clearly
But that's the
a
thing.
separation of teams.
Right now,
मोहन भाई
we
तेरे
want
पे
to see
भरोसा भाई.
global
3 हो
esports
जाए.
close in on that gap between them and Paper Rex, and we saw it so much so on Icebox. Can
Last
they do
round
it
ये
again
होता
back
तो
on Pearl?
blind में
After
करता
this
हूँ.
timeout, called by
Oh my
Eraser, they're
God.
trying to fight back towards A main. SK Rossi peeking into it, but something is just too damn good.
He's incredible. I mean, this double push here, even though Jing gets caught
क्या
with
मारता
his
है
pants down a
भाई?
little bit there, it doesn't matter. Something's just right there for the follow-up, and yes, it is a lower buy for GE. Some Spectres, some Stingers, and that kind of thing, but still, you know, now you're going to even invest the Seekers. You have all kinds of ults with Manya.
अलम पर
that
ठग
was
दिया
fast.
उसने.
Woohoo.
Goes
Oh
in for
my God.
another!
Not like this. Oh.
मोहन भाई मैंने बोला था आपको 3 मारने. मैंने बोला था ब्रो.
Few guns now. Something versus Monyet. Might have a
Might
little bit, but
Boom.
not against Forsaken, who's just holding the angle up by heart.
1v1.
As he answers back, down to one-on-one. Not sure
Ah,
where something
ये
is,
बंदा.
but such
ए समथिंग कब आ रहे रे तू
an
मुंबई?
round from
हाँ?
Global.
इसको साले इतना
Match point
स्पाइसी
though.
गोलगप्पा खिलाऊंगा ना
This
भैंस
is
इसको
either
आने दो.
6 rounds in a row for GE.
इसको
and we go
मुंबई
to
आने दो
overtime or
समथिंग को.
At some point before then.
सबसे स्पाइसी पानी पूरी वहाँ पे लेके जाऊंगा इसको.
And I mean, this is something here, just reading these positions so
कितना
well.
मारा उसने?
Initial push
25?
is being really well set up, and he's able to catch Batsy a little bit off guard on that angle.
साला बहुत
Man,
कुछ है.
Monyet,
पानी
those
पूरी
sheriff
खिलाऊंगा.
shots were
कंफर्म नहीं.
pretty good.
They were good.
वरना वड़ा पाव के
Look,
अंदर
I
एक
have to
मिर्ची.
level with you, Paper Thin.
Uh-huh.
This has been 3 rounds now that we've seen Global continue to try to contest A main, and every time Paper X, Jing, something, they are able to push them off.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Jing there.
That's
That
why-
Phoenix utility really suits itself to those angles.
We're
You know, the
seeing
way
this.
that you can throw those curveballs.
Okay. That's why we're going back towards the B side, the Nightfall, maybe trying to get some value off of it, but Cosmic Divide, I don't know if that's going to work out against them.
The lockdown in the
Sudden
back, though.
peaks might be so crucial, but yes, the lockdown at the back gives them a
भाई
little bit
मोने
more
भाई
cover.
घूम घूम के दे रहे भाई.
Global still have full control though, because this is a split push now. They have B-Link control, they have Forsaken surrounded, but he still makes a shot anyway. Spike Karen killed, 50 seconds left, and they will be able to get the
वजन
spike
कम था
down.
क्या जो समथिंग भी ले आए. वही
Rex
ना
is cooking on
यार.
the back of that lockdown. They try to push the angles, and it's going to be Batsy to get the final kill.
ये
on
राउंड
it.
अच्छा था. यूनिक
That
था
was
ना
pretty
ये अल्टीमेट
interesting
में
for
देखा
Paper
नहीं.
Rex because they're like, we're going to
Unique
throw a
था.
lockdown, but we're not going to play it like
Mid to be
safe. We're
split
just
था
going
अच्छा
to
था.
hit
Push.
the edges towards B-Link and towards Pillar, and we're just going to try to push the space, and GE is, you know, thoroughly ready for it.
क्या
It does
मारता है
not
बे
fool them
मोने
at all
भाई.
this time. You know, the WK Gaming sometimes does catch teams and players off guard, but
हाँ?
not in this round. So GE, they're focused. You can see Batsy, he looks
5 राउंड ऑल चाहिए.
keyed in right now. He really
अरे
wants to
माँ
get
की
some
आंख
force. He knows
भाई
what's at stake.
अल्टी आ गया
Now they've got a
समथिंग के पास.
lockdown, Blade Storm of their own.
5 rounds is not impossible.
Blades v Blades.
Does
Oh.
have blades, but this is a
The most-
very different angle. What?
भाई कहाँ से कौन
Still
सा
no.
जंप
Just
है
don't leave
ये?
this man when he's got blades in his hands, observers. Just stay on him.
Yo.
He knifed
वो
the
भी
0
थोड़ा.
point. And now he's looking to go back in, but
बच
they
गया,
will
बच गया.
spray him through the
क्या
nebula.
अंधा करके
I
मार.
cursed him. My B.
Nice.
And here comes SK Rossi. Clinton, you have cursed Paper Rex in this very round. They are out of firepower. If anything, maybe
भाई
Jing
क्या
coming
मारता
from
है
the
यार.
back of B long now. But guess what? Killjoy utility be down. It's all over the place. And oh, he still managed to make it work.
No
Is
way!
this it? Jing! Oh, and My Freak is the one to do it up from the top of heaven. Paper Rex! 13-7 ends
this best of 3.
Well, the Jing fans certainly got what they wanted. There's tons of them here in the audience. Tons of them all over the world, certainly. And that right there was a great play. Clean with that Vandal. Does a ton of damage. It was an eco round mostly, but Jing's able to find that Vandal and put it to good use.
Just, I'm thinking, like, how do you counter a team with that much dueling potential?
काउंटर करने के लिए टरेट को यू घुमाए
that ledge spin that is something. Updrafts upwards, gets the first pick, and then a big push back, and then players to come from behind as well. Feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, once the confidence got flowing here for Paper X, once they went into kind of that normal mode, what we usually are used to seeing from them, as when they got back to having somebody like the vibe, I think helps calling shots, even if it's very minimal sort of direction of traffic, it still needs to be there somewhat. And something has just a phenomenal map here. The entries from him were insane. Every time he has the blades in his hands, he's good for at least one. The value that he finds on these pushes, him and Jing, like you were talking about, locking down that long A hallway, you know, with that Jing with that Phoenix utility is so good, and the way that hallway angles, again, it offers a lot of opportunity. Great use of the hot hand, things like this that Jing does that nobody else in Pacific at the very least does with the Phoenix. I don't know if anybody else even plays it. Really.
No one, I don't think.
Yeah, he's incredible. I mean, this last round was just absolutely nasty.
वो भी उदास होके झुक गया.
Why we love to watch Paper Rex when they are feeling themselves, when these unorthodox picks really do work out. This is what we've all come to know and
is
love.
a good player, but teams in
5 first bloods on something, 4 on Jake, that's 9 first bloods in total.
मार तो रहा है बे. Crazy moves है, कितना भी रीड करे वो जो करता है ना. बहुत गलत स्पेस बनाता है यार. बहुत गलत स्पेस बनाता है.
Yeah, I mean it's tough. I mean especially on this map, when you, because of the agent composition you want to run, there isn't really a place for texture here. And I think that does hurt GE a lot. I mean, I think they're at their best when your Rossi texture and some combination are in there, in the equation, texture in particular.
यार वो texture को बोल रहा है.
What they're thinking, you know, Rossi didn't play super bad or anything, but I think texture is just too good individually that you can't not have him in. He's just too consistent.
+1.
See what he was able
मैं भी शॉक हो गया था कास्टर भाई.
Icebox, you know, on that KJ. So maybe it's time to find a new way to work Pearl. Try to get texture in there. Try to
गुस्सा आ रहा है मेरे को. गुस्सा आ रहा है. साइड में करे उसे.
Hopefully GE makes it to the playoffs, right?
बात सुनी यार. अच्छी बंदी थी. बात सुनी.
It is possible. But that's it. I mean, like you're talking about, so far today, we haven't really seen texture on that duelist role. It's almost as if he swapped fully over onto that Sentinel, that Killjoy, and it works out for certain maps, but onto Pearl, we might have SK Rossi, but when you have that many duelists, that much
कोई ना वैलो का एक ही चावा बंस बावा बहुत गंदा.
How, again, I ask, like, how do you counter this sudden, it takes that double after?
It takes some incredible protocols, and that's why DRX is able to. I mean, DRX, of course, pound for pound has insane players, right?
Yes. Just
like Paper X does. I would even argue that maybe Paper X individually, mechanically, might have a slight edge overall.
चलो 2 मिनट सुनो मैं तब तक कुछ खाना ऑर्डर करके.
However, what makes DRX different is the way they react to things.
कुछ खाना ऑर्डर करके पानी भर के आया. 3 मैप देख लिए. बिंच पानी का प नहीं है.
They've thought so many layers.
और पिंकी का भी प नहीं है घर में.
Answer any situation, and they have a lot of experience against Paper X. They were scrim partners for a real long time. They understand these aggressive teams, their aggressive nature. That's why you don't see teams that play like this really, you know, cause DRX too many problems. So Paper X, as great as they are, you know, eventually we need to see some kind of. I don't want to see them let go of their aggressiveness or anything like that, but
sure,
we need to see a little bit more.
Yes, more flexibility, more versatility, I think, truly is the key. But if anything, I don't want to count Global out just yet. This might be one win and 4 losses for now, but it's not all doom and gloom. They still have that one win under their belt.
They're playing great.
Yes.
They're playing great.
And if they can take maybe like that little page off of DRX's book, there's something to be gained.
Look, they're still. They're not really sliding or anything. They're still playing good. Now they're having to work, you know, Rossi and Lightning Fast into the mix as well. You know, 2 great players. We've seen them play very well across both maps. So there is certainly some work to be done. But I think for GE, the foundations look good to me. I see a lot of good ideas. I see a lot of good calls. I just think there's you know, maybe a little bit of tweaks to be made. I think the agent composition could maybe use a little bit of work on Pearl, if I'm being honest. I don't like the Fade as much. I think I'd rather see a Sky or something else. Maybe another Harbor, you know, a Harbor. Maybe you go for the double controller stuff. But regardless, I mean, there's still a lot of good things going for GE, and you've seen them be so close so many times.
So many times. All it took was for SK Rossi to arrive in Korea for that first win. But today, against a team like Paper X that, well, at times it might be tough to predict, they do have their moments of greatness, and we saw so much today. But whatever it is, you know, we move forward, and what we'll see soon is that interview with Forsaken. Kyungmin, take it away.
Yes, week 5, day 1's winner starts from PRX. I'm on stage with Forsaken. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, you guys really turned the tide at map 2, and it was really a big victory. How do you feel right now?
I mean, we feel really great, of course. But of course, like first map is kind of a little bit shaky, but now we feel really good because we win the 2 maps.
Oh yeah, so it was better at the other maps.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess so.
I can surely tell it. And not having Bankai for the starting roster, it was quite a surprise, and the comps were unexpected also. So how do you think that worked for your team?
I mean, as you can see, like Icebox map, especially, it doesn't work really well because I'm not sure why, but we're trying like new meta with Gecko as well.
Yeah.
But I think Gecko is not that bad on that map. But yeah, we play Icebox. The reason we play Icebox because it's like next week is gonna be removed, right? So we just play anyway. So yeah.
So do you have any plans to use that agent again?
I mean, Gecko, I actually think it's not that bad. But I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out to find the meta.
Yeah, but it was fun though, seeing using all the different agents.
The wingman.
Yeah.
I like the wingman. Little bros.
Yeah, nice. And for the next question, I heard that PRX is really into Korean BBQ. Like for today's celebration, what are you gonna eat for the menu?
I mean, it's probably Korean barbecue again.
Or
maybe Dalkby. I mean, yeah. But Korean barbecue here is really, really nice.
Oh, good to know. Your fans are really like rooting for you guys. They're just like happy to see your laugh regardless of the winning. And you must be really thankful for them. So any words for them?
I mean, for PaperX fans, thank you so much for watching us. I hope you guys enjoy our match. And I hope you guys always supporting us all the time until we can qualify Tokyo. I hope so, yeah.
Yeah, they'll be rooting for you for the whole game. Yes, and we have another HP Omen question. What lessons did your team learn and from this match that you can apply in the future matches?
Maybe like sorry.
What lessons did you learn from this match?
I think what we learned from this match, I think we don't underestimate opponents too much because it's not good for yourself, and just trust your teammate.
Oh, trusting is the key point of this match, and you did really great with that. Okay, we now have Forsaken for the interview. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now the next matchup is coming up with GENG and DRX, so stay tuned. And now I'll give it back to William.
Thank you very much. We're back at the desk where we have the majority of people predicting wrong in our predictions. Tasteless, you reign supreme.
Someone had to do it. PRX pulls through there at the end. I will admit I was a little bit worried. It was a shaky start for PRX. But, you know, it was also a very odd team lineup that they had. Start things off.
Yeah, and we heard Forsaken talking about it. Obviously, Icebox going to be kind of phased out here with the return of Bind in the future. So, yeah, just a last hurrah, kind of, you know, try to see how Gecko works on there. They thought, you know, theoretically Gecko still works well. So we'll see. Stay tuned if that shows up in future matches. But at the end of the day, they will take Pearl 13-7, and once again with the Phoenix as well, although that wasn't necessarily the core part, they were able to showcase more of how that works here.
I mean, Jing on the Phoenix looking incredible, showing how the viability despite this agent's general lack of popularity. Look, I think PRX looked phenomenal. I think something was truly an inspiration. Weeks ago, we were talking about, you know, who's this guy? Is this guy really going to be as strong as, you know, they seem to think he is? And he's had a breakout performance and really has not wavered since then.
Yeah, I mean, last week, obviously, versus the likes of DRX was definitely halted. DRX is kind of pointing out there He's so very familiar with Paper X after having scripted against them, played against them on the international stage as well as, here in Pacific. They have them pretty well sussed out, but something was very much able to rebound after that performance and just find an immense amount of impact here today. A little bit quieter, but still the only player who ended up going positive on that first map of Icebox for Paper X, and then from both maps moving onward.
और गुस्सा कर दिला मैंने क्या मांगा है पता है फ्रेंच फ्राइज विद पेरी पेरी मैक्स स्पाइसी पनीर मजा आने वाला है
Somewhat consistent changes map over map, experimenting with CGRS. Okay, that one didn't work out, but we're still seeing them looking good and looking measured while still a bit chaotic.
यार मैं डांस नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ यार.
Guy in the lineup. So I like this evolution that we're seeing. I need to see a little bit more of it to know that this is still going to be a team that can contend.
जी भाई no hair but Indian audience blind है ये पक्का है भाई अपने टीम को सपोर्ट करेंगे ना
trending in the right direction.
Yeah, that the growth is there, the potential is being shown as we watch their games. Now,
अपने सपोर्ट की वजह से वो लोग वहां तक गए भाई.
Looked like they were going to dominate, and the
और
global
पहले से
esports
अपन
started
से
to
बोलते नहीं यार गंदा गंदा गंदा
and one of those times was of course with the pistol in the second half, and then they're able to continue into an anti-eco win as well. So they were trying to catch up, and even there we could see kind of the right calls coming out from Aaron and the squad.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a look at this as we zoom into round 17, and it's like okay, the ball comes in, we're gonna up the pace, but this flash timing connects right onto Ross. Jing, who gets the run it back, pops it, and goes for this rush play. Checks forward.
Yeah, अभी कौन सा मैच है?
Does end up snapping back, but the
चैट तुम लोग को पता है कितने वोट्स है? क्या तुम लोग को वोट्स देखना दिखना? हाँ? एंड फुल किया. वोट्स देखो एक बार. जा रही बाय. जलीना 23,000 वोट्स और लाइक्स 17K को 100 लाइक बचे. चलो 100 लोग चलो उठो.
Try to catch up and really download their opponents. Now, when we talk about kind of player of the game, we've always tried to highlight one player from each game on the winning team. But this time, I think really it just comes down to the whole match. We've been talking about him the whole time. Something on the side of Paper X really carrying a bulk of the weight.
I mean, something has been so incredibly clutch in so many sick moments. It's funny. We came out, we were worried, is this going to be a performance that he can really, I guess,
नहीं कर रहा लाइक जी यार गेम मैं नहीं
and
कर रहा था मेरे क्या
he's able to push, he's able to draw the knives with Jet, always getting kills, always being airborne, always being aggressive. And I am starting to really feel like he's almost stealing the entire show here for VCT Pacific.
I mean, this was the performance that we wanted to see from him. Again, being able to bounce back after kind of getting pushed out of the spotlight a bit more there by the side of DRX and Foxy9. They very much dominated on that day, but clearly not really too wavered by, and something comes back in. He has just as impactful of a performance, if not slightly more so, than he did versus T1. It was just
DRX को कोई हरा है क्या अभी तक?
Pretty much across all three maps. Again, Icebox left a lot to be desired by pretty much everybody.
28.5% headshot. मेरा 29 था.
Split into Pearl. Nothing but fantastic plays from this guy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you're looking at the numbers, they only tell a part of the story, but the fact that he's still kind of evening out and everything,
और मैं इधर डाइट पे हूँ. हाँ क्या बुरा लगा.
As that main entry, as that main duelist player, but then we think about the highlights he had on top.
दोनों unbeaten है.
He had some heroics both in terms
both
of kills and
undefeated.
creating space.
यार मेरे को बुरा लग रहा है जेंजी के लिए. Sorry bro, हारने वाले तुम लोग. चलो.
Another one on the board. Now this does mean Global Esports, they're in a bit of trouble, right? The rest of their schedule looks a bit tough. They now have to play GENG next week, which, given their scoreline so far, is a must-win now if they want a chance to go to the playoffs.
प्लेऑफ जाने के लिए हमको अनबीटेबल टीम को हराना पड़ेगा. क्या मैं ऑन स्ट्रीम रो सकता हूँ यार थोड़ी देर? इधर एक जीतते जीतते ओफा हो रहा था, उधर एक हारे नहीं है वो लोग.
standings. They got through DRX. They almost were able to take them to a third map.
Yeah.
You know,
Next week मैं नहीं देख पाऊंगा guys. मैं जा रहा हूँ बाहर जा रहा हूँ. मेरे को बाहर जाना है next.
That loss to T1, just given kind of the form that we've seen from T1 as of late, might be the thing that really comes back to haunt them. Because for some of the other ones, now this loss as well, Paper X looking a little bit more back in form. I think you can kind of start to make some excuses for them, be like, oh, you know, that's a tough opponent. Ah, that's a tough opponent. The T1 matchup, that's the one that might end up costing them in the very end. But we have to just wait and see. It's still possible.
It's possible,
but
yes.
This loss obviously hurts. This would have put them in a much more comfortable position.
Yeah, and let's not lose hope, right? Obviously, this is one of those teams that has continued to show this improvement, you know, and the potential that they have on that squad.
Thanks for the 22.
Love this was one of the rosters that we all thought would take a long time to develop. They're on a much quicker track than before.
Yeah, and I think that my biggest concern after today is that this is kind of the first time that we're seeing all of the rosters.
Indian streamer and Indian team always up 11.
Bronski comes into this. Obviously, he's going to be getting warmed up in the back room the entire time, but he had a really rough start at the beginning of Pearl there. It took a while for him to find his footing, was regularly getting picked, and not really anticipating a lot of these flank angles that were coming out from the side of Paper X. And I think that when you are having so much space between these rotations coming through, you're not going to have that, you know, that warm-up, shake off the rust while you're on stage. And I think that might have been what kind of caught them here on this final map. That, and it felt like Aaron maybe having a slightly off day when it came down to getting a read. I think Paper X was able to, similarly to them beating T1, just kind of outpace the shot calling and the adjustments, like you said, not allow for Aaron to really download their playbook. And I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to course correct this moving forward, or if this is going to be a bit of a sore point for them.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, of course. Hope's still alive for Global Esports. Meanwhile, Paper X a little bit more solidified here on the leaderboards to be But we're not done just yet, ladies and gentlemen. We have another match coming up. When we come back from this break, it's going to be the match to find out who will reign as the kings of VCT Pacific, as the two powerhouses of Korea, DRX and GENG, face off. Don't go anywhere.
Watching it, they've got
Rossi
hiding on my screens. He goes and wow, made that.
हाँ मैं नाम बात तो है.
And then the ball. She's waiting for the right time to peek out and hook. Doesn't quite.
Still Binks 1-2 against PRX is good.
And they still lose because something's just that good.
One step at a time यार.
Quite expected.
Talent को रहा है PRX सामने एक मैच जीते हैं ना.
Utility is up against you.
Progress है last year से अभी progress है.
Wrong angle. Oh my God. It's all gonna come down to the buy with the bend. Don't worry, Sky with Blades is a different player. Batsy able to get one once to make this one count. Roach and Global are fully aware of what to do. Something is trying
Buy
to break
something
them
यार.
Manyet B-hopping towards the back of it, but down to 7 HP. Oh, Manyet there, but Forsaken again.
दिमाग खराब कर दिया something ने, सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ यार. The waves. The waves. हाँ? इसमें पता है हीरो कौन था? Guess करो. Guess करो.
Distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
हैं? Keep playing. Very good progress.
Gives you wings.
मैं आज और डीसी पर आ सकते हो विशाल भाई. टिबुंड के डिस्कॉर्ड पे मैं टिबुंड.
Red Bull gives you wings.
बिंग्स भाई एक कीमत गिव अवे कर दो. प्ले एनिमल स्टे कूल क्या? भाई लेकिन कुछ भी बोल भाई, राइट का म्यूजिक ना, ये तो फिर भी इसका म्यूजिक है, लेकिन राइट की म्यूजिक से यार शिट हैवी ये मस्त बना है ना रेड बुल का वैलोरेंट वाला। Guys, it's time for some DRX, bro. प्रोडक्शन तो है तो तेनू थोड़ा लंबा बजा के म्यूजिक तो क्या मेरे को मेल में मालूम पड़ेगा ना कौन सा गाना। Belts and wins and won first my versus Lord. यार आज जीतते तो मजा आता था। Feeling sad with 69 others हो गया मेरे साथ। परेशान हो गया ये तो। जी का मैच है बंक्स भाई का WP आर द बेस्ट। ये WP मतलब व्हाट्सएप BBCM क्या बोले? दिख नहीं रहा मेरे को। ब्राजील वाला म्यूजिक ग्रेटर ब्राजील का बहुत अच्छा। मैं आ जाओ डीसी पर। हाँ आ जाओ ना। वॉच पार्टी पता है भाई पता है मजाक कर रहा था। यार क्यूटूस मेकिंग द वेव्स तब से लॉन्च हुआ जब से हार्बर आया है समझ रहे हो। और हार्बर कौन सा एजेंट है? इंडियन एजेंट। तो मतलब एंड ऑफ द डे अपन ही जीत रहे। ये तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं। 8 मिनट बंड दूं मैं। चश्मा टूटने वाला लग रहा है। चलो कैसे हो यार चैट? वेरी लॉन्ग डे। कैसे हो? हाँ और बताओ यार क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग? तुमको ऐसा दिख तो नहीं रहा रहेगा ना कि मैं सो रहा हूँ? ठीक तब तक नहीं दिख रहा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। सब ठीक है यार। या व्हाट अ नाइस कमेंट गाइस लव यू। चीटी रोबोर लग रहा है जी। फिंकी के गॉगल्स? अबे फिंकी के गॉगल्स नहीं है मेरा है भाई। हाँ मैंने टाइम बिंग के लिए फिंकी को दिया था। टाइम बिंग के 2-5 मिनट। मेन मटेरियल फुल स्क्रीन। अरे कुछ तो देखने तो भाई 6 मिनट क्या करूँगा। क्यूटू फ्लोफिश दिख रहे। फ्लोशिश क्या बोलते हैं इसका? फ्लोशिश तो बोलते हैं। स्लशिश तो वो रहता है पीने का। म्यूजिक दे दो थोड़ा रिएक्शन हो जाता था। पिंकी नहीं है इसलिए आ रहे। वाह पहला मैप पिंकी थी थोड़ी देर बात तो है। न्यू बंडल ट्रेलर देख लो ना। नो लीक्स। नेवर एवर 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 वाला है। नो लीक्स ब्रो। भाई ये भी मेरे को मस्त लगता है पता है। इसके मेरे पास वो है जूते भी थे कपड़े भी है जूते लेकिन बोलो। कंटेंट के लिए फुल स्क्रीन प्लस कैम है। वापस चश्मा पहनो। अबे वो टूट जाएगा पता है बहुत छोटा है वो चश्मा। है नहीं डिस्काउंट पे। क्या यूट्यूबर्स पैसा कमा पा रहे हैं? आज का चैटर मैंने पता है कितना है? 10 रुपीज। अच्छी ऑफिशियल हो गया भाई। तो ऑफिशियल में भी लीक्स होता है ना। ऑफिशियल जब आएंगे गेम के अंदर और मैं देखूंगा वो रॉ होता है। पीबोन डिस्कॉर्ड नेम, वाह विशाल, पीबोन डिस्कॉर्ड। Don't you think to recognize T-Bone, Fatu and Raka as promoting Valorant in early stage, then what Snack, Sid and Thug were doing in VCT SA? If you think very carefully, there were other peoples also. There was Adit, there was one more guy. हाँ, तो ये जो तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन का है आंसर, वो आंसर दे सकता है जो टीम जिसने वो वीडियो बनाए। उनको जो चाहिए थे, जो लोग आसपास रहते थे, वो लोग को लिया बिकॉज इट वाज अ बिग शूट। समझ रहे हो? ऐसा नहीं था कि सीधा बनाया और कर दिया, क्योंकि तुम लोग ने प्रोडक्शन देखा रहेगा। समझ रहे हो? हाँ, तो जो क्वेश्चन रहता है वो क्वेश्चन करके मतलब नहीं है। ओनली पॉइंट इज एटलीस्ट कुछ तो आया, हाई क्वालिटी, हाई इलो। बस भाई रेस्ट ले लो, रात को माइलस्टोन स्ट्रीम कर लेना वाईटी पे। पागल हो गया क्या? रात को माइलस्टोन स्ट्रीम, इसके बाद वो करने का है? ड्रीम करो, स्ट्रीम करो, वो सीन है। कौन वीडियो में डिजर्विंग है, कौन डिजर्विंग है, ये सब नहीं करने का। क्योंकि जब वो आया था, होर्डिंग्स भी आया था, वो टाइम पे भी टिबोन का क्यों नहीं आया, राका का क्यों आया, मेरा क्यों नहीं आया, इसका क्यों आया, उसका, ये सब जो आया खुश रहो यार। नो नीड टू बी सो जजमेंटल। इस चिमटू को राका को बैनर दिखाओ। चिमटू बोल दिया जस्ट से। यार इज दिस द फर्स्ट सुपर चैट वॉर? हाँ नमन भाई आप हार रहे हो क्योंकि उसने 110 दिए जस्ट से। वाह बंग भाई, मैं आपकी हेल्थ को लेके बोला, आप मेरे को तोड़ रहे हो। अरे माफ करे, मैं लेकिन नहीं कर सकता रे। ये स्ट्रीम के बाद हम वो करूंगा। तेरे डिस्कॉर्ड पर, मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड पर, मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड। मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड पे तो कोई नहीं। इधर कोई एक वॉइस चैनल पे बैठो। ओ विशाल भाई, ठीक है, मैं नहीं फंस रहा इस जाल में यार। नमन यार, एडी भाई आप जीत गए। बैंक जब तक ओल्ड सब्स वाला फिल्टर चैट, बात तो है, बात तो। खास दोस्त आरवी विश, आरजे वी विश, मतलब नमन स्मार्ट मेव पनीर टिक्का, क्या नाम है रे बाबा। से याद है मेरा खाना किधर है? 6 मिनट तो लगे। ये चलो रे, बाप गेम होने वाला है। पापा भी खेलते हैं आपका गेम? लेट्स गो। ये मेरा खाना आ रहा है 2 मिनट में। लव यू। खाना खाते खाते वो करेंगे। मेरे को एक चीज देखने का था, ये जो कर रहा है
Welcome back, everyone. We continue week 5 of VCT Pacific 2023, and it's time to finally decide who's going to remain number 1 in VCT Pacific as
number
we have
1
two great powerhouses. It's DRX going up against GENG.
Yeah, this is a marquee matchup, as I said before, one that we have been waiting for a very, very long time. I think even since lock-in, watching GENG lose to Loud, we were already saying this team looks a hell of a lot better than we might have anticipated, and they have continued to prove that.
भाई दो टीम undefeated कैसे हो सकते हैं?
Finding themselves at the moment in this second place position, now looking to remain undefeated by dethroning DRX.
Yeah, I mean it's a huge challenge, but this lineup, of course, they've gone through a couple lineup changes as well coming into Pacific.
Hello? Hello? RJ Wish? Hello? मैं गलत रूम में था क्या मैं? RJ Wish विशाल भाई? हेलो? आपका इंटरनेट एनएच के? हेलो? एक्लर्स रियलिटी सा मेरे हिसाब से दुबई में एनएच के। आप दुबई से हो ना? डिस्कॉर्ड एनएच के।
Dethroning the Kings,
कंट्री चेंज करना पड़ेगा। अरे तो मेरे लग जाएंगे ना भदीरो।
Given the addition of Foxy9 and how much firepower he brings and how kind of effortlessly he's been able to fold in with the rest of this roster, this will prove to be a very challenging thing. And one of the biggest keys that I'm looking for is going to be, you know, Goddead and Meteor. Goddead setting up Meteor for some aggressive plays to find some early picks. If they can do that, then they're in with a pinch. If they can't, who knows how this is going to go?
Yeah, because like you mentioned, I mean, taking a look at DRX's roster, they've been able to replicate this even with the addition of Foxy9, right? In the past, we used to talk about, you know, RB and Stacks or then Buzz and Stacks, but now it's Foxy9 working off of the support from Stacks or RB. Buzz kind of bringing up the rear alongside Mako in that Sentinel role as well.
This is such an all-star lineup, but the addition of Foxy9 is really exciting. I mean, this is a team that could have gotten any player in the world. And then we saw Foxy9 picked early on, but he was almost more like, I guess, touring with the group. He wasn't as exactly present in these matches, but they're learning and watching. And they were saying this guy may be the very best we've ever had if he can just kind of snap into the form we think he's going to get to. And then we saw him here at VCT Pacific, and he looked incredible. He looked confident, he looked in control. He was great on duels. He knew when to engage and also knew when to pull back and play it safe. He's a deadly addition to the team, and I think he's only strengthening DRX going forward.
Yeah, I think that he's only maybe one of now 3 players that's in the double ace club. He's had 2 aces.
win against GENG.
I think those are the 3 players that we've had that have gotten double aces, and of course, you know, Foxy getting his to end his debut map on that Ascent and his first showing versus Zeta was an incredible performance, and it just shows that how easily he's been able to.
कितना watching है आज top? मेरे हिसाब से 16,000.
Yeah, now both teams there, you know, they haven't lost a single match yet, but if we look at their history so far in Pacific, there is one big difference, right? DRX not dropping a single map.
Yes.
Meanwhile, GENG has lost a map, notably to Detonation Focus Speed, right? So a little bit more shakiness coming out from GENG.
Yeah.
ये लोग ने RRQ को आ रहा है, DFM को आ रहा है, TS को आ रहा है, T1 को आ रहा है। ये लोग ने Zeta को आ रहा है, G को आ रहा है, Talon को आ रहा है, DRX को आ रहा है। तो बेसिकली क्योंकि अपना टीम यहाँ पे है और ये लोग ने स्ट्रॉन्ग टीम्स को आ रहा है क्योंकि अपना टीम यहाँ पे, तो ये लोग जीतने वाले। सिंपल बात है, इसमें क्या देखना भाई स्टैट्स?
Here not just to win, but to dominate, to crush. And they have basically gone with perfects so far. 2-0s all the way across the board.
Yeah, it's been pretty.
आओ जा रहा है? ना, आपका वही हो रहा है जो एक्लर्स के साथ हुआ था।
feels more correct because they have been lacking a bit as far as pistols are concerned.
Team
GENG,
title
not
change
much
karo
better,
bhai.
are at a 50% rate with a 9-9. So both teams have been struggling in that regard. We'll see who's going to be able to, not drop their spaghetti in the pistol rounds.
अरे भाई मेरा खाना आ जा
please.
प्लीज भाई कुछ ऐसा होना चाहिए कि ग्राउंड फ्लोर से ऊपर है ना एक
I
सेकंड
think
के
it's a
अंदर
good
है
point,
क्योंकि
but
कब से
also
नीचे
overall
मेरे
those stats, they're very
मेरे
close on
नीचे
almost
मतलब
everything.
Well, I mean, they're currently tied for
Yeah.
one. I mean, technically 1 and 2 if you count, obviously, the set score, but overall match score tied 1 for 1. So we'll see kind of who actually edges each other out. Now, if we look at kind of the key players until now for most matchups we've talked about, I mean, who's been fragging out the most, who puts up the most impact, but it has to come down to the IGLs for these two teams, especially with the history between TS and Stax.
Stax is a beast. I love the confidence this guy has. He's amazing to watch in game, but then you see his interviews and he's hilarious. He knows how to trash
GENG
talk.
versus G
Very
मेरे
with
को
it.
2-1 लग रहा है
TS, on the other hand, I mean, we've all been out here in Korea for a long time casting this guy's games before we got to get truly global here with the entire Pacific region. And TS is definitely a real threat. When it comes to these two teams and even these two players, I feel like you've got TS, all his stats are right at 9, and Stax is just right at 9.5 or 10, maybe just a little bit stronger.
I mean, TS is one of those players that, ignoring Lock-In was a player that we've always kind of been robbed of not seeing at international events. You think back to, in 2021, right ahead of Masters Berlin, the qualifications, TNL looking like one of the best teams that we had, probably the second best team that we did have at the time, but had the unfortunate draw of yet again playing against Vision Strikers, playing against DRX to try to get themselves to international competition. There was single elimination, unfortunately, back then. Luckily, we, of course, corrected that. But it feels like we should have had him at international events in the past, but we have not. Lock-In, he shows up. The IGL team to a very respectable performance versus Loud, world champions coming over into that event. And they look damn good, and that has carried forward. TS in his own right is very much a veteran. He has been shot calling for a very long time, and if anybody can shot call a game to a victory here in Pacific versus DRX, it would be him.
Yeah, absolutely, and I love that you mentioned, right, he just never really got that chance, because now, obviously, with VCT Pacific, with VCT Pacific, you have 3 teams going to Tokyo. I think GENG feels confident that they're trying to gun for that position, but for TS personally, and I mean the coaching staff and everyone as well, they want to be able to beat DRX. And the question is, can they do it? Our predictions, I'd like to take a look. I think most people are expecting DRX to take the victory here. I think most people, if you put out a poll, would be predicting DRX. I'm going with GENG, and this is purely because I also just, kind of harkening back, right? During the round robin, I think GENG currently has the bigger challenge of let's just throw everything to simply beat DRX, whereas DRX is like, let's see how far we can get to the playoffs without showing our entire hand.
Sure, I mean, that definitely could be the case. And I wouldn't be that shocked if we walk away from today and GENG does manage to have a win.
खाने का क्या scene? Fries, cold drink, peri peri, paneer max spicy, double cheese burst ultra HD burger.
Completely and utterly flabbergasted if that does go their way here today. Because, I mean, there's so many overlapping parallels between these two squads. Obviously, you have King, former member of Vision Strikers, DRX, whichever you want to go with. He knows the ins and outs of the majority of these players. He has played alongside them. He knows how Stacks like he knows how RB plays. King has that familiarity. Sister teams there, formerly known as Quantum Strikers, then become TNL. They have been a part of that brand in the past. They have known each other, for so very long. So I'm not going to be too shocked if this does go to
it's not going to be the biggest upset in the world, but it would be an upset.
It would be an upset for sure. I think it's important whenever they show our predictions. It is the truth on how we feel, but it doesn't show, how likely we think the win is going to be. It's like this might be like a 55-45 matchup, right? Honestly, for me, in every match we've had, they're the easier team to pick, right? I mean, we've been casting them for so long. Yeah, of course, they're probably going to take it. I do think that you raised a very interesting point, William, in that, DRX is a team that has gone.
Dear delivery guy, जब से आप नीचे होकर के मेरे को नोटिफिकेशन आया है, मेरे पीठ में भिन्न प्रकार के जानवर तट रहे. आप जल्दी थोड़ा ऊपर आ सकते हो खुदी बिदी मार के. हाँ?
Actually, one of the only teams in this region that I think is a very realistic threat, to a realistic upset that could occur. So it's going to be cool to see how exactly they come in here and try to approach this.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is obviously sometimes people like to joke about, oh, like so-and-so team is hiding strats, whatever. The thing about DRX is they've also always been.
Oh shish, मैं spicy sauce लाना भूल गया.
Hide, you know, and to drop a match and say whatever. They care very much about the results, but at the same time, they have this experience of going deep and knowing what it takes to really go all the way.
I mean, so basically, I can bend like this. ऐसा back side पे I can bend. I can move ऐसा टेढ़ा. But front side पे I can't bend ज़्यादा. बहुत दुख रहा है, बहुत ज़्यादा. और थोड़ा भी ऐसा movements करता हूँ ना ऐसा थोड़ा. Because I'm bending ऐसा थोड़ा front में. थोड़ा सा pain है.
We do want to kind of keep up our appearances. We want to take this a little bit more seriously. So let's just stick with Zest playing in the starting 5. And then we'll see where it goes from there if we can get Foxy9 ready. Obviously, didn't happen in Sao Paulo, but they felt comfortable from the very beginning of the Pacific launch, and it's been fantastic ever since. And now I wonder, will we get to see Zest again? Because the guy is such an incredible player in his own right that it almost feels
8 minutes से नीचे क्या कर रहा है ये?
कोई तो मिल गया लगता है. Anchor down a site all on his lonesome. His Sova plays on Ascent in particular have always been incredible, and it feels weird to not have that still be showed off here by DRX, but it's really tough to make an argument for it.
Well, this is what happens when you have a 6-man roster that's all so.
अरे यार मैंने गलती से पेरी पेरी पनीर की जगह पे चिकन मंगा लिया यार. यार मेरे को मैक्स स्पाइसी में सिर्फ पनीर ही पसंद है यार, पता नहीं क्यों.
And only time will tell. I am very curious to see what these maps and rounds inside of them look like, because right now, as we've already seen, you know, it's DRX and GENG, the two Korean teams, looking untouchable. But what is the difference between the two? This is going to be the really exciting test here. Like, can we get some overtimes here? Is it going to be a 2-0 and DRX just takes it? Or is it going to be a 2-1 and it's so close we don't know who's going to take it till the very end? Because it's also going to be a moment to explore the Korea region with the two top teams. How do they actually size up against each other? As we're going to see more of this possibly in Tokyo.
And right now we're talking, right, about how it's GENG versus DRX.
ऐसा तो नहीं है ना कि बेल मारा रहेगा और मैं कब से बैठा हूँ. हो सकता है.
Try to challenge DRX, right?
Yes, oh, तेरे मुंह में घी शक्कर और मेरा लुल्ली बेल बजा.
Had that reputation of making it to, you know, the very ends of a international tournament. But now GENG, the only one remaining to challenge DRX, as they both remain undefeated here in VCT Pacific. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with our Week 5 matchups as we take a look at DRX versus GENG to see who will remain in #1 here in the Pacific region.
कॉपीराइट अभी डरते क्या? केस भाई बुरा लगा, क्या हो गया केस? सबसे पहले शेफ से सीखे कि जब भी खाना है तो चिली सॉस, इतना चिली सॉस भर के रखे प्लेट में. यार मेरे मुंह में कुछ तो हो रहा है. DRX में थोड़ा एंट्रेंस वेट करो, मेरे मुंह में कुछ तो हो रहा है. पापा बैंक्स आप खाते हुए नहीं देख पाऊंगा.
GENG rises to the occasion to try to take down.
इसने वापस नाक में डाल दिए. मारने वाला है.
DRX, notably, they've rarely been challenged in their own region, as fate would have it. It's once again another Korean team here in VCT Pacific that looks to take them down.
They got that right out the gate.
burger
knows. If you don't know what's going on with that one, we should just add a Nightbot or Moobot command so you can exclamation tissue. To go ahead and get the explainer, but he's looking to get powered up right off the rip, and this is certainly a matchup where he's going to need to have it. Here they are. We already featured them. Our two IGLs on either side. Two players fairly well acquainted as well as friendly with one another, as he gives him the thumbs down.
Yeah, just a little bit of friendly banter. I had a chance to run into Snacks and Goddead actually in the halls before as they were prepping for the match, and I just said, well, either of you gonna let everyone go home early with a 2-0 today, and they both said, well, it's already looking like it's too late for that because the first match was going 2-1, so no one's going home early today, but I mean, I think this match could very well go to a third match.
I think it's going to go to a third map. I think each map inside this best of 3 is going to be long. It's going to be dramatic. I think GENG has come in here proving that they are in incredible form. And despite the other teams that we were talking about that we were wondering, you know, maybe they might actually be able to hang with the Korea teams like PRX. Really another Korean team here, GENG. This should be the highest level match that we've had so far. I'm so excited to see how they're going to come out here and play this against each other. Moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, as Elmo Putty and Fermi go for the fist bump. Now, we were talking about it earlier, Achilles, you started mentioning some of them, but there's just so many storylines to unpack between these two teams. I mean, all three of us have mentioned the fact that, you know, they're both these Korean teams, both organization, but the players, you know, part of the coaching staff, there's so many rivalries and reasons to beat each other.
Yeah, I mean, Vile has been, you know, reunited coming into this season, was previously over at Northampton, but prior to that was with TNL, was there with TS, and these guys have worked incredibly well together. They know exactly what to say, how to tee things up when it comes down to one of those tack pauses. Really just set the stage to go ahead, end the tack pause, go into the next round, and be able to find a round win to go ahead and turn the pace around. We'll see though if they can do this once again. Now we're united going up against DRX.
Now the big question, of course, would be what maps will each team pick, especially given that both of them kind of take on to the traditional DRX.
Hey, prediction bolo zara.
Let's go for the info play. Right? Let's make sure we get all the info. Let's try to dry out the opponent's utility before we strike a site. So I'm curious, because if we just look at it historically, that does favor DRX given their reputation.
Absolutely. Right out of the gate, we get an Icebox ban.
Unsurprising.
And a Lotus ban here for DRX. Yeah, not a shocker to see that Icebox ban right away. Yeah. And that means map 1 is going to be Haven.
Okay. I mean, a bold pick here from the side of GENG, electing to go to Haven. Granted, they have looked really good on it. They played it now twice here in Pacific, once versus Team 1, then versus Team Secret. They haven't given up more than 8 rounds on that map. And DRX now favoring to go back over towards Fracture. They've shown us 2 different looks on it, both at lock-in, and I'm curious to see which look we get here today. My fingers are crossed for RB on Neon.
Surely, I mean, his Neon is world-class. I think everyone gives him credit for that.
But if they do go for that, when we get to Fracture, because we're guaranteed to see it, does that mean
Zest is coming
that
back
Zest comes back in, or are they going to be running double duelist with Foxy playing his Raze, which has been looking better and better with each iteration?
There is a big question. I mean, that, you know, there's also a question of, are they trying to see what Foxy 9's Raze as a single duelist might look like on Fracture moving forward?
Does Foxy play Neon?
Does he play Neon? I mean, there's so many questions, but we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we'll definitely at least see Fracture get his map too, but first of all, it's going to be, you know, on Haven as he go up against GENG.
One of my biggest things that I'm looking forward to here is GENG on the defending side. So far, in the 2 times that they've played this map, they have dropped 3 rounds on the defending half. All 3 of those rounds were to Team Secret. T1 was not able to scrape a single round away from them while they were attacking. It was a 6-0 consecutive win to go ahead and close out the map for GENG.
भाई भारी मैच होने वाला है बे दोनों टीम 6-0.
I was about to say, are we going to have any unique agent selections? But I do believe, if I saw the left side correctly, this is a full mirror matchup. Welcome to Korean Valorant. This is the way to play Heaven. We figured it out years ago, and it hasn't changed.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been the go and try.
Going to come down to the executions, to your mid-rounding, and see who has a better idea, who has better mechanics and reaction times to be able to close this one out. All eyes right now are on GENG. They're the ones who are electing to go this way. They need to kick this series off with a bang. They need a strong start.
All right, mirror matchups on the board. Now it just comes down to the in-game execution factor, especially between the 2 IGLs, TS and Stacks. We'll see who comes out on top as we move over to the casters. It's Quack and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Will, once again.
This
is the true test. This is that litmus test between the 2 teams, and the Desters covered it all. You know, it comes down to the IGLs, it comes down to the adaptations, it comes down to the mechanics.
Yeah, this is the best of the best here in the Pacific going at each other. This is the most hype matchup we can have currently, right now, until we get to the playoffs, until we get to that grand finals, the semifinals, those best of 5s.
भाई कैसा खेल पाता है भाई ऐसा भाई?
He's not even messing around with the tissue. It's just there right away. He knows he's going to need it because historically, like the desk was talking about, there have been instances where these players on GENG have been able to beat DRX, but they are few and far between.
Yeah, it's not that often. I don't know if the mic can pick it up right now, but the stadium has never been more packed. The energy is flowing. And yes, DRX's first map ban so far has always been Lotus. They don't want to leave anything up to chance. If anything, Haven has to be a very conscious choice by GENG. This is their map pick. They must think that they can really break through DRX's defenses on this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a tough task for DRX. I mean, you know, you've got great players who know how to set up Meteor. King's just a disgusting side anchor. You know, Sylvan has been really impactful. Now they're going to try to force this.
Oh, no.
Oh, Mako.
So aggressive right off the rip, and Meteors goes unchecked. A sudden double. What's happening with DRX? This is so
heavy stack, heavy read kiya bhai.
Oh, great recognition here by King. Buzz might still win the trade. Trying to push at him. Knows he's got to be around there somewhere. Could be crouched behind the box. Has to check. And then, oh,
heavy stack, heavy read.
King just looked away at the wrong second.
And he's fast. And speaking of timing, this comes down to whether or not Sylvan can actually stop them in their tracks. But whiffs will happen. And also caught out with utility in hand. Stacks brings control back to DRX's side. Spike goes down. How do you retake this?
Interesting game, I must say. Valo is very.
It's just really going to have to get done on shooting. And yeah, DRX's crossfires are good as usual. This is just a little bit unfortunate here for the side of GENG. King's Lurk gets identified, respected by Buzz, and he buys enough time. I mean, the entry here gets a little bit wonky. For DRX, it's a good read from GENG. They have a good read on what the pistol round's going to look like off the rip. They know there's going to be dashes. They know that that corner is off the left. But goddamn here, expect Sylvan to win that trade on the other side of the box. And therefore he switches to utility. But they're already vamosing. I mean,
we are vamosing today.
Look, DRX, no doubt about it, wants to win this as cleanly as possible. I mean, of course, that's basic to say, but like the desk was talking about, it's because DRX has been hiding things, we think. And that's usually what they do. We say that because historically we know they do that.
They are the trendsetters. They are the ones who invent the meta at times.
Bhai, वो round नहीं जीतना था.
Harbor Viper was never played until they started it. And of course, the thing that you have to admire the most about them is how flexible they are, how many different forms they have to their styles. Something goes wrong, they will adapt, but here it goes. Foxy will be the first pick off. Meteor trying to fight back. GENG wants this so bad, but still you got to work against the automatic weapon. Stack swings, and King is the last one left.
निकाल सकते थे बे round. Close था ये.
Meteor with that Marshall, almost good.
Aware.
No problem.
भाई close तो देखना ये लो है. उसने उस पे whiff कर दिया. वरना मार दे.
They do some damage. You know, nobody had shields left on DRX at the end of that, so not bad at all from the side of GENG. They're making decent reads here. Oh my god.
एक और मारता था ना जेट निकाल ले.
That is ridiculous.
Like the desk said, there are so many different comparisons you can draw between these two teams. So many storylines. And of course, when it comes down to the IGLs, we've got TS versus Stacks, but at the same time, you can draw comparisons between TS and Mako. You can draw comparisons between Foxy9 and Meteor. And right now, Meteor, with that Marshall, has been proving to show a lot of value.
Smoke dash. Picture blind हो गया.
Hit from DRX in, but look at how it's being held up by TS up on top of those boxes.
एक blind कम था क्या?
Triple coming out of nowhere.
कुछ तो एक blind गलत हुआ है.
To bring this back, but GENG knows they have.
Breach का एक blind गलत हुआ है कुछ तो.
Yeah, Plant is going to be allowed to be put down.
Breach चलो मैं माफ कर.
Some flashes. RB though with that vandal. Let's get the headshot on the Meteor.
Backside blind. Sorry.
Hiding inside of the dark cover though. RB does get a shot off, and this is suddenly doable for DRX. One player left, and that's going to be TS. How do you retake this on your own? No utility whatsoever.
भाई क्या वापस?
Be careful about a shorty, a vandal now in RB's hands. He's got shock dart lineup for sure. Moves off to it, brings out a tap. Mako peeks. Where's RB? Still hiding back behind. He's just buying time. Mako, doesn't matter if I'm gone. No way you defuse this anymore.
Yeah, it's too late. He can't stick it now.
भाई फिर से ये क्या है?
Handled here by DRX. They get the bonus. And that's devastating. TS even going to die to the spike at the end of it. You know, that Bulldog probably would have preferred to carry that over. And that's heartbreaking here for GENG. This is already very deeply concerning for GENG. As much as I was really hoping, and I was going to tell you, man, we talked about this before. My hope here was that GENG could push DRX enough where DRX has to start digging into their playbook, where they have to start showing us the different looks, showing us fakes, because frankly, DRX has been pretty static. They're often their hits are pretty readable. Like once they dump utility, you kind of know where it's going to be, and good teams play back against that. Now King.
King bhi acha player.
Marshall. Yes. I just assumed because it was a Marshall.
I'm with you.
But I mean, King also very good at side anchoring. So
यार मेरा खाना तो जल्दी खत्म हो गया पहले. कोई ना पेट भर गया.
Sorry, if anything, you know, this is a challenge. This is showing that GENG will fight back. DRX cannot just get their way with aim duels. You will be met with even with marshals, but still, the utility, the coordinated plays as they push into B will be confident, but got it now. Trying to fight back with Sheriff of his own. Caught out with utility still though.
यार कितना एडवांटेज हो के ये लोग नहीं जीत पा रहे बे. क्या टीम में भाई DRX?
Take down sites with ease.
Yeah, and I mean, with the rolling thunder in the back pocket here, the B site feels potentially comfortable for DRX. Just trying to use the drone to buy a little bit of time here, sell this rotation just a little bit. But this is actually something I was just about to try to talk about here. Is I want to see DRX try to sell more fakes because they don't necessarily do it a lot. They're great about getting information. They're great about understanding positioning. And Sylvan, these sheriffs have been nasty for GENG.
He's got a good understanding of positioning himself.
DRX को दोनों लॉन्ग या दोनों शॉर्ट खेलना चाहिए था बे.
This is Haven after all, but
जो लोगों को पता है लास्ट टाइम भी एक लॉन्ग एक शॉर्ट खेला था 2v2 में.
And they are holding down sites on their own, not giving up their positions. It's a little bit tricky for DRX. Still though, ultimate from Stacks, the rolling thunder pushes them off, buys a little bit more time on that spike. Dark cover might cover it, but here comes that recon dart. Sylvan will be able to find a little bit of shot. RB has the clutch in his hands.
भाई क्या ये हेलो?
And the 4th round win for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, RB has been phenomenal on these post plants. The timing on that recon dart was great.
4 में से 3 round
is accounted for by Sylvan on that push out.
कैसे?
Early kill. Oh, Foxy kind of gets a little bit over aggressive there. Swings wide, pays the price. Godden just hit a damn sick shot. Flashes all over the place. Sylvan having tremendous impact still for GENG. You know, so far, I think they're still undefeated when he's in the, you know, in terms of maps.
भाई क्या है ना बे टीम? That'll change. बाद में करता ना.
I knew that was true not too long ago. So, you know, I think immediately a timeout here necessary for GENG because you can't have this go on any longer.
You can't. And at the same time, you might not know if CHUMMI is going to call timeout of his own. You really have to force DRX back up the ropes.
Oh, we know CHUMMI won't call timeout.
उसका कोच ने जब इतना बोला रहेगा बंद करो तो.
Exactly. Trust his boys to do it. Yeah. But that's the thing. When it comes down to this, we are seeing signs of life from GENG. We are seeing that they can take these duels, they can take these shots. Those rounds have been so close.
ये बहुत प्यारा बनाया बे.
The confidence. You just need that little bit of temperament.
Yeah. I think that's really well said.
अच्छा बनाया था वो.
That's a big time GENG fan.
इतना खाएगा बंदा भाई. सुबह से ये पहला मील है मेरा.
Post on Twitter with that exact
वो भी
picture.
एक प्राइस और एक बर्गर.
She is a die-hard Stacks fan.
So much lineage between these two teams right now. We want to see GENG give us that game that we're all yearning for. Just maybe one map off of DRX.
Meteor's got the op. The only ults to speak of currently are the, well, I was going to say the Omens, but then Mako actually uses it and sticks it in the back. He's putting some pressure down here. They're already through the garage.
Bit of a dark cover might block off something, but still, the recon
dart device with the shorty.
And that is the C-side.
भाई क्या recon मारा है भाई.
Well, that's new.
Hey, DRX too strong भाई. खत्म है game.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen with DRX, the way that they set that crunch up.
And keep in mind, this is off of a timeout from GENG. When you suddenly catch your opponents off guard like this, how does GENG react? How do you retake this? It's not impossible.
Good luck.
That's right, good luck indeed. Dark cover as a one-way as well. Completely blocking things off. You know they're positioned up by C-Long, but there's nothing that you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, with RB here as well, he's got a Hunter's Fury now to back all this up, so he might just lock it down for 3. Unbelievable. He's
just
incredible.
Holding down the spray. RB from Garage comes up to the top C-Link. And DRX are unstoppable. 5 wins in a row.
अबे क्या है ये लोग सोलो players मार रहे?
Unbelievable.
Yes.
Huh?
Certainly. This is beyond belief the way he's playing the end of these rounds. He is just unbreakable. I mean, you just love to see it from
भाई क्या है भाई?
who at times, you know, in previous years at the international events had flopped. Let's just call it like it is. He didn't play great. Okay, well, hold the phone. I thought maybe GENG was going to get spicy here off the back of that fall line.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. But he's adapted. He's able to play so many different agents. And he's able to play them at very high levels. Now, as good as Zest's, you know, Sova is, and I think it is slightly better than RB's, RB is still just so clutch. He's really, over the last couple years, put it together in terms of his calmness and the way that he attacks these late game situations.
Couldn't agree more. Just that controlled. Still respecting the Marshall plays from GENG. DRX trying to set up a big play towards the A site. Finally, position's been revealed, and Foxy9 knows to press forward with this pressure. A bit of a shorty in the hands of Meteor, but he's inside the cloudburst that will expire pretty soon. Pops out of it, finds one, instantly traded. Got Dead is the only one up, back by A short. Maybe a little bit of a tag from TS, but DRX continues to waterfall forward.
भाई क्या है ये shorty gang?
Yeah, it's concerning for sure for GENG here. I mean, DRX is... I was a bit surprised that Haven was the pick for GENG, if I'm being perfectly honest. This is...
We know DRX to be strong in Haven.
Precisely, my friend. It is... I mean, and also that they left Fracture open is also a little bit
title change करो जब तक title change होगा game खत्म है इधर.
Is widely regarded as very, very good on.
And
I thought Pearl would be, Pearl would be a good choice, or heck, just try him on Split. That's a map that DRX has looked weak on.
Maybe a little, but if anything, leaving Fracture open, you must have had some backup plan, because GENG's looked shaky on that one before. But back into this.
भाई क्या खेलते ना?
With the operator, they are trying to block off A long. But look at how DRX is responding to this.
Well, you know, DRX is taking their time. They're looking to see where the push out's going to be. They know that Meteor is going to grab this operator. I think they're trying to see exactly where it wants to come from. There's a double push coming out of Garage. Foxy under pressure. Yikes. Oh, but he's...
Oh, भाई उसको भी पड़ी.
Instantly traded, and that's okay. A bit more value for GENG. And now off the chaos. Meteor continues to press forward. Timing is crucial now, because DRX is starting to heat up. They're going into the C site, and off of Fuzz's entry, looking to gain control. But Rolling Thunder, along with the Hunter's Rear, puts DRX down. Trapped inside a Garage. Gottes looking to hold them back, but Stacks! Great counter! And that's going to be Meteor with the off now, back towards C long.
30 seconds.
DRX sticks the spike plant, and we're on to a 2-on-3. RB out of Garage.
भाई सब जगह से लड़ रहे हैं भाई.
There's just no stopping RB right now, and Meteor can't afford to whiff those shots. He had a great opportunity on that repeat on Mako. The first one, okay, I get it. It was kind of a reaction, but the second one has to come through for a player of Meteor's caliber. And, you know, you can see that the nerves maybe, oh my god, are starting to get to GENG here, Quack. This is concerning.
Concerning, it's disgusting, and it's starting to
अबे
feel
क्या crazy है बे.
for GENG.
ये अच्छा था double ult, लेकिन problem यही था कि एक ही बंदा आया था. उनको लगा push है.
Everywhere that you go towards, even when you pull out the big guns, the operator, DRX, are here to choke you out.
Oh yeah,
certainly. And I mean, again, RB is just, now he's 12-1. He's only died once.
Heavy कर रहे भाई.
He's got another Hunter's Fury here. I don't know if he hasn't used it yet. Maybe he just hasn't used it. He doesn't need to. He's just killing everybody. Just absolutely ridiculous performance from him so far. And now GENG
वो लोग देखना rotate भी नहीं कर रहे अभी.
Just no choice.
I can't. Oh, this is fantastic from DRX. It might be an eco, but look at how careful they're being. Killjoy utility set up towards C as well as mid. and just microaggressions all across the map. In case GENG tries anything funny, they are there to punish.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard here for GENG to really do much because of how diligent DRX is being today. They're not really allowing for any lurks. They're taking their time as usual.
You almost have no options.
Yeah. No, these executes are great.
Baapre.
And instantly into the side.
Delete bhai.
Spike down pretty soon. GENG. Marshall nullified. Got a couple of sharps. Maybe a frenzy in your hands, but how do you make use of them when everything's blocked off? They try to hop forward, but inside of the dark cover.
क्या है नया भाई शॉटी लेके?
Goes in for a peek, instantly dashes out, and he still is online and ready to spray forward if he needs to.
भाई क्या है भाई?
TS is
flawless
trying to find some
gaming,
value
bro.
with his frenzy.
Flawless
Backside,
gaming. Huh?
RB has been nuts, but see if he checks his corner.
Maybe not this time. Perhaps Phantom picked up a tiny win for GENG. Maybe not the round, but at this point you take anything. Because DRX are
Game sound बढ़ाओ. माफ करे तब भी कम किया.
And I'm going to be honest with everybody at home, this is frankly how this usually goes. Even though we've talked about that, yes, these players, most of them have at least been a part of a team that has beaten DRX. At least once. But it doesn't happen very much. And they usually, you know,
By
these teams struggle to find value
undefeated team,
against DRX.
0-8 Harry
Yeah, they show each
DRX.
other so well, and DRX
Undefeated team.
they don't break. You know, that they're so disciplined. You can already see that every flank is covered. The clutches are there every time. You know, nobody's fumbling anything. It's just another day at the office for DRX. They're just here and they're, you know, I've seen a little bit of trickery here and there with, like, you know, that owl drone on B site from RB. That's a little bit of trickery. You don't usually see that kind of thing. With the Mako TP, that you don't see.
अभी तो लोग सीधा बोल रहे हैं ना, let's play next map करके.
A little bit of extra something put into the mix here.
ये सब DRX में थे एक बार.
Yeah, always evolving, constantly finding new ways to make their composition work, and that is why DRX truly are in that SS tier. And Mako said before in interviews, no, I don't know why, but teams just seem to fear us for some reason. And we take advantage of that. We can smell that you are afraid to peek against us. You are afraid to do anything against us. And that's how they continue to find these wins again and again. If you are GENG right now, you really have to find something different. And that's why I think spend all the timeouts you need. Because just a win here will be a big boon to the way the match is playing out right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I love the mental attitude that DRX takes. You know, teams are afraid of that.
यार अभी तो लोग का ये setup proper है.
They never
so close.
Just pick a map or something that they don't feel comfortable on. Everything's about winning for them. You know, and again, you have the rolling thunder. You've got players out here, and RB with the crossfire doesn't even need it.
The wall between them. And it's RB just holding it down, blocking everything off. Mako stacks RB. They heard the utility. They heard the abilities up towards A-Long. They thought they could wrap around, but lo and behold.
I mean, that turret, so annoying. The way that it's
placed.
Two around the corner to play off of that turret contact.
Has RB done
Once, I think, still just once. Twice now. Okay, twice.
But
it
still,
only feels like zero.
Look, 15-2.
भाई इतना कैसे proper भाई.
9-0 is the scoreline for DRX at this point. GENG desperately looking for a single round win now. Hiding inside a dark cover.
Oh god.
A bit of a drone in the air.
Oh god.
But it's being sought out.
Well, I mean, look at
चार बंदे एमएन पे अभी.
Across the alleyway here. You see that they're trying to force Foxy 9 out. Has to go for the smoke. A lot of damage.
These are good ideas, but you have to make those shots count.
Oh no.
Everybody is suppressing fire now, just trying to wallbang Foxy away. This guy is tucked neatly behind the wall. The team watching his very back.
लोग फिर भी जाएंगे क्या?
Reaction is going to be here from DRX if they're going to stick to trying to push towards A, but with Stacks and the spike swinging in towards B right now. The reinforcements have arrived for Gen G. If this is going to be the rotation,
C का turret मार के यहीं जाएंगे लग रहा है.
As now you can see an even further rotation for DRX towards the C site, and that's being abandoned. You still have the turret.
नहीं fake कर रहे हो लोग.
RB's trying to sell more fakes. This is I genuinely love this from DRX. This is something that I feel like has been missing from their playbook, where they either sell fakes or they're going to use this to rotate with that open space, that information they're given.
Again, that's what I'm talking about. They know that Gen G are afraid of them. That's why RB can just walk, shift walk all the way onto the A site. Nobody is there. They allow him to be here. It's free real estate, Paper Thin.
Yeah, and now you might as well use a lockdown because you only have a couple rounds left in the half anyway, so I mean, even though it's against an eco, you might as well do everything you can to, you know, really make a landslide.
You hit those double digits and you might as well secure everything. Foxy 9 hops up on top to the window. Gen G still trying to break into this now, but King denies that entry. Buzz on towards the other side. It's not quite checked. Sylvan makes it a trade. It's all down to Mako and RB, the clutch masters of DRX. Gen G desperately looking for something, but discoordinated. It's Mako shot in the back. God dead.
Too strong, bro.
Unalive. 10 rounds.
Too strong, too disciplined.
Paper Thin.
God is truly dead. Yeah.
भाई ऐसा गेम मैंने नहीं देखा है
I mean, it's
बहुत टाइम हो गया मैं ऐसा गेम देखा.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, they're just
15 HP में दो मारे भाई ये बंदे
timing
ने.
right after that lockdown. He's just 3, 2, 1, up I go. I mean, they understand everything so well. The senses they have are otherworldly.
ऐसा लगता कोई वैलो का एक कोड क्रैक कर दिया ये
on their
लोग.
opponents. And this is I mean, this isn't just.
अभी तो मार्को ने मारना चालू भी नहीं किया भाई.
Okay, I like this though. Paranoia out of garage and Gen G are trying to push out. Meteor starting to strike up towards the top of window.
1v3, please.
Stacks is forced to run away into the open arms of Sylvan, but he finds the frag. How is this possible? Now able to get a bit of a drop onto Gen G. He will get the spike down on A.
If he had grabbed that orb, I mean, he's not sure if he has time, but he could have grabbed the orb and planted and had his Rolling Thunder potentially for this. Still.
Doesn't need it?
Yeah, still an aftershock.
Maybe a flash, go back to heaven or anything? No, he's going to stick himself inside of hell.
Ooh, this lockdown, though, makes things a little bit tricky for Stacks. He's going to have to go back through Link.
No, he knows they're together, and that's why he's easily backing up on towards the top of heaven. Surely they expect this.
He's going to try to set himself up for, like, the DRX retake here.
Alone. And if he can do it, that will be insane. Hopping back and forth, they've gotten it halfway. That's a big win. But
White turret नहीं मारता इसके बाद ult था.
Timmy is an average kid.
Just imagine the first round you win. Timmy turret getting the kill to save it. Oh boy.
Turret ने round जिता दिया.
I mean, that's a great start here for Gen G. The way they push out, they kind of
ult आ गया था इसके पास.
Something a little bit different this round to maybe finally dig into the B side.
Turret ने round जिता दिया भाई.
Good call from TS there, but it's 10-1, so.
Anything that you can get.
Yeah. I mean, for Gen G here now, it's like they need. I would love to see them get like 7 or 8 rounds total, and then I'd say that's a moral victory.
Oh, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. You need to have that confidence to push. You need to have that confidence to make these counterplays against DRX. A bit of a push in, and they are not biting on anything counting as a fake. No over-rotations from Gen G. A Rolling Thunder, if anything, just to buy a bit more time. And look at your minimap. King pushed out on towards C.
I don't know about that Rolling Thunder from Goddead there. I think that's a bit
expensive.
Premature. Yeah.
It's the last round after all in the first half.
I suppose. But I mean, overall, I mean, in this round, in the space of this round, I think he should have held on to this a little bit longer. Either waited for a deep flank from like King or something, or you know, make sure that side hit is coming down. I understand you want to use it, you don't want to die without it, but.
Why can't read it DRX ka?
Pause button.
But it's that fear you were talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
DRX are banking on that any second now. Just punch in the Konami code. They're going to press play. They already have
a spike available to
भाई
him.
क्या read है भाई?
Down, up, down, left, right.
And if you were Gen G, how do you read where DRX could be hiding? Off the top of heaven, TS now in.
Goodbye.
Shrouded steps in, and then King coming in from short as well. Mako, the clutch master, though, he's right behind him. Oh my god! What is that straight transfer?
What the fuck?
Stacks to finish it off! 11-1, Mako! The king
Bro,
of
this
Pacific!
game.
What is that?
Yeah.
How is that possible? He's unbelievable. I don't even comprehend. This is Gen G's round. It looks so good. I mean, TS doing a great job here. He drops down 1, 2.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Even Buzz is like, okay. Like, that was pretty good.
भाई कितना round?
Holy cow.
5 round.
That's not even fair.
5 6 round 5 तो minimum जो मैं गिना है.
Possibly the
जो
best
Gen G
player
जीत
in the
सकता
world.
था.
In Pacific,
Sheesh,
any
भाई.
He's certainly the best controller right now. And there's a
इसलिए
lot of
बोलते
really good
cover
ones
दो.
out there, of course. Not to take away from anybody, but
माँ
that was...
कसम.
he didn't
क्या
get hurt
transfer
either.
किया
You know,
बे
I don't know if
उसने?
it's just what's going on the site, you know, sometimes it's hard to hear everything with all the chaos going on. But he drops down there and nobody reacted to it. You can see there's some Mako fans out there, you know. They call him God Mako or in Japan.
भाई क्या गेम भाई. जी बेंच. हाँ? Insane था भाई. Shit.
How you want to play Omen. This is the true embodiment of paranoia. If you were Gen G in that moment, you're thinking you're able to push forward. You're thinking, I need to try. The pressure is on, I'm not sure, but I'm just going to hope for the best. And in those little sneaky moments, Mako plays with your mind. He gets
भाई
behind.
कितना heavy discipline होता है भाई वो लोग के लोगों में. कुछ
And
भी
all of a
बोलो.
sudden, a spray
गेम में रहते गेम के बाहर
the likes
रहते.
of that.
Heavy discipline भाई.
Thank you for coming out.
Heavy.
Shout out to DSG. I mean, Yay didn't look so good, but you know, I don't think that'll last. He's too talented for that to continue to be a thing.
What a way to end this first half, but moving forward.
मीटर बेचारा 5
everyone
kill.
knows.
King
We've
no
always
kill.
talked
King भी
about it.
कितना अच्छा player है.
Storylines like these, pistol rounds matter so much. And Gen G really pull it off.
I'm still reeling from that spray transfer. I don't even. That's not human, man. That's just unbelievable stuff from Mako. He continues to amaze me. He continues to surprise me, Quack.
Be fast.
I'm with you, man. Here comes Gen G. Look at how DRX responds to this, though. Tailwind onto B. Okay, it's open. It's free. I'm just gonna get the spike down, but DRX maybe expecting a lurk. They've got 4 players pushing out of A.
Swarm grenade out.
What's Buzz doing?
They gotta check spawn. They're like, okay, we did this last time, so we better make sure you're not doing it this time. And it's gonna take a little bit of extra time.
Oh, King.
Oh, King. Oh, Buzz.
भाई read भी किया बे उसने लेकिन.
First pick to start the round after the spike's been planted. He's got about 30 seconds left. DRX now dumping utility all over the site. Got that, fires back a flashpoint of his own, trying to catch them off guard. Fire shots. B is so well defended right now because of these crossfire stacks. A simple classic in his hand, a bit of a whiff, uncharacteristic, but good wins for Gen G in this pistol.
Yeah, I mean,
ability fighter war.
Not too bad here at all from Gen G. It's a pretty good read. You know, they're able to gain a ton of space, catch Buzz just enough off guard there with King lurking. They're able to clean him out and, you know, make this a one-sided affair in terms of the direction.
Next to DRX चीज के उसमें क्या आएगा
in front of the site. So yeah, really nicely handled here by Gen G.
Guys का 18k likes हो सकता है. जो लोग नए हैं like करें यार stream को जल्दी.
You gotta go for that.
DRX can't afford to make gambles right now.
Oh, yes.
Gen G, on the other hand, I mean, it works great, and that's the one thing that I really admire and respect. To have that spirit, to never back down,
even in the face of adversity. Now they're pushing in towards the C site. Perhaps Buzz is the only one here. They're buying up the big guns and they really want to make him count.
आया बस.
Shock dart.
Shock dart से मरने वाला था वो लोग.
Continuing to push forward, trying to stem them, stop them in their tracks. The wrench in their plans.
Meteor आया, meteor बढ़का, meteor बढ़का. Meteor बढ़का bro.
Not bad at all there for Meteor. That dash out was crucial.
अब आएगा ना buy round. क्या लगता है?
So really nicely done to get out of there.
अगर
Senses the wherewithal.
13-11 हो गया ना Genji से.
How one-sided this has frankly been to still be like
a match to remember होगा.
That's a good example of it right here from Meteor. You know, he pushes that corner, he immediately starts cooking the dash, and he's out.
There's always something about
Oh, that's so good.
Back to their corner. They will bar.
Meteor ने meteor ही बोला.
They have nothing left to lose. They might as well just try all these crazy strats, and that's what GENG are doing exactly right now. The same execute that we saw in the pistol round. DRX doing the same thing now, pushing outside of A, but we do have Sylvan on a bit of a lurk.
See how well DRX is going to be able to deal with this. It's a crossfire between him and King. This is a tough corner to push.
They see the flash. King wants to peek. Sylvan is able to get a double wall bangs from Sylvan and King.
Ray.
You will not make it forward, DRX.
11-5.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's the bonus picked up here. A flawless bonus for GENG. This is all of a sudden.
Meteor ने meteor बोल रहा हूँ.
Okay, I mean, now we at least potentially have a match. I mean, as one-sided as DRX's attackers half is, there's a world where GENG runs this back. I mean, their executes are just as good in some respects. You know, DRX may be a little bit better for sure, but I tell you what, GENG has been very impressive.
You hear those war cries?
Yeah.
There is a little voice in the back of my mind that sounds very much like Achilles. Look, DRX only needs 2 more rounds to close this one out, okay? But you have to believe GENG. Now, trying to be a little bit more careful. They know that DRX is on an eco, but they don't want to overcommit to things. A single mistake, and that's something that they cannot afford.
Yeah, and you can see that now DRX has pumped the brakes a little bit here. I think we've seen the last of the 4-man A pushes. I think those are maybe a thing of the past. They haven't worked out for DRX. But again, like you said, they could take those risks. It doesn't, you know, they're so far ahead that it's kind of okay.
All right, now I want to see if GENG has the flexibility to make some different
plays.
They're committing to the Buzz has the info. They know they have the guns, and they're just trying to press forward. But look at this TP from Mako. He's right behind him. Sylvan turns around, almost gets the shot, but stacks still from the front.
guns रहता था ना,
GENG
जीत
will
गए
be
थे
able
वे
to straight
लोग.
forward, though, and this gives them a little bit more control of this. Spike does go down.
भाई counters तो था भाई DRX के पास, कुछ भी बोलो.
Were there for DRX, but
guns रहता तो जीत गए थे. Heavy counters था.
Mechanics work the way they would have liked. A couple more players here as they dash in. A bunch of damage done to Foxy as he's in the air. That is some good following there.
Able to track his movements inside of that cloud burst. Now, a little bit more information, a little bit of a distraction.
क्या लगता है?
Getting pinged by that recon dart meteor.
Tough तो है, लेकिन मुमकिन भी है बे.
Coming back into this game slowly but surely.
इसे उसे GENG का VW दबा रहा.
And will we see a timeout
हाँ मेरा पीठ दुख
at
रहा
any point from CHUMMI? Or is he just going to let this ride? I mean, he has done this in the past where if things start to crumble after DRX has a really strong start, he forces them to adapt. He forces stacks
guns रहता तो वैसे push नहीं करते.
on the fly,
बिना
on
info
his
के
own.
push किए वो लोग.
Try to get him at a better mindset to be able to adapt and react to things faster. So,
and I think that works great because then you get to learn yourself as an IGO, but look at this, a bit of a peek from Foxy9.
Guys.
Gets punished, GENG.
well. You know, we've seen other teams, you know, even expect it.
आपको लग रहा था DRX is the best team, but
GENG's
starting to make
हाँ?
that resilience. That
Battle change
love
करेगा तो
to
इसको.
see. A little bit of a pick, and they're not going crazy. Still sensing a little bit of fear, but maybe it's more caution than anything. Back in towards A, slowly spreading out, recalling back the Killjoy util.
There's no info here for DRX. They have no idea what's going on. on the other side of the map. They're about to find out.
Well.
Yes. They do have the information now, though, DRX, but how do you retake this? Maybe it's just a save.
It's probably a save, to be honest. They're
not
so
looking
far
मैं
away.
कब से मेरा
They have
पानी
no
का
info.
बॉटल दब रहा था
Yeah.
नीचे था.
Cover going out.
Not much you can do here. Grab the op, juggle it back, make sure it's in a safe spot. Lock it down. That's all it is. I mean, GENG here is just, playing really well.
11-6.
No break in them. They still think they can run this
Huh?
back, and certainly there's a world where they can. I mean, other teams have put big runs up against DRX in
Lel Mans 11-6.
in
Guys.
this area.
Well, he knows he can afford to go hunting as well, though. Got to be a little bit careful, but they're out for blood. Got dead the first to fall. Sylvan now pushing off, getting fault lined. It's okay. Be a peek from Garage. Not so much. Still showing clear protocols and how they play off of each other. DRX, even in their final moments of that round.
Yeah, I mean, you can still see the discipline for both teams.
Sure.
Really good discipline. Like
Well,
everybody,
the
nobody
best match
plays on their own,
witness, I would
really,
say.
until they have to, right? Like until
भाई
there's
अगर
no choice.
हो गया ना
And
11-10
everybody's working
या
together
ऐसा
for the
कुछ
most
तो
part.
Yes.
And, yes, you see those hero clutches from like a Mako and RB and those kind of things.
Boy,
But otherwise, at the
perfect.
beginning of the rounds,
Yeah.
there's great coordination for both
And
these
again,
teams.
so much of it comes down to both IGL. Stacks, though, leading the kill feed on top of DRX. Meteor, you can tell that he's trying to anticipate DRX's
Titans
movements,
कर दे.
and that's why he called his team to watch out Garage. Foxy9 might peek in that previous round. It worked out great. We need more of that if we are truly going to make this a real comeback.
There were some pings up here at the top of A, right on that box that Foxy's looking at. Just a moment ago from DRX, so they're keen on something going on over there.
Okay, Meteor.
But GENG is scared. They're just chilling in spawn.
Yeah.
Not scared, but they're
वह
afraid
breach
that
ulti
there's
भी
going to
है.
be a push. They're not certainly not scared of.
We've let 30 seconds pass now. Meteor did fire off a bit of a warning shot towards A. So I don't know if DRX will make a move, but this is very risky. In towards the B side, and Mako has been left undetected! A double kill! Meteor answers back, but not quite finding the third. Buzz now has control over the spike. How do you play off of this? GENG, no! Picks up the spike, but his teammate's gone.
Alt मार देना चाहिए था यार,
and
one
they are
round at a
all
time.
surrounding him. Foxy!
Alt मार देना चाहिए था यार Guarded को.
An operator to match point.
It's a corner left unchecked that may have been the final.
One round at a
nail in
time
the
वाला
coffin
करना
here
था
for GENG.
यार.
Now they have to rattle 6 in a row off to do what
Possible है. 5 in a row कर दिया.
DRX
6
did
in
to
a
them
row
and
possible
only
है.
give up, one round on their attacker side. So it's tough, no doubt about it. But Mako there, just so tricky, so patient. Heard the jet dash
नहीं
pass,
होगा.
didn't bother shooting at him. Just said, okay, you go ahead. I'm gonna wait for the rest to come. Drops down, finds 2 huge kills. It's a great reaction by Meteor, but it's just not quite enough as DRX is very quick to react to that.
Here.
I have to agree with how
OTS
DRX are
with the
playing
op.
against this, but
बस ने
TS
मारा.
does find that one pick off of Buzz. Maybe he was trying to jump peek it, but good reactions, mechanics again, what we have been talking about throughout this
चलो
entire
ओमेन ऑफ
matchup.
करके मार रहा है.
Little wins matter so much, but DRX
Foxy's dead.
called it. So is RB, and that just might be the A side open for GENG.
I mean, again, you can see GENG's done their homework. They know the tendencies of these players. So they're very familiar with each other. They know
ये
that
लोग
Fox
smoke
likes to
कितना
get aggressive.
अलग डालते हैं ना ये
They
लोग.
once again punish it.
Oh, Mako. We've seen this before from DRX. Even when all things look like it's going to go south, just with a little bit of positioning, they are able to pick off members one by one. They might not look for the round win right now. They might not commit to the retake. They're just looking for exit frags.
एक
They
kill
make it
चाहिए
so
ब्रिज का अल्टी आ
difficult for
जाएगा.
GENG to really hunt or do anything else.
12-7 यार अच्छा खेला यार
Now,
जेंजी लेकिन
DRX
हाँ
can't get that operator back for Foxy. That is
चलो जिस हिसाब से हाफ गेम मुझे लगा खत्म 13-0.
that is the unfortunate part of this round for DRX more than anything. Is that the economy's not great for them.
Just saying
Okay,
अगर वो टरेट
Buzz
खेलने
is still
मांगता
sitting
अब
on
तक
a
जीजी
decent
हो
amount of
गया.
money.
Just saying.
But they aren't able to get
Just keeping it
that
out
big
there. ठीक
investment
है.
back in their hands. So another very, very good round here for Gen G, and now they're only 5 away.
Direct के बिना
The
score
run
13-6
continues.
था.
Can they make the miracle happen?
Oh.
Okay, finally a timeout. I was gonna say we're maybe about due.
All right.
Map Gen G का फिर भी.
That's all we need. DRX looking for it. I believe I saw ultimates on their side as well, starting to come online. Gen G has a couple afforded to them, but
DRX के लिए मजे में पागल वहाँ पे ये म्यूजिक सुन के कोई मजे में ना खेल ले
these
डरा
little
वाला.
mistakes will compound. We
एकदम
pushed
सीरियस
into
म्यूजिक
beat.
लगा है
We
पीछे.
left Mako unchecked, and that's all it took to go to match point.
Yeah, but you do have the
टरेट में
blade storm
कॉन्फिडेंस
here
दे
for
हो
Foxy,
सकता
so
ना कि
even though
टरेट अगर
maybe
मार
you
के
don't
राउंड जीत
invest in
सकते
the
हैं हम
opposite
क्यों नहीं
round, you
ऐसा
can,
बोल
save
के
a
ये
little
लोग
bit of
मार रहे
money
मेरे
that
हिसाब
way.
से.
You have a ton of ults on both sides. You know, the only thing DRX is missing is the Rolling Thunder. I'm not exactly sure how far away Stax is from it, but still, everything else is in there. Let's see if maybe Mako's got another cheeky TP in the book.
चैट ये मैप के बाद अपन जाएंगे ठीक है.
You know,
फिर
it is a
हम
little
लोग
bit
आएंगे
weird
थोड़ी देर
'cause,
बाद.
you know, you do have the Hunter's Fury on the
थोड़ा
other side,
break
so the
लूंगा
lockdown
मैं,
is kind of,
2-3
that
घंटे
game
का.
that you're trying to play with it a little bit trickier
Repeat
for the
दूंगा.
side of DRX, but if I'm DRX here, I'm thinking, all right, let's play for a retake. Like, let's play safe.
बात तो
Let's,
है.
you know, maybe get a pick and run if it looks like we're going to get overwhelmed on a site.
कल
But
कौन सा मैच है?
let's not get overconfident here. Let's play our game. Let's play our defaults.
Yeah.
And look at where Stax is.
In fact, they don't really have to overcomplicate things, right?
Is Stax looking for a TP?
3 अल्टी वे भाई सच्ची कमबैक कर सकते हैं लोग.
Has Gen G been known to do such plays? It's going to be Foxy. 5 HP. Oh, 3.
Thought maybe they'd save a little bit of money here with DRX, but they actually go for that full op. You're just holding it B.
Just waiting for that one pick. They know that DRX does not show their vulnerabilities that much.
बी जाएंगे लगता है लोगों को बी बहुत
And I
पसंद
do
है.
prefer this. Again, now Stax can react with his utility from Link. There still is, you know, backup here for the escape plan.
एमआई
To set
बेशर्मो
Foxy up
कल
potentially for one of those
वॉच
big
पार्टी में कौन सा
multi-kills.
मैच
There
है
should be
सर?
utility here to try to displace
वरना
Foxy.
अच्छे नहीं रहेंगे तो कल कुछ और करना.
A little bit of a drone, and it does confirm his position. TS TPs towards the top of heaven instead.
3 HP वाला स्पेस देख कितना
Dark cover to
किया.
smoke it off. This might have given his position away, though. They can see where it comes from, and now they're starting to surround him up on top of heaven.
Can't drop.
Has to make the drop, and he makes it away safely, but
3
hiding
HP.
underneath hell. That position
3
has to
HP
work.
ने
You
क्या
can't go
किया
straight
देखो.
forward, TS. You'll die. You'll break those ankles. Fortunately, he didn't. He's a smart player.
Okay, lockdown. They have that many ultimates. Stax just needs one for the Rolling Thunder. If he can get a kill from heaven, that's all it takes. Hunter's Fury. Oh, it comes down now. Stax. Oh, Foxy! Floating like a butterfly, but stinging like the bee. Meteor answers back, but still, the defuse gets stuck.
Yeah.
Meteor tries to fight, but to no avail.
promotion था ना?
13-7 is the end of this map.
What a weird final round.
अच्छा खेला Gen G.
I mean, this one looked like it was going to be absolutely a blowout, and fortunately, we did get to see Gen G find some confidence, make some good reads, make some good maneuvers against DRX.
हाँ. स्लोमो में मस्त दिखाई दिया बे. अरे 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 क्या हो गया भाई? सब बढ़िया लाइफ में यार है? चलो अभी रिलैक्स करके देखते हैं दूसरा मैप. मोस्टली वो भी DRX ही जीतेगा. मेरे को एक बात बताओ, रात को जो मैच है वो क्या फाइनल्स है या अपर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स है? ऐसा कुछ तो है. फाइनल्स है तो देख लेंगे. जो मेरे हिसाब से 23rd को है ना फाइनल्स. कल है ना, तो फिर कल करेंगे. भाई जिम जाना, हम भी जा ही रहे रे. बहुत बैठ लिया, 5 घंटा ऑलमोस्ट. वेल्ट आउट लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स, अपर ब्रैकेट देखेंगे. चलो गाइस मिलते हैं. नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएंगे जब हम आएंगे लाइव. अभी आप भी थोड़ा चिल करो, हम भी थोड़ा चिल करते, चिल्स करते. ठीक है, थोड़े टाइम में आऊँगा, आपको नोटिफिकेशन मिल जाएगा. दैट इज इट फॉर नाउ. बाय बाय. वेल प्लेड GNT. बेस्ट ऑफ 1 रहता तो हम लोग जीत गए थे, बस बात खत्म। चलो बाय बाय गाइस, बाय बाय, मिलते हैं, या लव यू, टेक केयर्स, मिलते हैं।